Like, well, at first I thought it was that it could just be that they're greenlighting people. It seems like he's saying that it's the tags and it's testable and you can prove it. So if that's what it is, then it's the tags. I don't know. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, sure.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is this guy live?
Yep, I'm live.
Big time EP. Okay, guys, I'm ready out to Relly. We'll be back tomorrow.
Bye.
Having a good old night. Have a good night. Bye.
Bye.
Sweet
I hope you have
dreams.
nightmares. And night terrors.
Night terrors too.
I'll talk to you guys later. Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Okay. See you, Relly.
Yeah.
Bye.
Wow. Talk. All right, what are we gonna do today? I like how Steve came in, said like literally nothing, and then left. What happened to Veilguard? I was paid money to not finish it. They gave me $70 and they're like, hey, you don't have to finish it. And the game is bad, so I don't want to finish it. So, is what it is. You know what we're going to do today? We're going to try and raise funds to be able to play Stalker 2 on stream on release. That's what we're doing. Because my calendar cleared up. Originally, I was going to fly somewhere and hang out with some people, but calendar cleared up, so I got nothing to do. A bro reneged after one play? True. What about Reddit Reacts, public freakout and shit? I loved these streams. Yeah, we could do that. Isn't it coming on Game Pass? But it is, I believe, yeah, actually. We gotta hear a DEI rant if you don't finish Veilguard. No. When is Stalker 2 out? Tomorrow. Technically tomorrow. I think like 30 hours from now? About 30 hours? What am I looking for? Looking for okie dokie. All right, chat. Good morning, YouTube. Good morning, Twitch. Good morning, Kick. How are you? Can your computer handle it? Wait, what? Handle what? I'm pre-installing that shit when I wake up. Is it early access or proper release? I think it's proper release. If it was early access, people would be, on the 20th, people would be playing it right now, I guess. Okie dokie. So, we'll take a look at like LiveStreamfails, see if there's anything interesting. If there isn't, then we'll move the hell on. Some early reviews are in. So my predictions for Stalker 2 is that it's actually not going to be a good game. That's my prediction. Listen, I'm a connoisseur of looking at trailers and gameplay footage and stuff and determining whether or not the game is like good. And I'm pretty confident the game is not going to be very good. You see Mike talking about me? When? It'll definitely be worse than Gamma because Stalker at its core is different than Gamma and in my opinion worse than Gamma. Not an idea. You could decipher this fucking enigma of a tweet. All right, let's take a look. Hold on. I'll get it done. I'm a genius after all. IQ minimum 185. Let's take a look. Is it a football game? What? What the fuck? My politics in a nutshell. Okay. A grateful universe. Keep calm and carry on. So it's like old world. It's like white people. It's like the 1950s. White people. No diversity. White people. That's what this is. Okay. Born out of blood. How do I zoom in? What? Okay, born out of blood, they'll never know it. Conservative books are banned. What? Because you won't be alive to tell them. Channeling. Oh, okay. I get it. It's the white, non-diverse society is born out of the blood of the leftists and the people who think that social constructs are like race and stuff. And the fascists are going to deny the information happened and get rid of it and then eradicate everybody who knew about it. It's not that hard. He was on JSDLK's stream for a while. Yeah, I was. I like hanging out there. It's fun. It's fun, and I get to help participate in making content for a dude I think is cool. So yeah, I think it's fun. I think it's a fun thing to do because I get to help make content, and it's just enjoyable. Like actually being in there is enjoyable. Let's take a look. Tai Lil on Kai's stream using slurs for Asian people? Let me guess, it's removed? Oh no, it's not removed?
He got the max contract. You won't do it! Light skin Jalen with the chinky eyes?
Yeah, he don't got that. He don't got that.
Oh, I didn't think it would be... Oh, man.
So that's him.
That's not Dennis Williams.
He give the 100.
Prove it, bitch! Prove it!
The other one, J-Dub.
That's not him, Chad. My fault.
If that's him, he...
Whoa. The stock guy now clarifies there's not an adpocalypse. Never said there was. I took off the election tag and my money's back. So sorry, drama frogs. We saw that. I'm not going to rewatch it. But essentially, he's just going hard against everybody who thought there was an adpocalypse, similar to pirate software. Some streamers have reached out. I think is this the Ludwig video?
And I said in the Mogul Mail that I think the ad rates will return by December, and they'll be all the way back in a year. I was wrong. The ad rates are already back. Here is a view of because I had some actual streamers reach out to me after I made that video, after because you know some people just their ad rates got cut. Non-political people. I think a lot of people are under the impression that the only people whose ad rates got cut are people who cover the elections or political people or whatever. That is not the case. It is.
I don't really care about this. Essentially, all that bit is saying, nobody, thank you for gifting 5 subs. Nobody, thank you for the support on Kick. Okay, where I get 95% of that. Essentially, it's donating. It's pretty much just donating straight. But it also gives people subs in the community. I need to port over all of my emotes to Kick because the emotes there would be really nice. I don't think I have all of my emotes on YouTube either. If anybody knows somebody who can make like Captain Underpants style emotes, though, let me know. Because I need that. What? Let's look at this.
He said, I'd have to look up what he said, but honestly, who cares? Any bad things said towards Destiny, I promise you he deserves. Like, honestly, who cares? Wasn't that Central Committee? I believe that Central Committee said something about 100K or something, but honestly, like, who cares? Really, who cares? He said, I'd have to look up what he said, but honestly, who cares?
That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. You know it's bad? This is spoiled children. That's what this is. This is spoiled children. Look at how little they give a fuck about TOS, okay? Look at how little they care. They're just openly like, who cares? Who cares if somebody said effectively they'll give somebody 100K to go physically harm another streamer? Who cares? Not that big of a deal. They just don't care about TOS. They have no respect for TOS. Their community believes that it just can't touch them. They're above it. They're above the law of the land. They're spoiled. Could you imagine somebody saying this shit about like Asmongold's take and shit? It's like, oh yeah, whatever, who cares? Who cares? People don't do this unless they really don't value their career, or they think that they're going to be insulated from all the consequences. And that's 100% what's happening here. They think that they're going to be insulated from the consequences. And to be fair, they probably will. Just the way that it is. She will probably not be banned for that, but I don't know. Isn't she banned though? She's banned right now, but for a separate thing, right? Or is she banned for that? Hold on, she might actually be banned for that. Is she not banned? Kaceytron. Oh, she's not banned. She has 500,000 followers? Oh my lord. Dang. Nope. Okay, well. I thought she was banned. All right. All legacy followers? It's just bad. It's just bad situation. It just is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. Nothing to be done. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. Yeah, and that's pretty much it for LiveStreamfails for anything I really care about. Yeah, that's. Wait, somebody said Mike spoke about me? Where's that? When did he do that? What's the clip for that? Or the timestamp for it?
It just doesn't pay off.
You actually have a clip.
Off. It doesn't work.
Is he going to bring up my metrics again?
Like, one of my favorite orbiters to look at is this guy named Ahrelevant. This guy used to be a Hasan mod. Literally.
That's
and
accurate.
my very, very first stream that I ever did on Twitch was debating him on...
It looks fine. Debating me on?
Was debating him
on?
Was debating him on the $15 minimum wage in August of 2019. Let's see if we can even find this.
He remembers the month?
It was like Monday, August 19th or something like that. I think it might have even been this like little peak, 183. So like this Ahrelevant guy.
Yeah.
Was a Hasan mod, and he became a huge Destiny orbiter, a Destiny obsessive.
I did link myself with Destiny.
What happened is, you know, Destiny got banned on Twitch, and look what happened. He just started falling off super hardcore. Does that even link up with Destiny being banned on Twitch? I think that linked up with more. I started doing like almost exclusively dating and relationship content. This is where I was watching Myron and Fresh and Fit like the moment that they started streaming, and then my views just plummeted because I got kind of tired of doing political panels talking about debates or whatever, the typical debates. So I went and did something else. Does this even coincide with the ban, I wonder?
What is it? Yeah, it's gonna be more than that, right? What is he even looking at? Which? What? What is he using to find that? Is there an all-time that you can do? Whatever. I don't know how to.
I guess he's tried to stream on Twitch again over the last like month or something. But like, we started from the exact same place.
Yep.
The exact same place where we were debating on the $15 minimum wage. He was against the $15 minimum wage. He thought it was economically illiterate to support a $15 minimum wage and that it would cause massive job losses.
Definitely not how that conversation went down.
By the way.
Because I remember the general position that I would have at the time, which is I would prefer a union system over a $15 minimum wage. That a $15 minimum wage doesn't make sense to me in like rural Mississippi, like in places like this. So I'd much rather like stronger unions come in and be able to provide the flexibility that makes sense for wages. And I remember also a part of this argument, because at this time, if anybody remembers, the $15 minimum wage was being debated as like even a $25 minimum wage. And I think we even got into that inside of that conversation. Don't hard quote me on that. I don't remember this conversation super well, and I know he doesn't either, because my position wasn't that $15 minimum wage will destroy the economy, lose a bunch of jobs. I don't think I've ever made the argument that the minimum wage is going to like collapse the economy, but that there's certain areas where paying $15 for labor just doesn't really make sense, because there's certain places where federally the minimum wage is what is paid, and doubling how much those people or whatever is just, it's not going to be great in those areas. But overall, you could say that it would be good, and I think overall it would be good, but that's because 90% of people live in cities that are, in specific places. Also, if you copied him and be as shameless as him, you would 100% be the same size as him or bigger. If I went down the Hasan route, I promise you I'd be bigger than this guy. Because let's be frank, one of the only reasons why Hasan is popular is because he's physically attractive, and Lord knows, bar for bar between me and this guy, I mean, so when it comes to the thing that seems to grow your platform, if you have this brand of politics, let's just say, it is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. Okay? Look, I'll say it is what it is, because that's really all you got going for you. That's all you got going for you if you have this brand of politics, is showmanship, speaking ability, and stuff like that. And I speak well. I'm articulate. I speak well. Okay? So we would essentially be going band for band on the camera frame. And let's be honest. Let's be honest. Here's a Twitter clip of Dan Clancy saying ads should be up during Q4. We'll take a look. We'll finish this off though.
And it's like you've spent 5 years orbiting this guy.
Look at the way it's very revealing how he views this situation. Because I even remember if I could get quotes from my partners and my close friends at the time of all of this happening, I could probably even find DMs where I talked about this, exactly the frame of mind that this guy's attacking it from, and I specifically walked away from it. He's like, look at this guy. What does he have to show for orbiting Destiny? He thinks that I orbited Destiny for money. That's his framework. Listen to what he is saying. Look, what does he have to show for? I never followed Destiny because I thought it would get me money. That never happened. if I thought that that was going to be the case, I would have followed Hasan. Destiny was an obviously controversial figure that made a lot of controversial claims. The problem is, a real sin, I agreed with a lot of those controversial claims. That's just what it is. Often didn't agree with the way that was said, the rhetoric and shit like that. You know, we could go to the ends of the earth criticizing that business. But the real issue is I agreed with a lot of the business. So I was de facto, I mean, I was fucked in regards to interacting with this community. I'm just not going to do it. And what am I referring to when I was talking about conversations with close friends and maybe the logs I could find? Where I was like, this Hasan guy is raiding me. He was raiding me pretty frequently. Maybe a third of the time he would go offline, he would raid me. He raided me a couple times. And we were on pretty decent terms. Especially at the time, pretty decent terms. I could have just done what the other mods did. I could have just sold out the group chat. I could have done whatever. I could have done a whole bunch of shit to stay in good graces. But I remember talking to people at the time. I was like, I don't care. Like, it's all about what I believe is the correct points and the right things to do. And I'm just not going to appease this person because he has numbers. Now, Central Committee disagrees. He believes in appeasing people because of numbers, because all he cares about is money, which makes sense. Right? And you can hear it in the framing. And I want to go back over it. I know I'm staying on a 2-minute video for too long, but I want to go back over it. Let's listen.
And it's like, you've spent 5 years orbiting this guy. 5 years orbiting Destiny.
Sure. Yep.
That's the $15 minimum wage. He thought massive job losses.
I spent 5 years orbiting a guy, and what? I don't have like a bunch of viewers and a bunch of money like he does? Yeah, and? So? He is literally saying, hey, you're orbiting a guy, you don't get money. Cool, I didn't do this because I wanted money. I'm orbiting him because I think he has cool opinions. I think he has cool conversations. I enjoy having conversations with him and other people around him. That's the reason why. I enjoy it. It's just what it is. I enjoy it. So I do it. If I wanted to make money, there's no illusions. I would jump onto the Hasan bandwagon. There's no illusions. And there hasn't been any illusions for years. I think you could see me talking about it, like how you can make money off of being a Hasan dick rider, probably at minimum 4 years ago. 4 years ago. Minimum. Yeah. You could see me talking about these things, but I didn't care to do it. Will you ever buy Ahrelevant.gg? I did, actually, for a bit. But it is.
By the way,
I stopped paying for it. Yeah. I mean, I'm never going to do this. I'm never going to sell out for opinions I don't believe. I've lost friendships. I've done whatever, but I'm never doing that. Like, bro, if you wanna have what I consider to be dog shit or harmful opinions, that's fine. Just do that shit away from me. Don't be around me. Don't watch me. Don't do whatever. And that's the policy. Yeah. But this is what you get if you sell out. Like this is what you get if you sell out. You get stuff like this, which is nice. That's great. It's just, you perpetuate anti-Semitism, you run a defense for it, you sweep for it, you sweep for anti-American sentiment, terrorism, and stuff like that. And I'd rather just never do that. So I'm not doing that. All right. This is what it is. Oops. Boop. Let's take a look. Oh, no. This isn't what I wanted to. Take a look at Yeah, I played Don't Starve Together before. A death of a 19-year-old employee found in a walk-in oven? There's walk-in ovens? Woman allegedly targets man in Palestine sweatshirt at Panera, charged with hate crime. Crazy. Denmark cancels Somalia's $8.5 million debt and latest debt relief milestone. Is this even very much? What is Somalia's GDP? I guess that's kind of a lot. 8 million? Two are killed, one is critically wounded in New York City. Knife rampage? Is it really a knife rampage if it's like, I don't know. Villa star Vladimir Skylarov? Oh, hold on. Put on some music. I take this. And then we're going to go through, actually, let's just go straight to public freakout. Spirit Airlines files for bankruptcy? No! I always use these guys for like cheap flights. No. Oh man, no shot, dude. Please tell me another airliner is gonna like buy them or something. They're so cheap. Their flights are so cheap. Oh man. I like cheap flights. I like the cheapest of cheap flights. You know what they actually started doing that actually really annoys me for cheap flights? Is they started making it so that way, if you don't reserve your seat, you almost always sit at the back of the plane. And that, I've never wanted to reserve a seat, pay that $10. I'm like, dude, I'll save $10. You know, that allows me to buy some food inside of the airport. Worst case scenario, I don't eat or something like that. Oh, dude, they put me at the back of the plane. It takes like 25 minutes to get off the plane. It's so bad, man. At the very, very, very back of the plane, I wait for every single soul on the plane to get off, bro. It's so bad, man. Most airlines file for bankruptcy. Wait, is that true? Greetings. How are you? I'm in my Discord, by the way. Anybody, let me take a look. What is this?
I had to turn off your stream because I started hearing the echo. 1 second, sorry. Really?
I need something done. Thing. Okay, it's a global. Let me image that over. It's a global browser. Exists. Hold on. Give me 1 sec. Go all. Look here. Jump into here. Okay, it is the right one. Okay. I'm trying to figure out how to set this other thing up. I'll figure it out.
May I ask you a question?
Yeah, go for it.
I mean, I've got several questions, but if you've got nothing better to do, I'll just go over them.
No, just go ahead.
Okay. Do you think Destiny should have some sort of dress code for events like the election night?
I think Dan tried to like loosely enforce one, at least on the people he was chatting with prior, but no, not necessarily. I think it depends on what vibe they're going for.
Do you think Dan was overdressed for election night?
No, I think he was. Ideally, I would want everyone dressed like Dan was.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
But
I'm sorry, I'll let you speak.
But if the vibe was really what it was, then I think like people having semi-formal stuff makes sense. Like I would say I was just about as underdressed as I would hope people would be at a minimum. But for the most part, it's like fine.
That is kind of exactly my take, because you cannot really have Dan being professional while having Willie Mack wearing a hat and a t-shirt. It doesn't really make sense to me.
I think you can. You just it's gotta really fit the vibes. It's like there's people who do it. I don't know what other type of duo or like group does it, but there's groups who do it.
Not to be sexist, but usually girls are really great at giving an aesthetic to an event, like in a party house, in-house party. Sorry. So I hope that Erudite would take care of it, really. But whatever. I just think Destiny didn't really care all that much. But I don't know how much of it is being an American thing or how much of it is Destiny being Destiny kind of thing.
I mean, we were trying to talk Destiny into wearing a suit. He just said no.
I don't want to interrupt your stream, but I've got all of the questions. If you prefer, I could just send them over like during
you could just ask me right now. Okay.
These are related to other conversations that you've had like in the past days. Like the other day when there were a bunch of people here talking about relationships and stuff. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. This might sound this is not meant to be harsh, but why were you so, I wouldn't say obsessed, but with the amount of girls that you interact with? I mean, I would have asked you why are you so obsessed with body count, because they're strictly related, I think, or at least they seem to be. The same question when you hear guys like those guys that were talking here like 2 days ago, but it's not exactly the same thing, I think. So it's better to say you kind of phrased it in the way I just want to interact with girls, kind of. Also because I don't think you're longing for hookups, because you're kind of similar to me, I think, in the sense that you don't really care about hookups. In that sense, you prefer something more intimate. But you said that you struggle to make things intimate. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, but what do you mean by that? Do you mean it in the sense that, okay, you're cringing, for example, the other day when Nino was semi-drunk or was playing character, do you have trouble on speaking normally to girls, or do you have trouble being flirty, or going from the intimate to sexual? What is the issue? I mean, I don't want to get too personal.
I struggle with any conversation in general with, especially women. I struggle with any conversation. Wait, you're talking about me personally, right?
Yeah.
I struggle with any conversation with a woman that is or could be intimate or romantic or flirty, really in any way. I also tend to struggle with relating to women's interests, because most of my hobbies are extremely male coded.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember. I'm sorry. I remember the clip. Nobody likes my hobby. Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, I would have my input on it, but I don't know. I'm kind of a judgmental person. I try not to be with people that I don't know, but I know who I am. I know that I'm very judgmental. However, I do not understand why, I wouldn't say you by yourself, but also the other guys, you tend to, I don't know, you tend to have some issue, I think, analyzing other people, in the sense that you value guys differently than girls. Why don't you value girls? Because ideally, we would want to analyze girls in the same way that we do with guys. Why doesn't character or career matter all that much? Because I haven't, the other day, the guys that were here on stream didn't even mention it, and it boggled my mind, really. Because to me, okay, of course looks matter, okay, sure, but it's just, I don't know, to me it's like just for the first 2 weeks. Then if a person doesn't have character, I don't give a fuck, really. I don't know, I get bored.
I'm sorry, what are you asking?
Why don't you care, or maybe why don't I hear you talk more about, I don't know, if you're more interested in a girl being having some passions in their or a career, or I don't know, in education. Usually the way I frame it is in relationship, when it comes to relationships, looks is like the early game. Do you play League? Have you played League?
Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. I play Dota, but I know what you're talking about.
Okay. So usually the way I frame it is, looks is like the early game, then maybe character is the mid game, and education is like the late game of the relationship. Why don't?
Yeah, but the idea is that without an early game, you don't get to a late game, right?
Yeah, I understand that because of the metaphor that but I think it matters.
So let me explain to everybody exactly what's going on, because somebody in the chat said they're lost, and I think it makes some kind of sense.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm very scattered. My mind is very scattered. I'm very ADHD when I talk. I'm sorry. I opened like 30,000 drawers. I'm very confused.
No, you're good. So essentially, there was a conversation I had on stream not long ago. The conversation was talking about the importance that looks plays for particularly young men when it comes to dating. And particularly in the equation of individuals who claim to be involuntarily celibate. And I am of the belief that it's primarily social skills that stand in their way rather than their physical appearance. However, physical appearance is still an important component of the equation. And I am using like material references as well as my own lived experience to be able to draw on to say the importance of physical appearance inside of like relationships. But
okay, but here the issue I think is that when you're saying the looks matter, you're referring to yourself, not to the girl, right? You're saying
looks matter for you to be able to attract other people, and in this case it would be the girl.
Okay, so we view it in a different manner. For me, looks matter in the sense that I have got to like the girl. To me, I don't like many people. I don't like many girls.
Like physically, or are you talking about overall?
Physically, I'd say.
Oh, okay.
I like very few people.
I think I'm physically attracted to probably 80% of women.
I'm physically attracted up to probably 20%.
Oh, wow. 80-20. Funny. Yeah.
Yeah, but when I don't know, this, I think this is a lot, because when you're mentioning looks, you're talking about yourself. Also, I think that now I wouldn't call you old, because I think you're like 2 or 3 years older than me. But the older you get as a guy, I'm 25. I just turned 25. I think the older you get as a guy, the less looks matter. The more stuff like a career, education. Yeah, I think that is the case.
I would say this is probably true for everybody, but I think that's probably true primarily because people will either be more sophisticated in their dating standards, like they'll care less about looks because they just get older and find that they care less, or because they just have less options, and so they're willing to settle for less. That's why.
Well, you mentioned this the other day. I think this is an issue because you were saying there was a guy here that was saying people settle, or what was it? Guys settle more. I don't know, but they settle for different things. Because a girl usually, I understand that looks matter, but to girls not all that much. Especially the older you get, the more you're close to 30, I would say, or 40, really.
Well, if you're saying all that much in relation to women, I would agree, but I think looks do matter a fair deal for men. As a guy who has gone from what I would consider would have been like maybe a 4.5 to like a 6.5, which is where I think I'm at. And then with the proper clothing, I'm like a 7, maybe a 7.5. I've noticed an unbelievably radical change in how women treat me, let alone everybody though, but especially women in dating treat me than I did when I was like way less attractive, when I wasn't taking care of my hair, when I wasn't taking care of my body, when I didn't care how I dressed. It's such a radical difference. And if God forbid I compare my experience to my friends' experience who are like a little bit more attractive than me or considerably more attractive than me, it's unbelievable. It's like actually unreal. The difference for what I would consider to be like relatively the same action. But yeah.
My question would be, don't you get bored? I mean, you said that you're attracted to 80% of girls.
Yep. Probably.
Don't you? Oh, I mean, what pushes you to know a person more, a girl more? Because I usually get really bored of girls. You can be very good looking, but if we're in, to the talking stage and you're very boring, I don't mean to be too judgy about people, but too judgmental about people.
I think I personally don't really get too bored of people unless they're incapable of having like a more sophisticated or deeper like conversation. It's only happened a couple times where attempts to be able to have like deep conversations about philosophy or politics or something like that, or physics. It doesn't even have to be like those things, like physics or history or something like that, results in like an argument or a breaking down where they just like can't handle like deeper conversations, and all of my means of communication really doesn't work with them. And when I say they like, it's not something that can be handled by them, I don't mean like I'm communicating perfectly, because I don't think I do that. It's that my means of communication and all the tools that I've learned to be able to communicate effectively have proven unsuccessful to be able to have a fruitful conversation with that person. Something like that. In the event that happens, then I would typically get. There's only two people that I've known or been friends with over a dramatic period of time who could or that I was very close friends with, two women that I could have those conversations with on a regular basis. Granted, yeah, like two women that I'm close with. Many that I'm not close with, though, especially in like the spheres that I'm in, the political spheres that I'm in. I think I'm capable of having these conversations with a lot of the women in these spheres, but I'm not like close with them. There's two women that I've been close with, and one of them I've dated, right? Other one I haven't. So like the separation is, am I capable of having like these conversations easily? If I am, that's like the gold standard. But just entry level, am I able to have a conversation at all? There's a lot of people I'm capable of doing that with, but that's a part kind of because my job has to do with that, right?
Okay. I would have other questions, but I don't want to take up too much of your time. But like, do you? So tell me if I can go on, or if you want to switch topics. Okay. This was another question that I had in mind. But do you think girls prefer experienced guys over inexperienced guys?
So I will say almost ubiquitously, girls prefer experienced guys.
I think this is like the Black Pillar's position, which I kind of agree on, because they on a surface level they might say, "Oh, I like I like the idea of being the first one," or I wouldn't necessarily be the first one, but one of these first relationships. I don't know, because there must be something there. The idea of having the opportunity to grow together creates a nice dynamic within the couple.
Yeah, sure.
But I'd say that they are okay with guys not having a lot of experience up to a certain age threshold, let's say. Like if you're 21 or 20, doesn't really matter. If you're gonna be viewed differently. If you say I'm 20, I've been in like one relationship, or it's gonna sound very differently from a 32-year-old saying, okay, I've never been in a relationship.
Sure, yeah. I mean, yeah, that's generally true, but like in general, I think especially for young men, there is, because it's kind of dichotomous. For young women, unfortunately, it's like seen as better to have as little experience as possible, generally speaking, like to be essentially a virgin, right? And to not know what they're doing, and then the guy or whatever does the thing. But it's also paradoxical because they want them to have very little experience, but also a lot of times guys will judge women who are really bad at sex, or more specifically, they'll prop up women who are really good at sex, right? In comparison to the women who are really bad at sex. But with the men, it's kind of the opposite, where you are very much rewarded for being very good at sex, very good at dating, very good at relationships that kind of necessitate experience, right? So if you enter a relationship, like a good example that everybody can kind of appeal to is the culture of saying like women or men don't know how to please women. And it's totally normal to bash on dudes for not knowing how to please women, to not know, how to, play with, I'm trying to keep the YouTube censors appealed as much as possible.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I should keep that in mind. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I'm just trying to figure it out. Play with, what,
Yeah.
And they don't even know where it is, right? And these things are to be expected, right? To be expected for somebody who doesn't have experience, just fully to be expected. But it's totally normal to bash on men who don't know what they're doing. So the solution for a lot of young men, get a lot of experience, right? Anecdotally, it's been my experience. Anecdotally, it's been the experience of other guys that I know who are not very good at it. And anecdotally, it's also been the experience of guys who I know who have a lot of experience, who are very successful and like doing stuff like that in that arena. Because really, when it comes to dating and relationships and sex, you kind of gotta, if you're a dude, you kind of have to know what you're doing. Otherwise, you're really gonna get
you cannot just
it.
lay there. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I don't know. To me, it's more of a matter of quality over quantity. I don't know. I do not care about sleeping around with loads of women or different women if those women do not really add any real value to my life other than,
Well, the idea is if you sleep with a bunch of women, you are generally going to get a better understanding of how to engage in sex. You're generally speaking going to do that. It's not universal. There's tons of dudes who sleep around a bunch and really just don't care and can do that. But in general, like as an example, right, I would say that I am, like just as an example, right, like the conversation I had with Ninu, right? Stuff like that comes from a lack of experience. Just frankly, it does, right? If I had more experience talking to women and engaging with women, especially women who are very friendly or potentially flirty with me, even in a joking capacity, doesn't even have to be real, I would not have essentially locked up and froze up, which would present me with more opportunities for relationships and would make me more desirable to women. So yeah.
Were you freezing up or cringing? I couldn't tell.
I was cringing because I didn't know what to do. I was cringing because I was like freezing up and I was like, oh, what do I do? And I just kind of like locked up. I didn't know what to do. And so it made it cringe.
Do you think this is a matter of you being too polite? Because I think
that's where it comes from.
Yeah, because you're thinking of what the consequences might be if you behaved in a certain manner, in a appropriate manner.
Yeah. I'm 99% sure I know where it comes from, which is just like being raised. The mortal sin for me when I was raised, the mortal sin, I could beat men within an inch of their life. That's not an issue. What I couldn't do was ever make a woman uncomfortable. If I ever made a woman uncomfortable, it was the end of the world. For me in my household and stuff like that. And so it presented as a paralysis with possibly ever making a woman uncomfortable, which effectively means I can never interact with a woman. It can't happen because every time you socially interact with anybody, you run the risk of making them uncomfortable, no matter what, right? So in that scenario where pretty much any response at all, and God forbid you escalate a situation from like friendly to flirty, runs the risk of making somebody uncomfortable, I just can't do it. So it's just very difficult.
But that is something you have to deal. I mean, it sounds silly, but that is something you have to deal with. You're always going to run into that problem.
Yeah,
there's always going to be the risk.
Yeah, for everything. There'll always be risks. I have less worry about that with dudes because, again, I wasn't raised in that way to really care too much if I'm inconveniencing men. But I was 100% raised in an environment where inconveniencing women was like unironic. I'm not joking. I could beat men within an inch of their life and it would be considered fine in comparison to making a woman uncomfortable. Like the environment I grew up in. I was like, I think it's probably because a lot of the people who raised me they were great women, fantastic women. I love the women who raised me, especially my grandmother. Shout out to my grandmother. But I think an unfortunate thing was that they had a lot of really terrible men. Lord knows my mother did. But I think they had a lot of really terrible men in their life. And so their takeaway was no matter what, out of anything, the number one thing that me and my brother had to do was not be like those men. So, yeah. Please drain my bank account. How much money should I send? Are you actually going to send me money? Send me $100.
Make it to 200.
Yeah. So yeah, that was like one of the large takeaways from my childhood, and so it was really bad. And I think that's like hard, but no.
Yeah, because I could view I could view some of your behaviors being similar to mine in the sense that this is coming from politeness. He's being too polite. Because you're thinking about but if I behave in a certain manner, what is Nino gonna feel like? Is she gonna be uncomfortable or stuff? I totally got that, but I don't know, especially with Nino, since she's very friendly with you, and she told you she's very okay with it. I understand that this is not simply this issue is not gonna get resolved by me saying, "Oh, just do it, forehead," but I don't know. I think you should even start with just having conversation and stuff, because I understand that you might not have had the experience growing up, because of course that is the only place where you're gonna get that experience naturally, kinda. I've always been surrounded by girls, so I have never had that issue, kinda. Especially because I used to you way better as a kid, but I don't know. But I could see myself in you, so I don't know. I was vibing the other day.
Oh, I appreciate that. That was your takeaway from that situation. But yeah, I mean, just to be clear, when we're talking about like being,
you should look at yourself. Go back and look at the stream. You tend to close up physically, literally, you holding your own hands when you're cringing or when you're uncomfortable, because you should not shy away from it.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the thing that needs to be done. Like, I understand what ought to be done. It's just very difficult physically to do that. Right? Because essentially the solution is that I need to be comfortable making women uncomfortable. That's what needs to happen. But to a specific degree.
You need to be comfortable with the idea of the possibility of making, because you don't know what's going to happen.
The issue is with the possibility of doing that, I have to be comfortable with that happening. Because if I'm not comfortable with it possibly happening, if it does happen, then I'm just going to retreat back. It's the same thing with like getting rejected. You don't have to become comfortable with the idea that you might be rejected. You have to become comfortable with being rejected. You have to be comfortable that when it happens, that you know certain boundaries where, hey, if you make somebody uncomfortable, you didn't make the uncomfortable in like an unjustified way, because there's actually not anything wrong with making somebody uncomfortable. The issue is making somebody uncomfortable to a specific degree, right? So as an example, I might walk up to somebody. Let's just even keep it as a dude. And this has happened before many times. Everybody has this experience where maybe you ask some random stranger a question and you obviously irritate them. Congratulations, you made somebody uncomfortable. However, it wasn't unjustified what you did. Let's say you asked for directions. It wasn't unjustified what you did. Right? So the takeaway from that shouldn't be, oh man, I made somebody uncomfortable. That's so bad. I'll never do that again. It's like, no, I didn't do anything really wrong. I made somebody uncomfortable, and do that. You can move on with your life. So you have to understand the parameters for what is realistic for me to respond to the environment or whatever that I'm in to act. Like what can I do in this environment that's reasonable? And any response that I would realistically get would not make this person so inconvenience them so much to be like unjustified. That's really what it is, from my perspective.
I understand why that might be an issue for you, because I don't know. I really care about rejection only if it is that this specific person or the specific girl that I care about. Which, as I told you before, I don't care about a lot of girls. Right? I care only about a handful. So, so I don't really. I mean, I care, of course, if I make a girl uncomfortable, but the degree or the type of uncomfortable that we're talking about, and being flirty or stuff like that, I only care about if it is the girl that I'm interested in. Otherwise, it's more like, okay, I'll just say that I'm sorry, but I don't really freeze up, or I just crack jokes and I keep going. I don't know.
Okay.
But I appreciate your time.
Okay. All right. I mean, you can still hang out. Yeah, you can hang out.
Thanks.
If anybody has any comments or things you want to say about that, I'm in a public section of my Discord right now. I'll invite you. Send out the Discord invites right now. I'll do it right now. No. But yeah. And just to be clear, when I'm talking about being too polite, I don't mean it in like I'm too much of a nice guy kind of way. I mean like I am toxic. I'm not actually being polite, right? I mean it in the sense that the too polite is me confusing politeness with something to a toxic level. It's corrosive to what a healthy person should be, right? It's not actually me being more considerate towards people, because it can actually result in people being more uncomfortable if I don't do things, right? Like if somebody's interacting with me in a specific way and I just kind of lock up or I freeze up, let's say like in text or something like that, it can make them more uncomfortable than if I were to respond in a way that I, one, want to, and two, would be reasonable given the circumstance. It is what it is. What's up, Watsaku?
How you doing, Riley?
I'm doing well.
You know what really sucks about like the majority of this kind of shit? We get like a piece of advice when we're kids, at least like if you're surrounded by people that somewhat care about you. And it's like the most fucking generic dog shit bullshit advice that you'll ever get. And it's as simple as just be yourself. And when you hear it, you're like, well, fuck you, first of all. There's a lot of social dynamics going on here that doesn't address. However, ultimately, at the end of the day, if you like sit down and dissect the statement of just be yourself, it starts to make a little bit more sense. And when you start to like apply it into social situations, because obviously there are boundaries. Obviously there are things that you shouldn't do. There's obviously like, hey, you're on some freak shit and you need to pull it the fuck back because you're starting to scare the hose, quote unquote, shit like that. But like ultimately, being confident enough to actually express your personality the way that it is within the world, but also being able to recover from when you kind of fumble the bag a little bit, you move a little too far in one direction. that is like, at least for me, the ultimate thing that's kind of led to some success. It's literally just like, hey, don't be afraid of being yourself. And there's a lot going on where it's, yeah, you are actually afraid of being yourself, and it kind of fucking sucks.
Sure. I would say, so in my experience, how I've analyzed that for dating, this doesn't just apply to men, is, or not even just dating in general. This includes like friendships, relationships, whatever. You need to figure out a way to make yourself palatable to other people, because other people, you're not going to come out of the womb knowing how to express your interests in all of these things in an emotionally considerate, socially considerate way. It doesn't happen. So you need to learn how to make yourself and who you are palatable to other people. You need to learn how to communicate. And so that's why I think the just be yourself stuff is really bad, because if I was just being myself, I would never be successful. God forbid, forgo dating. I would never be successful, probably even with like friendships, because I had to learn how to be a like decent friend, right? And Lord knows I'm having to learn how to be decent in a relationship. So,
well, it sounds like from what you said earlier, the women that you were around that raised you were very much a don't be like that kind of person, rather than, hey, that's really cool, or that's really awesome, or that's really good. Like it wasn't much about like praising when you were right. It was more about trying to correct you when you were wrong.
Sure.
Did I pick that up right?
Sure.
That in itself is going to probably like fuck with your head in a lot of different ways, so that like every single time that you analyze how a social situation went, it's more about hitting yourself with a fucking
I think we lost
cat
him.
of
Special
nine
meat,
tails
what's up?
than it is. Yeah.
Oh, we lost you for a second there. You said gonna be like, or something like.
Oh, it's gonna be like every single time you go out and do some sort of social interaction, instead of focusing on the positives, it's going to be much more like whipping yourself with a cat of nine tails about what you did fucking wrong and why you're such a fuck up and shit like that. And that will automatically like start to skew your perception of your own personality, your own humanity. It's weird, and it plays into a lot of different things.
Wait, you could hear him on the stream's end? That's crazy. That makes no sense to me. But okay. Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. I understand how that works, and I agree.
But hey, listen, autistic women, all right?
Listen,
keep it 100 there.
I've already tried. I've already tried. Was unsuccessful.
Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry, yes. But you'll find one, okay? Promise.
Yes.
It's a unicorn. It's worth it. It's worth the fight. All right. Much love, gamer.
All right. Yep. Much love. Bye. Special meat. What's up? Okay. All right. Moving on. Your
Sorry
mic
about that. My mic's gain was all the way down. I was talking.
All right.
Yeah, I was just saying what's up, and I was just thinking, like, it seems like it's kind of like a big, like, complicated kind of like set of all of these feelings you have that like break down into this like locking up that happens in the moment.
Sure.
But I think if you just break it down to like, I mean, this is kind of like the incel thing to do, I guess. But if you do it without all the emotional baggage, if you just break it down into like small things, and then you work on each of those things individually. So like holding eye contact for one. So like you can freeze up, you can be goofy, you just don't worry about all the other shit. You just like make sure that you're able to like hold eye contact for like longer than you would normally feel comfortable with, right? And then as long as you just keep doing those small things like that, then like I think you slowly start to chip away at the edges of like this big kind of like childhood trauma, emotional baggage type shit comes from. But yeah.
to be clear, I'm not sure that this would qualify as like traumatic experience. Have any like trauma that's a learned behavior? It is. Right?
Sure. Yeah.
Learned
Your
behavior.
habits. Yeah.
But I'd say I've already gotten to that point. I've done as many small things as I think I can do. And the big part is now just understanding what to say. And that's really difficult.
I don't know, dude. When you were having that conversation with Ninu, you kind of like your body like physically locked up, your throat tightened, your voice got higher.
Yep.
Like I don't want to like point out all these autistic details and like be an asshole about it, you know? But
No, I understand what you're saying. So in that situation, right, with that, like how I was kind of cringing and stuff, I think a part of that was me obviously cringing and stuff and experiencing or kind of like I guess a better, I don't know, for that it felt a bit extreme. Like that scenario felt a bit extreme in comparison to most scenarios that I'm in, because in most scenarios flirting or positive interaction doesn't really happen like that. Right? It's usually not that overt and stuff like that, right? Unless you're already in a relationship.
But here's the thing: the people who are going to be able to flirt and all that like very easily in a normal situation are also going to be like a lot more comfortable in that kind of situation. They're probably going to be more uncomfortable than they would be normally, but I think they would be able to handle that kind of thing. And I do think it comes back to something you had just said, I think like 10, 15 minutes ago or something. Which I immediately forgot as soon as I said that. So, give me one second.
Well, either way, I can respond to what you had said earlier, which is just that, I feel like in most scenarios where people are going to flirt, and I have been flirted with, it's more subtle, and I can do things like keeping eye contact. I can do pretty much everything but know what to say.
Okay, so it's just
in that particular scenario, I mean, it was more just exacerbated and stuff. Really, I've only ever had statements like that be made when I'm already like almost deep in a relationship. I don't think I've really ever had that like naturally happen.
Okay, so my next question then would be what how do I word this? What hang on, I'm gonna need a second to figure out how to put this. How much do you value what to say compared to like how much you value like eye contact or body language or physical touch or all those kinds of things? Like, do you put
I would say eye contact is really important. But I think knowing what to say is by far the most important, because if you don't say anything if you just take it to its extremes, right? An infinite, like whatever supply of knowing how to make perfect eye contact isn't going to get you where you want to be. The only thing that's going to get you where you want to be is speaking. You have to be able to actually talk to somebody.
I kind of half agree with that, but the thing is, for me, my dating prospects by the way, I'm like about the same age as you. I've gone through a lot of the same like earlier shit and like self-confidence troubles and things. And honestly, in the past like year, my dating has gotten a lot easier and better. But I forgot what I was going to say again. I'm sorry. I also just woke up, so I'm like kind of a little bit out of it, but yeah.
Friendly Mirror, did you have something to say?
Yeah, I mean, I think like I don't have like a ton of dating experience necessarily, but I think like I'm not gonna I don't know the fucking secrets to like how to flirt and shit, but as far as like topics go, wouldn't like just like like being very good at like asking great questions about like people's hobbies and stuff, right? I feel like that's like the easiest avenue to kind of go down. No, like have you tried that at all?
So yeah, but the issue is that I have what people refer to as interview riz, where I just end up asking them infinite questions about themselves.
Mm-hmm. And you don't know how to, well, I don't know how to fucking take that to the next level too, because I feel like
that's my issue. I don't know how to escalate that.
Yeah. I mean, the easiest way is obviously just finding. No, I don't even know. Because even if you find a topic that you both share, like, I don't know. I personally don't know how to fucking take it to the next level. Sorry, go.
I just remembered what I was going to say. Yeah, so I found that when I started putting actually less value in exactly what I was going to say, and kind of like trying to, because I had the same thing where I was like, man, you got to figure out how to just like speak perfectly. And all of my like lack of confidence came from my like my inability to like come up with words and things like that sometimes. But as soon as I just said like, fuck it, it doesn't really matter. Like, I'm just going to say whatever word comes to mind. Or if I forget, I'm just going to say, oh, I forgot. But as soon as I put less value in the words and more value in like the way that you say the words, kind of like the inflection that you use, all that kind of stuff, my prospects went up like 1,000,000%. And it might have just been that I was putting too much value in like the exact communication, like as opposed to the communication style. I think that might have been it, but yeah, I'm not entirely sure. But definitely things got better after I started valuing what I said less. Not what I said, sorry, but like the way, but just valuing the precision with the language that I used in those kinds of situations less.
I gotcha. Hold on. I mean, maybe for me, my experience has been just like, hey, somebody's speaking to me, and the issue is my methodology for going about how to talk to people that I tend to have more in common with really breaks down for women because of how little overlapping hobbies I have with women. So for like a guy, right, a random guy walks up to me and is like, hey, I'm like, hey, what's up? I'm like, you know, how do I get into interests and stuff like that? What do I do? Well, I'll talk about things that I like, mutual interests, or things that, you know, I'm interested in understanding about, or something like that. And it'll usually be topics or stuff like that I either think might be mutual or just I like. And then if there's stuff that they like, that's fine. But then comes the issue of like sharing stuff about me. That's kind of how the interview ends up happening, where I can ask them infinitely about stuff that they like, right? Or that they're interested in. The problem is when it comes to me sharing or divulging any information about myself. Well, what do you like doing? Well, I like playing like Warhammer. Well, what's Warhammer? Okay. And then the moment that I start explaining what Warhammer is, they don't care. And then it's sort of like, oh, okay, well, you stream. And then there'll be some people who think that like streaming is interesting or cool, but then I also lose like half the people because I do politics and social commentary, and a lot of people don't like that.
Well,
so
yes, but also a lot of people are like very like it's something important to them, you know? Like it's related to their value systems.
Yeah, and that's the problem, right? Because if we don't share a similar value system, it's like talking about politics at the Thanksgiving table on the first date. It's like, oh, well, we'll see how this goes. And that's been my experience, because the issue is, right, I'm in a horrible position politically, because for most women, they're either going to be quite left to like almost socialist, or they're going to be conservative. So little women my age are like liberal, where they're just like, hey, you know, you should be able to say the N-word in private, or you should be able to do, you know, these whatever like kind of wacky things, and you know, Israel should continue to exist as a country and stuff like this has literally in the past week had people stop DMing me. As a good example, I had a Instagram post. There was a chick who was messaging me from Tinder, who I was quite interested in. There was a Instagram post that I had made where it was like Mia Khalifa saying that so she hopes soldiers get PTSD, and I was like, hey, this is not cool, and I feel like, you know, she should have a little bit of a perspective on how this isn't cool for yada yada whatever reason, right? And there was straight up somebody who was like, oh wow, that's actually really gross, and I don't want to talk to you anymore, and they were on the left. And so it's like, oh, okay. And they also, you know, believed that Israel shouldn't. Well, actually, I don't know if they believed Israel.
I went to a liberal arts university, dude. I know exactly what you're talking about.
So you know what I'm talking about. So I'm in like
I'm a Canadian liberal arts university, yeah.
The exact worst spot to be, right? Because if I was a socialist, freebies. If I was a conservative, even, there's not very many women who are conservative, but if there's they're conservative women, then we're green. I'm in the like liberal zone where there's almost no women that are in that zone. Also, to be clear, there's very little men too. There's just very little people who are 27 years old or near that are in that zone. Very little.
Yeah,
I think a big part of it, right, is obviously like your interests too, right? Like people in like online spaces generally aren't like online gaming, streaming spaces, because especially like Hasan aren't. But I mean, to some extent, wouldn't you not really? I mean, there's ways to like get past like first dates with these kind of people, right? But like, would you not want like some like litmus tests where like it's like, wow, like if you think soldiers getting PTSD is fucking base, then maybe we shouldn't be dating, you know? Like,
no, that's
is that
good.
Not a good thing?
That's kind of, well, sorry, I say that's good. It's only kind of good, because the reality is, the brass tacks, people will eliminate you as a potential, especially in dating, will eliminate you as a potential romantic partner for having your shoelaces untied, of course, figuratively speaking, on the first date, in comparison to 1 week in, 1 month in, God forbid, a couple months in, where it won't really matter much to them. If having the ability to reveal to them that you have slight or even somewhat major political disagreements later down the line is incredible in comparison to having to open with it. And the issue is, in the job that I'm in, I kind of have to open with it, which really sucks. So yeah, it's kind of annoying, but yeah.
I mean, so like for me, right? I'm a fucking weirdo Destiny fan, right? So like my favorite shit is video games, anime, and fucking politics, right? And those are the only 3 real topics I could probably talk about if I wanted to date. Yeah, terrible. I'm like the biggest fucking loser, and I don't even smoke too, so it's kind of GG.
Hey, same. Me too. I don't drink either.
Yeah, me neither. It's so GG, man. Everyone that's like has my interests, they all fucking are like, let's go smoke and shit. It's like, oh, okay, never mind. But I don't know, like, you can talk about like politics and stuff without like, and obviously you're like an orbiter, right? So like your opinions are way more out there and stuff, and they'll definitely get brought up. But like, you can kind of, so like if somebody asked me about Israel-Palestine, I really don't have a strong opinion on it because I haven't done any research into it. But I would just talk about like stuff that's like more agreeable, like how fucking terrible like Trump's cabinet picks are, you know, or some shit like that if I'm bringing up politics. You know what I mean? Like, does that kind of like not work for a conversation that you can like maybe share like a more mutual interest in?
No, it can. It can bring up that topic. My issue that I'm talking about is almost exclusively pertaining to me. It's not like a generalized thing. It's that my opinions are just, if I link you my Instagram, you have divisive opinions at the jump. And so it's just like, yeah, that just kind of comes with the territory. That's not really that big of a deal. It's just kind of like an added little bit that it sucks that I have like the political opinions that I do that make it uniquely hard for that.
But then you gotta like just play off of that, right? But then you just gotta like play off of that, right? So like just play off of the fact that your job is political. Like your job is to like know shit. So like if someone starts like criticizing your opinion or something, you could just like kind of like jokingly be like, my job is to know the facts on this matter. All right, so like that type of shit, you know, like
That's just
this is my
Sure,
this is my
but
job. All right, so why don't you settle down there, bud? Like that kind of shit.
Well, that would assume that I'm like generally speaking to them. That's pretty impossible to do over text. It's very difficult to pull that kind of maneuver. But
Well,
even still, usually it doesn't result in a conversation back. It just results in ghosting. Right? They'll see something that they just don't really like, and then they'll fade conversation or just straight up stop talking to me. So it's not even
Wait,
like
so
I
I'm
can have
picturing in my head like a face-to-face, in-person, like a date right now, and I'm thinking of like what's going on.
Oh yeah, no, then it's super recoverable in that context. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. All right.
Yeah, for texting stuff, I don't know, because I don't know how to. I don't even want to fucking go on dates with people. I just want to play video games on Discord, and then maybe we'll meet up. I don't fucking believe people are human beings until I talk to them on Discord.
That would be much more preferable is a situation like that. But
you ever say like I don't do the political conversation stuff over text? Like we can talk about it in person and try and like maybe get a date that way.
The issue is my political opinions are on my profile and are easily deducible. Like I say them.
Right. Yeah. You can be like, we can talk about this shit in person. If you
the
want.
problem is they don't talk about it. They just start ghosting me. Or like they either ghost me or they just stop responding as much. Like the moment that like my Instagram or something like that is linked.
Do you not just have like a second like a personal account that you can like be linking and stuff, or like
and I'm not going to set one up so that way I can link it to people. That sounds stupid. I'm not doing
I mean, do you have to link your Instagram at all or whatever? Like
I technically don't know, but I technically don't. Like again, I'm not trying to say that this particular problem is like the main issue, right? I think if I have the other things sorted, it's this isn't that big of a deal. But so it's in this category. I could solve this problem. I would just need to make like a second account or to only do shit over text, which I don't really want to give out my phone number to a bunch of people. Or do like whatever, but yeah, I kind of don't want to do that. Yeah, but so like anyway, in regards to the general issue or whatever, the general issue is that like just clamming up inside of conversations because I don't really know what to say once I'm either trying to escalate or somebody's escalating towards me. I don't really know what to do. And that's really difficult. That's a really bad position for a guy to be in. I think if I was a girl, it either wouldn't matter or it would potentially give me brownie points.
You don't have to like take the lead necessarily.
Yeah, you don't have to. But to be clear, I'd rather be in the position that I'm in because I would much rather have to learn how to initiate situations than have people just initiate situations on me and just assume like I'd be into it. Because learning how to stop somebody's advances on you if they're being very persistent seems like way worse, if like the consequences for not knowing how and practicing are way worse than me not knowing how to initiate. The worst thing that happens if I don't know how to initiate is like maybe I make somebody uncomfortable and they just like leave me alone. Like as long as I'm not like abysmal at it, because you could be so bad you could potentially like assault somebody, but I'm not that bad. Okay, I'm just like I don't know. I think the worst initiation I've done is very awkwardly just straight up ask if somebody wants to have sex. Is like do you wish to have sex with me? I think is something that I said at one point. Really awkward. I think that's like the worst thing that I've done, which isn't bad. It's just cringe.
Well, the wish is it's a lot.
Well, but, I don't think it was wish. I think it was want. Do you want to have sex with me?
Okay.
But it was like
a quick.
Yeah.
I'm just curious. So like, so I personally, I think I'm okay once I get into a conversation, but I'm really bad in text, but also like initiating conversations with people, right? Like if I don't go to parties and shit, but if I did, I would just like sit in the corner and probably just not talk to people, to be honest, right? Is like, do you have trouble with both, or is it mainly the in conversation part? Like,
well, I have problems in conversation which results as an issue of starting them. I can start a conversation with anybody. I don't have an issue doing that. The issue that I have about starting it is because I know once I start it, I can't do anything with it. So like, as an example, how I know this is one day I was trying to solve that question. Do I have an issue initiating conversation, or do I have an issue maintaining a conversation? So how to prove this is I was just like, okay, I'm just going to start a conversation. It's going to be diabolically awkward, but I'm going to start a conversation with every single person in an area. And I started a conversation with, I think, 30 different people. It wasn't a problem. It wasn't hard. The problem is every single one of them were cringe. They all were pretty bad. Actually, no, there was 2 of them that were, but, yeah, they were all pretty bad. And I was like, oh, okay, so I don't have an issue starting the conversation. My lack of desire to start it comes from a knowledge of what happens after that fact. So,
okay. Yeah. Sorry, I was just curious. I don't watch a lot. I just will see you on Destiny sometimes, so.
It is what it is. F. Mogus, did you have a question?
Listen, okay, I think that the Israel-Palestine shit is ruining people's minds when it comes to dating. There have been so many retarded spats that I know of, in my friends group and outside of my friends group, that have just started because one person thinks differently on the issue and the other person thinks differently. But it is difficult when you're interested in politics like I am, and I use my Instagram to put stories up about it and stuff like that. And there have been some interesting conversations from that. I don't know how it is with the dating, because I have a girlfriend, but she doesn't really care about politics. But yeah. Why not just say that you stream video games? Why does it have to be political if you think that someone's going to have a different
because they just
opinion?
see my Instagram. Stuff like that, or they see my Twitter, or they see my whatever. Because when I say, hey, I stream, they always ask for any social. And I know I could just be like, oh, I'm I'm a private guy, whatever. But yeah, and I probably should say that, but I don't know. To me, it just feels weird to hide it.
It sounds like your problem is that the conversation starts off very serious. It starts off 5 stages down the road. So I would try and work on a system or some kind of solution to that problem where you can de-escalate at the beginning so that you can re-escalate later, if that makes sense with the political shit.
Sure. That's just my cryptic, surface level conversations are really only conversations about hobbies and interests. That becomes very, very difficult to do, I think, a lot of women, because I have very little shared interests and stuff. So I just end up
well, here I don't think but that's what I'm saying. I don't think the interview thing is typically that bad, honestly.
It is. You should take a look at some of the footage that exists. There's footage. There's
I'm sure it would be
dates.
cringe if I did see that footage, but it would not probably be cringe because you're interviewing. It would probably be cringe for other reasons. Because I'm sure somebody else could probably do the interview thing, but in a way that kind of leads the conversation a little bit better, if that makes sense.
Well, the issue is that sharing of any of my interests or hobbies falls on deaf ears. I very rarely, there was a single time that I can remember. Actually, there was 2 different times that I can remember where a woman I was either on a date with or actively pursuing or dating showed interest in one of my personal hobbies, one of which it was, well, I mean, both times it was over Warhammer, but it was met with them saying, oh, wow, that's so cool, whatever. And they just didn't really look into it at all or didn't do anything with it. And that only lasted the first time. And the other one was them saying that they would like play it with me or interact with me, and they just never did. So, but other than that, every single time that I brought up like an interest, a personal interest of mine, it's been met with like nothing, like no interest, like a change of the topic. So it really presents as I can't really talk about myself. I can only talk about them. And then the second issue is a lack of escalation. So I can't escalate past just asking basic questions. And then I also can't share any details about myself. So it's literally me asking them every single question I can possibly think of in a short period of time. And actually, as an example, okay, because I forgot about this. This is ancient tech, okay? Back in Arizona, there was a chick that I had matched with on Tinder, okay? This chick, she and I spent the first day that we had met, we had spent the whole day together, right? And I'm not joking. I think the first day we spent, I think I tracked it. It was either 12 or 14 hours with me interviewing her. I swear to God, I knew every single thing about this woman. Every single thing. I knew a chronological, like, autobiography level of knowledge about this woman. It was insane. I knew all of her friends' names. I knew who they dated. I knew who they got cheated on, who they broke up with. I knew so much, everything you could realistically imagine, because we stayed up, not joking, with me asking her questions for 14 hours. Bit of a red flag that she didn't really ask much of anything about me, but it happened. Yeah. It's just an example of like, hey, I can do this, but it's not going to go anywhere.
When it does come to your own hobbies, do you ever when you're like giving your own hobbies to them, like explaining what you like and stuff, do you ever try to ask them if they're into that stuff? And if you do ask them that, do you ever try to like give them examples of stuff that they could like do with you? Like obviously you've said Warhammer and stuff, but like if they do say they're into video games or whatever, do you ask them like what type of video games they like, and have you ever tried to like play them with them, even if you don't like them? Like you might not like Fortnite, but they might say it is something that they're into. Have you ever?
No, I've never gotten that far with anybody who plays like games like that, really. Wait, that's actually not true. I used to play specific games with one of my exes that I was not really a fan of, but yeah, it can happen, and it has happened.
I think that's one of the biggest things that I've done is like someone that really likes video games and stuff. When it comes to women that say that they're into it, like I'll just reach out and do any type of video game that they want to play, and then slowly get them into the video games that I like. Well, same thing for like interests. If they have interests that don't make any sense to you or that you're not interested in, you can try to like reach out and try to do that with them. Like if the conversation starts to fizzle out or whatever after you've done the whole interview thing, start being like, well, you like this thing, why don't we try to go and do that? I mean, that's kind of how I get women to actually be interested in me doing something that I don't really care doing, so I can kind of like shut my brain off and not care about it, but do it with them. So now I'm on a date with them. Just makes them like, feel like you're interested.
Getting to that step is kind of difficult for me because I can't present myself as interesting enough to be able to get to an activity. Get to an activity phase. So usually it's very difficult for me to be able to get to that phase. But how
does the conversation like kind of like stop? Like, do you have an example of how the conversation ends after
I just keep asking them questions and then they stop responding?
I think like for the interview shit, right? Like, I don't know, like I don't know. I'm sure I could go look at your Tinder streams or whatever and maybe get a better picture, but like I think like something really important for interviewing is obviously you have to seem like genuinely interested, right? Like you shouldn't just ask whatever questions, just ask whatever questions, right? Like you should probably like dig into stuff that you're more interested in, and then like trying to relate that to stuff, even if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And there's interest, like
let me
relating
just
it to your
parallel
interests
this
and
because
stuff,
I forgot about one interest, because maybe this can skip like 80% of the next question.
Sure.
But the thing is, right, all of my interests are very not interesting to women. How do I know this? Okay, I could say this, you know, somebody asked earlier, what are my interests? Physics, like super deep, like number-based video games like Path of Exile, Hearts of Iron, CK3, Barotrauma. Well, Barotrauma isn't super numbers-based, depending on your thing, but you understand what I'm saying. Things like this, Broken Arrow. These games are what I like playing. I think these player bases for all of these games are like maybe sub 5%. It's no women play these. No women have heard of these games. But no women have heard of these games. However, I was like, okay, how do I address that it's the topic and not my presentation? It was because I realized like a year ago, like 2 or 3 years ago, I was interested in something else that women are interested in, reality TV. And the moment that I realized that, and I actually started applying that, it was a game changer. It's 100% the Hobbies. It's not my presentation, because if I start talking about Love is Blind or any of these different things, women just open up instantly. Okay, so you talk about like, you know, propulsion or ballistics and stuff like that, it's dead air unless you got like Crazy Riz or something like that with it, which is just not realistic. I'm not going to have it. But if you start talking about like Love is Blind, so many different women will instantly gravitate towards that. It will instantly entirely change the dynamic of the conversation. So it's like, okay, it is my Hobbies. It's not necessarily just my presentation. So, yeah.
And you have no hobbies like that right now, right? Like you're saying, like, because you did watch reality TV. You don't. I mean, you have old knowledge on it. I don't really watch it anymore,
but I have an interest in it. So there's that. Yeah.
But do you have like, even if it's like, so for example, right, like, I don't play these games right now, but I played Overwatch and Valorant a lot, right? If I'm talking like generally to women, like those are the games they play more. I'm not going to talk about fucking Rivals of Aether.
Well, yeah, the problem is I don't. All of the games that I play, women don't play. Every one of them. So that's
but
not
you
even.
Don't, even games that you used to. I mean, surely you've played shit like Overwatch before, like
not
or
really.
Any game. Like,
I literally don't. I can think of like 4 characters from Overwatch.
Which is why I said you should like try to like get them to be into it by doing something that you don't like, even if it's not video games. Like if you hear in the interview portion that they like doing something, then be like, hey, I'd be down to like try that with you, even if you don't give a shit.
The issue with that is then you need to present yourself as being interesting enough to be able to get to the point where you do that. So for instance, with like Love is Blind, a lot of these people will be like, oh my God, I love that show, whatever. And the only real way that I have to be able to connect from that moment where we have that shared interest that we both like to actually like doing anything to do with that, like maybe watching it over Discord or something, I need to present myself as likable all the way through that, which is really difficult. With like Love is Blind and stuff, what I would really have to do is I would have to talk about something like that, or Love is Blind itself, to be able to have that shared interest enough to carry me to it. The problem is I haven't watched the show in quite a long time. I like the show, I have interest in the show, but I haven't watched it in a long time, so I can't be like, oh my God, you remember this episode, you remember that episode, or whatever. And so it's just like, oh, you like Love is Blind? I like Love is Blind. And then I can't really talk about it because I don't really know much about it, and I'm not funny or entertaining at all outside of this, so it just hits dead air. And then it's like, well, I would watch this with you, it's a common interest, but you're boring, so I don't want to do that.
I'm talking about things that you don't like have a common interest in. So like if they bring
the same rules
if they bring up that they want to rock climb or whatever, or you're asking them like, what do you like doing,
they're not going to meet with me to rock climb. If we both find out that we like rock climbing, I have to be sufficiently funny and entertaining enough to get to the date. And that is the problem. So I find the shared interest. Now, in order to do the shared interest, I need to be sufficiently entertaining leading up to experiencing that shared interest.
Wait, I don't understand why you can't talk about like Love is Blind though. I mean, like, let's say for example they say like they watch reality TV or something, right?
Yep.
You know, it comes up. Why can't you just say like, oh, like I used to watch this a lot, but like I quit around here or whatever. I don't watch the show. I don't know if it's like one continuous show or if it's, you know, seasonal. Like I don't know how this shit works. Yeah, but like why can't you just say like, oh, like I watch like these seasons and like I like these characters or whatever the fuck. I don't know the show. But you know, like,
because so there's a couple of reasons why I don't remember half of them, and I don't remember half the shit that went on because these shows are money printing machines that last forever. Okay, each season has like 50 episodes and they're all like an hour long. So it's just forever and it's just way too much. I don't even remember it. But for the limited stuff that I do remember, I just like restate that they happened and I have like no jokes or really any added commentary. So it's just like really hard. I can't be entertaining.
One thing you can do is you could say, oh, I like Love is Blind, but you haven't watched it in a while. And then you can ask her what's going on in the current season and her opinions on the certain people. I think that's a really
and then we're
good
back
way.
to the interview thing.
No, because it's less of an interview thing and it's more asking her opinions, and then you can either have your own opinion or you can like expand on that a little bit more.
Right, and that's the interview thing. Is I can expand on their opinions and my opinions. So hold on, let me just define what the interview thing is. Very simply, I am not funny. I'm not entertaining. I understand that some people might think that I'm funny or entertaining because you watch me or whatever. It's probably a bit of the Halo effect, whatever. But I'm not funny or entertaining. So when they talk about these things, I'm asking them, "What's your favorite character?" "Oh, it's Todd." "Oh, why is it Todd?" "Oh, well, Todd did this really cool thing where he was like, I don't know, cheating on a bunch of people and is really entertaining." "Oh, wow, that's cool. Do you have any other reason why you like Todd?" "No, I think Todd is actually like I think he's pretty handsome and pretty cute." "Oh, cool. Is there any other characters you find to be pretty handsome and pretty cute?" Yeah, you know, like Jeff. Jeff is pretty interesting." "Oh, really, Jeff? Can you tell me a little bit more about Jeff?" "Jeff, yeah, he you know, he was dating this one chick for like 10 episodes or whatever, and I felt like he was really sweet and really nice and really kind." "Oh, okay. Why do you think he was really sweet?" And you already understand the problem. You already understand the problem.
I understand where you're coming from, why that's a problem, and is because you won't stick on one of those questions and like sit there and actually have a combo with it. And do you actually know why you're not able to do that? Do you think it's because you're not, like,
I can stick with these things. The example I gave isn't the issue. Isn't my ability to stick on a topic. My issue is to make me asking questions entertaining. You can asking questions is not entertaining. Asking questions with engaging commentary is entertaining.
Expand off of that question. Like if you ask somebody, if you ask one of the women, like, why do you find this thing entertaining inside of it, and they say, "Oh, I find it entertaining for X, Y, and Z reasons," you don't immediately go into well, I think it's entertaining for this reason. Have you ever thought about like watching this thing over here or anything like that? You'll go straight into continuing.
No. You're assuming something, and I'm trying to be clear to you.
This. I'm not.
Yes. So yeah, the reason why is because none of that is actually entertaining. Right? What is entertaining is specific commentary, jokes, and that's what's entertaining, right? There is a specific type of person that you might be referring to that might be entertained by that, where it's like, hey, let's have this whatever conversation. This is a very small group of people. And how do I know this? Because I have a fantastic example. It's the reason why I moved in with him, Darius. He is the exact opposite. This guy has the most shallow commentary out of anybody I've ever known. Okay, most of his openers is woof 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 a million times. Okay, he has no commentary, no depth, but he does really well. Weird. Why? Well, if you look at like a contrast of how people respond to him versus people respond to me, they seem entertained and engaged with these types of things. And if you mix them, that's the perfect blend, right? If you do too much of just asking somebody questions with no entertaining commentary, no jokes, no banter in it, I'm effectively just like a goddamn AI chatbot asking a million different questions. It's like when you play these whatever games and they don't make any jokes. They're just like, yes, how was your day? Oh, your day was good.
That's
yes.
what I meant earlier. Like, I think you're just putting way too much value on what you say. Like, think about Darius. How much does he value the actual like words that come out of his mouth compared to like just?
He does. He
the
values
vibe
them,
in
but
general?
the things that he values are
It
different.
when he says woof 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 woof.
Yes,
he
does.
values that.
Yes, he does. He just because he
So he
thinks
like
it's
thought
funny.
about that for like
Yes,
an
he does.
hour
He
before
thinks
it
it's
was like
funny.
a strategically.
Well,
but
you
no,
should
it's
actually,
funny.
you should
It is
actually
funny,
watch.
but part of why it's funny
you should
is
watch
because
him do. I can just. You should watch him doing it today. He did it today, and he was sitting with Danny behind him, and he was typing a message, and I'm not joking. Sat there for 5 minutes because he matched with somebody whose name was Z, and he's like, "You can call me D," and because I'll give you that D, Z. No. And then he backed up and he sat there and he literally looked up how many words are between or letters are between D and Z to see if it matched up with her age or I think it was how many miles away she was from him. And he was going to type, oh yeah, D and Z, 24 letters apart, just like 24 miles apart from each other. It's meant
but
to
that's
be.
like a
And he's like,
retarded
no,
thought
it's
to
like,
have. Like,
so he's
No,
going through, he's thinking about these things.
Don't get
He's
me wrong.
like
Don't get me
super
wrong.
whatever. He's thinking
Women
about
love
them.
that.
He's thinking about them, but he's just thinking about different things than I am. Do you understand?
I don't think he's thinking about it in the same way that you
That
mean.
is what is
thinking about
happening.
it.
He is thinking about it.
He is.
But you're not even letting. Hang on. No. I think that what it is like he's thinking about it in a more like creative kind of sense, whereas you're doing more of like an analysis. You're being like very left-brained about it, and he's a genius in a very like right-brained kind of way. If that makes sense.
Yes, he is thinking about it in a way where it's like, how can I entertain this person for long enough to make them want to see me in real life?
Yeah,
that's
like
what
that idea with the letters between
Oh,
D and Z.
really?
That's
I
the
got a
kind of
question.
thing that just like pops into your head
Sure,
like that.
yes.
You know, it's not something that comes from deep
but
analysis.
That is going to be
when Darius
hold on. Just let me. That's going to tend to be more successful, right, when it comes to getting people to want to hang out with you than the polar opposite, which is, in my mind, like what is entertaining or engaging is like the most milquetoast bland whatever interview riz that you can think of. Go ahead, Derry.
Yeah. So when Darius IRL does his woof 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 thing, and that's his like cold approach, if the woman, right, was just like gave him a look and kind of walked away, what would that do to Darius IRL? Would it destroy him, or he would just move on?
It depends on it. I've seen it destroy him.
No, he would just move on. It's more about the woman that rejects him rather than the opener, I'd say. I'd assume that he'd just walk away, though. It's not like he's gonna walk. He's not gonna be like, oh
I
man,
mean,
my
if
woof,
we're
woof, woof
talking
opener
about
is bad.
specifically Darius, if it's a hot enough woman, he's going to care a lot. If it's a woman that isn't super hot, he's not going to care. And I'm assuming you want to separate it from Darius specifically, and what you want to say is that you would do something else. But I've seen him specifically strike out with like a really hot woman with that opener, and he was like tossed.
Yeah, but I think it's less
Have
about
you seen him strike out and then like not also care?
Yeah, he's usually with less attractive women. Yeah.
Yeah. Is your goal just to like be a fuckboy and find somebody and like get them to sleep with you, or are you trying to find like
my goal, at least for this type of stuff, not like dating in general, but for analyzing my behavior, is to get better at knowing how to relate with people and be an entertaining person to other individuals. In this specific circumstance, it's women, but
okay, so you just kind of want to like pick them up and not really like sleep with them, just like go on dates. Have you?
If you want to talk about what I'm doing right now, all I want to do is be entertaining enough for a person to want to talk to me for more than 6 hours.
Sure. I mean, 6 hours would be a long date. Have you tried any cold openings yourself? Like, just trying them out?
You talking about jokes?
Yeah, I mean, anything like that Darius RL does, and he goes up to a woman.
I've tried.
Cold opens. How'd it go?
Poorly.
Like, no numbers ever?
No.
No? How'd you feel afterwards?
How many?
I mean, it's methodical. I'm like trying things and seeing what works and what doesn't. So I'm not super beat up about it.
Oh, I mean, that's a huge advantage, because a lot of the reasons that I've found that like young people can't find dates is because they're scared of the rejection. Which
no, I'm
I was
not
gonna
scared of
say-
rejection at all. In any way, I went to I use this example as because again I've gone through the methodology of like looking at all the typical things that hold people back, and I went through it. So like, am I scared to approach people? Nope. I address that. Am I scared of being rejected? No, because I walked up to like 30 people, tried to ask them like out or stuff like that, and when they said no, I looked at how I felt and I was like, I don't really care. It's really not that big of a deal. But just, you know, they just said no. So just going through each thing and figuring out what is my problem is something that I've done. It's not like I just walk into these situations and I'm just like haphazardly going about it. It's very deliberate how I move.
You're taking an iterative approach. I do that for a lot of things. But when it comes to relationships and finding people, it's like you really got to have like your goal kind of in mind. I mean, I've been in a place where it's like, okay, I just gotta I want to find someone for the weekend. I want to find someone while I'm in town, whatever. And that like makes a big difference, because if you're just finding someone to like date, I mean, honestly, in your position, you should use any kind of like dating website, speed dating, like anything that gets you in contact with people that are trying to meet people. Just like put yourself in there and then suffer rejection. As much as you have, you've beaten one step where that's not like holding you back, where you fear someone saying no. So if you're doing an iterative approach,
just to be clear, when I'm going into these situations, my goal isn't necessarily to get a partner, right? Because I think that's shooting too high at the moment, right? What my goal is very basic: have a positive interaction with this person. Right? That's what my goal is. Whenever I'm entering these situations, have a positive, have the conclusion of this conversation, the conclusion of this interaction be positive. That's like my goal, right?
So that's like, to me, when I say date, I mean like you go out with somebody, intentionally meeting somewhere, hanging out for like a couple hours, and then like going on your way, or not, but but that's like the expectation when I say date, and that's what I mean by like that's what you should look for. Like, hey, let's meet somewhere for coffee. If there's like, like a special thing, like a festival going on in town, just find someone to meet up. Like that's like the best thing, because no one wants to go to those things alone, right? So if you're like, hey, looking for a date to go to this festival, let's go. Anything that just basically has you like in a place where people normally go with other people, or even like intentionally like dating spots. Like if you're willing to give me like your city name, I can like find these places for you. And it can even, it could probably be some level of content if that's, your goal too as well. But if you just want to go on dates, I mean, I can find you dates.
I know. So again, in this specific instance, well, either way, I don't, especially going into this, I'm not super sure. Like I'm thinking about deleting all of my dating apps, where I would have to change them to short term only. But I'm not right now. I am not specifically looking for dating or long term dating prospects like I would almost always, because I am probably going to leave here soon, and I don't want to do that, because typically what I would probably do is find places like you're talking about to meet somebody IRL, because I think in general I'm better IRL. But I think in general I am better IRL because I can have other things carry a lot more, which is like my physical appearance, because I don't think I'm a bad looking person. My eye contact and body language and stuff like that, I believe can carry a lot more in person than it can through like text. I'm like horrible in texting. And I also look really bad, I feel like, in the like FaceTime shit. So like meeting up IRL is way easier for me.
That's good. That's some confidence too. I appreciate that's good. That's like the next step that I normally ask people who are like online in these spaces. Are like, okay, rejection's bad. How are you in IRL?
I think if you're coming from IRL though, like it's almost like easier if like that's what you're used to, because it gives you an out of like, oh, I can be sarcastic and use body language and shit like that. Whereas like by text, it's really hard to like get that across in the same way. So if you're more used to the first one.
Yeah, I'm very like animate with my hands. So for me to be as expressive as I'd like, people have to kind of see me. I mean, I get that. But I mean, really, okay, you gotta like. I think I got it. I think I got something that might help, because it seems like your standards are one where like you meet somebody and you have a positive experience, and then after that you meet somebody with the intention to like marry them and have kids. I think what you should aim for is kind of something in between that, where you meet somebody to go on date, expect it to be like one date, right? And then if it continues, great, you know, you're gonna move, so no expectations, and you know, just have that as your aim and your goal. And then that is also something that's like probably most of the single people, what they're looking for is just that, is just to have these experiences where you meet someone, you go out, you do something, you know, somebody new, it might lead to something else, but it's just kind of the experience. And that's something that's pretty readily available. It's just, you can take your iterative approach to that too, where you go and then think about it later.
I don't necessarily think it's that simple. So like, as an example, I tried this strategy when I was back up in Washington. I knew I was moving. I told the other person I was moving, and you know, we interacted, and then we got really close, and then I had to move, and it sucked. It was really bad. It was really bad for both of us. So like, just doing like, hey, you know, this is going to be a limited thing or whatever, especially knowing me and how I am, I tend to get attached. It's probably just going to result in me just kind of like getting fucked on that. So I don't think it's really that simple.
Like heartbroken?
Yeah, I was like, yeah, I really like that person. The person really liked me.
Yeah. No, I'm not gonna shit talk or something like that. I'm a romantic myself, so I get that. But that still seems to go along with my assumption here, in that you should just aim for the single date thing, you know.
Well, either way, the single date thing falls under the thing which I have been doing, which is trying to figure out how to get a positive interaction, because that interaction could take the form of a date. All like my issue. Huh?
How long have you been dating people?
Realistically, about 3.5 years.
Okay.
Going on 4.
And you're what, 25 now?
27.
Wait, 27. Okay. Okay, so you haven't been dating for very long.
Yep.
Yeah, so before you think about positive experiences, just getting experience would be my guess. Would be my recommendation. Better not just.
I mean, he lives with Darius.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm getting experience. I have like, in the 3.5 year period, I have a lot of experience, like in that year, those years, just descriptively.
Person you dated, was it not positive in your opinion? Even the person you dated, was it not positive in your opinion?
It's positive in that I learned something, but it was like emotionally horrible.
Yeah, I mean, no, that's like quintessential. Like my first relationships, you know, they got pretty heartbroken when I got involved with them as well. But overall, it's, you know, it's it might be corny, but I mean, it's better to have loved than lost. And
it doesn't like super solve the problem. I just have like years and years and years to make up for. Is the issue, because there's an expectation for me to be considerably better than where I am right now, and that expectation, I mean, the train is leaving the station, so either I have to have a lot more experience under my belt, disproportionately in gaining experience relative to my age, or I have to just, I guess, find a really, really cool person who's like more cool disproportionately than what I would typically expect. Huh?
What's your age range?
I'd say probably the abs. I mean, I don't really have like a hard age range. I really wouldn't feel comfortable dating anybody 15? Under 21, probably.
Age cap?
The cap maybe like 40.
Okay, that's pretty flexible.
So,
how many people above your age have you dated, would you say?
Half of them.
Wow, okay. I was gonna say, if you find somebody with more experience, that, you know, they're usually in. I'm 35 now, and so like the dating of people around my age, they're usually a lot more understanding. Like everyone has kind of shit going on. Everyone has, you know, problems. And I was gonna recommend if you if you focus on people that are a little bit older, just for like casual, single dates or whatever, you probably have better luck, because those people are just kind of looking for positive interactions as well and just being social.
In my experience, a lot of older people tend to, it's quite the opposite. Older people tend to be looking for a partner. Most single older people want to settle down. Younger people are going to look for more single one-off interactions.
I think it depends on the age range.
Like if you're dating someone that's older and they want a partner, they're not bullshitting around. They're like, hey, I want someone to spend the rest of my life with. Is that you? Here's the date. Just gonna figure that out. But I mean, like they're clear about it. So I mean, if you're still aiming for like a one-person date and the experience of the date itself is what you're after, then I mean, what about that does not?
So just to be clear, this whole conversation shouldn't be guided around my personal relationship and dating experience. Not to like kind of toot my own horn. I'm almost confident that I know exactly what to do. The issue is it's difficult to be able to do this because it requires other people, and that's very, very unfamiliar of a territory for me to be in regards to self-improvement. Usually in regards to self-improvement, I only require myself, and it's like way easier, or maybe at most it'll be like me and my brother, and it's way easier to do any measure of self-improvement. The issue with this is it requires other people, like third parties, to be able to do, and so it's just going to take like time and effort and repetition. The initial statements or whatever that I was making was generalized statements about the difficulty of how these things would be applicable to like the general public.
So your independency, is it not a situation? Is it something you want to change? Because you seem to be positive and it's a comfort zone. And what's wrong with it?
You talk about with being single?
Yeah, your independency, like you're happy with your bros, literally, and it just
so for me, like I don't need a partner right now or anything like that. However, it would be nice to have one, and most importantly, I was very ignorant of this fact that I kind of fell for the like just be yourself all the way up until like I want to say 19 or something like this. But the issue is that there is an expectation, there is a decorum, there is expectations of me as a person, and there's expectations of me as a man. And unfortunately, those expectations are just pretty traditional and pretty cringe. So I'm going to need to get better at doing a lot of these things that I really don't like doing, that is not supernatural to me, in order to, when I am ready or desiring a partner, I have the experience. Because getting all of this experience when I'm like 30 or whatever, whenever, maybe next year, whenever I think is like, okay, yeah, I really, really want a partner, let's make this happen, having the experience to be able to like actually make good on that is kind of a requirement. So it's just what it is.
So it's like you're trying to practice for finding a very special someone. Is that right?
I'm just trying to make sure that I am I don't view all of these interactions as practice. Anytime I try and engage with somebody, it's somebody that I'm prepared if things go on. They could be a long-term partner, but the whole point is to make myself as well prepared for it to happen when it happens.
I kind of want to go back to something, right? Because and you said you wanted to make it more general, not necessarily just about you, right? So like, going back to like how you transition, because I think interview style, like kind of dating Riz or whatever the fuck, you have to like be able to transition that into like something where you talk. Not just about like interviewing them, right? You have a more maybe substantial conversation or whatever, right? And like, I'm not very good with this like specific way to do it, but right. So like you gave the example of like, oh, like they talk about this character and why they like them. Maybe you can get like a clip of them or something, and then you could talk about like you could like have a story of somebody doing like acting very similar to this character, and you can transition it into like more conversation from there. I think I'm not very good with stories because I don't fucking remember shit. But like, I think going from interview style, like that's like the main thing, it seems like, right? Like that's like that's something that's really hard to do, going from interview style to like a more substantive conversation, right? Like
no, that's not the issue. The issue is making the interview style or the substantive conversation entertaining. My issue.
Really?
I
don't understand what you mean when you say that. I guess like what
Yeah,
like
so
what is
asking-
it like? Is it the random jokes like?
Yeah, random jokes, inserting my a person. I'm not gonna say my personality, because inserting my personality is what I do. The problem is that my personality being inserted is not entertaining to most people and most women. But the inserting.
Are we trying to be general or not?
Well,
yeah. So the reason why I'm using me in this example, when I do agree that we should be, hold on, figure out a way to fix this, doing a general conversation, is because I guess I could rephrase it, but the whole idea is that the general person that I think is going to incur like similar problems in dating is going to have similar problems where they're just really not very funny because they don't have very good social skills. Because if you let's just be honest, if you do interview Riz and you're funny, you win. Congratulations. If you know how to ask like good questions that lead to good ends, and then you're entertaining and engaging, you've won. It's a good job.
If you can be entertaining with your charisma and have that like lead, then I mean, fantastic. You have a talent and probably took a lot of experience. But you know, I most people don't have that kind of like almost marketable level of charisma, yet people still find ways to.
Yeah, I agree. Yes, I understand. But the difference is they have some measure of entertainment, because that's what carries. Having those, just to be clear, having deep conversations is not what attracts people. Being entertaining is what attracks people. Making jokes and
I agree
doing
with
these
that,
things.
but you're a streamer. What makes you think that you're like so much less entertaining than the average person?
Because it's pretty simple. I talk about very specific topics that I am very specifically interested in a very specific way, where I don't really have to fall onto those ideas.
But like
of,
logistical stuff is all like drama stuff, you know what I mean? And there's a lot of fucking around in those conversations and banter and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's because those are already topics that I'm interested in, usually with people that are interested in those topics. Those aren't like random people walking into like a bar where they have no real idea what's going on. Everybody kind of has a general idea of what's happening, and they have a general...
And way too much pressure on yourself.
Hold on, give me a sec. They have a general interest in what's happening.
Yeah, I can kind of see what you mean by that, but I don't know. I think you have to kind of separate the specific topics from like the general vibe of fucking around a little bit. Because I find that like myself in person or by text or anything like that, I can just like fuck around on anything. If I want to get deep and get serious about something, obviously it has to be something I know about that I'm familiar with. But in general, I think there's kind of like a headspace you can just like put yourself in where you just become like, I don't know, retarded in the best way possible, like, basically. That's what I've found. I've managed to develop as
finish
of late.
kind of what I was
anyway.
saying. There's a two-part thing before. So the second part is you can let your style work for you if you kind of let your planning do some of the work. So if you plan for something that will kind of take away the requirement for you to stress your charisma muscle. So like if you're at something that requires eating, you're not going to always be yapping while you're eating. If you're doing some like volleyball, you're playing a game, you're not really yapping. So if you plan out where you don't have to like talk as much, I don't feel that pressure to kind of keep a conversation like that going. I think that would be playing to your strengths.
Wait, I think we need context of the situation here, because I thought we had trouble getting to the date, is what Reddy said before. Yeah, so is the context of the situation like a dating app, for an example? Yeah.
Let's just use that as a context.
Yeah, I think in most cases, the general, like, broad solution to this would always be, like, you have to view conversations as like a loop. If you're using interview questions, I wouldn't really advise using interview questions on the dating app because you have to be exciting on the dating app, right?
I agree. I completely agree with that analysis.
But I think the main thing that you should be doing is just pushing yourself as an interesting person, and it's not about making yourself interesting. It's about just talking about yourself, storytelling. Like, what do you do on a what do you do in your day-to-day life, or something that you've done that rubbed you the wrong way that you find interesting, something that gives them insight into who you are. I think that's literally all you really need to do.
Yeah. So the difficulty with doing that is that when I have done it, it has been very unsuccessful. That's part of my issue, because I agree with you on what the problem is. You can't have interview Riz on a dating app. It's just not the way anybody uses dating apps. Nobody's going on a dating app and then is going to get 30 different messages about like what's your cat's name, oh, when'd you get your cat, whatever. Nobody's going to be responsive to that. Okay, they might respond like 4 or 5 times and then they're probably just going to stop doing it. So you have to find a way to be able to be engaging and entertaining, to be able to kind of like get their attention and make them want to continue talking to you. And that is again where I feel like a lot of issues can come about.
So just joining in, I got a quick question for you. When you have said in the past that you tried to show this interest,
is he lagging for anybody else, or is it just me?
He's lagging that tactic, and then gone back to the. Oh, my bad.
Start again.
You're lagging a lot.
Hello.
Hey, go ahead. Try again.
Okay, you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, so what I was saying is, in the times that you have tried to be the interesting side and show your interesting side, but had not much success in that aspect, have you gone back to your quote unquote your sales pitch and then continue using that type of however you talk to them? Because in my experience, how I've had better success in finding somebody who's actually going to be interested in me is just being myself, just being open, just literally saying what I like. And if they don't like and you don't have success with them, there's a lot more out there. But it shouldn't diverge you from being yourself and showing the interest that you showed to the things that you like because they didn't like it. Okay, that's just one person that didn't like it. What if you're just being yourself? You got to improve your sales pitch, if anything speaking, of how you present yourself and what really interests you, so they can start asking questions about those specific topics. And then, it just gives you that talking point. But in my personal opinion, if you diverge from being yourself and then just trying to overthink the scenario like a Rubik's Cube on what do they like, how can I approach this conversation based on the 4 pictures that they have, and I was like, when was the last time that you gone there? Where the fuck is that? Because I want to go there myself. You want to ride with me? Okay. Let's go again. You already know where it's at.
I understand what you're saying. The issue is this advice, if it worked, there would be no incels, because literally every single person alive is told to be yourself and just do your own thing. The problem is the way that you sell yourself and the way that you talk about yourself for a lot of people is very unintuitive, in a way that makes you entertaining and engaging. It's a learned skill. Maybe you already have that skill and you learned how to do that. Good for you, but not everybody has that learned skill.
That's what I was just. I've been in the medical field for 14 years, so interacting and social abilities is just one of my strong suits. I have very high charisma in that aspect too, so I totally understand what you're saying. But I back to what you were saying is, if you don't learn how to properly express what your interests are in a manner that sounds interesting, you're always going to think that you're not interesting at all, but really, you're just not knowing how to express that. You know what I mean?
Well, to be clear, I know that I'm an interesting person. I know for a fact I am. But that doesn't mean that, again, I can present it to other people in a way that is interesting and engaging. Nor do I think that most people would find me to be interesting and engaging. I like my hobbies, that's why I have them. I like my interests, that's why I have them. I like the things that I do, that's why I do them. I find them to be interesting, so I think I'm an interesting person. Most people would probably disagree with me, and if we're talking about whether or not I'm an interesting person in regards to most people's opinion, I would say I'm probably not. But again, just to be clear, presenting my life in the way that it is to people will get me further, in an interesting way, will get me further, even if I don't actually have a very interesting life. to most people. And that's just kind of like where it is. And again, I use like Darius as like a backdrop to be able to kind of emblemize this or display this, because Darius has a life that, frankly put, is not, I think, as interesting as mine. As much as I love that brother, I don't think his life is as interesting as mine, but he can be incredibly entertaining and engaging to a lot of people that makes them feel interested and makes them want to like learn more about him.
I don't know who that is, but I'll take your word on it.
And we're talking about over text as well, right? Just to be clear.
Sorry, say again.
The be yourself thing. That's not like that's good advice, but that's not step one advice. The thing like be yourself is supposed to be, if have this complete person that's like a fake, and that's what you're giving people, and the real you that doesn't have any of these hobbies, you're not really into like football or their team or some shit, and then you kind of get lost along the way. Like that's when be yourself is like important, because you want to like be comfortable with who you are around somebody, but that shouldn't be like how you engage with people on like a step one level.
Yeah. I mean, it's just that advice should really only... Please don't tell me these guys are going to shoot at me. Oh no, are they with me? They look like they might be shooting me. My bad. So, the issue with I don't think being yourself is good advice for everybody. I think it's generalized advice for an issue that a lot of people run into. However, I don't believe that that is the issue that most...
What's the alternative?
To what? Being yourself?
Yeah, what's the alternative?
Advice? My alternative advice is to because I believe most people, particularly men, but most people in general who are struggling with datings are struggling because of social skills. So it's good to get XP.
Skills, wouldn't you still say that you're even if you make yourself improvement, you're still being yourself? Just that these certain characteristics have improved?
Yeah, so you just social skills.
Yeah,
that's what it's going to be. I think most people who
also like a chess game. Why is it to you like a chess game?
Yeah, so most people who struggle with dating because, in my opinion, because they have poor social skills. Please don't shoot me.
A lot of people.
Huh?
Would you say that they haven't interacted with a lot of people?
You sound like you're underwater, brother. I can't understand anything you're saying.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, barely understand you.
Like a foot underwater, not 10 feet.
Can you respond to what I said? Why is it that
Sorry, what did? Sorry, what specifically were you saying?
Shit. Is this any better?
Yeah, a little bit, better. I think. We'll see.
I was saying, would you say it's because they haven't interacted with a lot of people?
Yeah, in general, they have very little social XP. They have not interacted with enough people to be able to get the XP necessary to be good at socializing. So really, the only way to do it is to practice by talking to a bunch of people, and unfortunately, you're going to make a lot of people uncomfortable. So you need to be okay with making people uncomfortable. And so the first step of that, if you understand that you're going to have to make people uncomfortable, is knowing the bounds of what's reasonable, what level of uncomfort or whatever that you can put on people to that is reasonable. Right? So like, what way can I interact with somebody that if they feel uncomfortable, it's really not that big of a deal? It's kind of to be expected inside of real life. So a good example was me and Darius. We went, and while we were in Arizona, we went downtown. And we were trying to interview people, to do street interviews. The problem is we went down there for 2.5 hours and we didn't interview a single person. And the reason why is because both me and him were so crippled with the idea that we would inconvenience anybody by asking them any questions. And then so we went home, we reanalyzed, and we were just like, okay, this is like a learned response where we're trying to make sure people are not uncomfortable, but it's like too much. It's toxic. There is nothing wrong with making somebody uncomfortable by asking them a question on the sidewalk. There's nothing wrong. If you're uncomfortable with that, get fucked. You're in public. That's to be expected. And so that's the mentality we have to go with. Hey, would you like to do a street interview? And if they're like really uncomfortable about that, fuck you. It doesn't matter. That's to be expected. You're outside walking around on the sidewalk. And once we kind of approached it with that mentality, it's like, oh, okay, so we can do totally normal things that are not super disruptive to people in public, and that allowed us a little bit more leeway and to feel a little bit more comfortable with being kind of disruptive to them.
Yeah, it sounds like you're a people pleaser. That's kind of like an archetype of person of like trouble with dating, right?
Yes, that is a problem. Yeah, that I'm experiencing.
Yeah. Do you see how it's kind of, it will be weird for the person on the other receiving end?
What, the idea that I would interrupt somebody in the middle of like walking around?
Yes, because like, say I'm going to the store, and this happened to me like maybe 2-3 weeks ago, and I'm going to the store and somebody just like talks to me, like is interacting with me. That's pretty unusual for me, because my goal was go to the store, come back home, right? So when somebody like takes that kind of approach, it kind of throws me off, because I didn't really like plan for it. So it's those type of memories that people build up and they store in their mind, that whenever they are interacting with other people.
Yeah, so let me just clear something up real quick. When I said the fuck you, what I meant was just kind of, I was being aggressive about the position that it's totally okay to do this. It isn't actually like fuck you if you're uncomfortable. I was just kind of trying to do that to emblemize that we have to enter that situation as though we are doing nothing wrong, because we're not doing anything wrong. Asking somebody on the sidewalk if they want to do a street interview, if they want to talk to the camera or something like that, there's literally nothing wrong with that. We have to undo that programming. That's bad programming.
Yes, the problem with being
it is also okay to be upset with somebody who did that, right? So it's okay to be upset. You know, you're just trying to go about your business. You're just trying to do your own thing. Nothing wrong with that. Thank you for the 20-month primer there in Twitch chat, Harlot. Or is that Harlot? It's Harlot. Thank you for the 20 months and your primer. Yeah, so there's nothing wrong with, you know, approaching it from that kind of a perspective of like, hey, you know, I feel like it's pretty annoying or whatever to have these random people walk up to me. Like, yeah, I understand that it is, but when you're approaching somebody or you're interacting with somebody, you can't be in this people pleaser mentality, like was stated earlier. And just to be clear, I want to avoid the like nice guy whatever thing. When I talk about like being too much of a people pleaser, it's not that I'm like too much of a good thing or something. Oh, I'm just such a people pleaser. It's that I'm confusing internally being a people pleaser with something that is not actually pleasing anybody, right? It's not helping anybody that I refuse to go out of my way to do these things. Some situations it's actually making it worse. Like there's been multiple times where I feel like somebody, like a woman was interested in me, or actually here's a fantastic horror story. Okay, you guys ready for an absolute horror story? So I was at a club, a amazingly attractive woman was at the club, and I was like, oh wow, I'm like super into this. She's super attractive or whatever, like she's super my type, you know, stuff like that. And then some of my friends were like, okay, yeah, we'll go talk to her for you. We'll go talk to her for you and we'll see if she likes you, because I was unable to at the time. This was at like the very start of me learning how to interact with people. And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, that's cool. They did. She was interested. I gave her my number and we were chill. I was like, boom, we're done. Okay, she's good. You know, we're good. We cleared. W, big ups. Issue is, my friend was very drunk, okay, very drunk. And they were like, screw it, dude, dance with her. And I'm like, no, I can't dance. I know I can't dance. It's like way too cringe for me. I can't handle that. Dude was way too drunk to be able to tell that or rationalize that. He's like, screw it. Walked over to her, said I wanted to dance with her, right? And I kid you not, this chick is throwing ass like 5 feet in front of me and I can't dance with her. I'm paralyzed, okay? I can't do it. I can't bring myself to do it. I was proud of myself for knowing what I can and can't do, but I was also ashamed of myself because I was like just so worried that I was gonna screw it up that I ended up not doing it. And she was like obviously quite upset because she's literally just throwing ass for no reason after my friend just said, hey, if you throw ass, he'll go like dance with you. And so it's really embarrassing for her, and it's also really embarrassing for me. So that's like a good example of like, hey, you know, it can get to a point where you're people pleasing, not really people pleasing, but you think you're people pleasing, but essentially you're just embarrassing everybody in the situation, including yourself. So yep, that happened.
I think
and
you're
it was
just
very
like
cringe.
I think there's something that happens with, I mean, this is just like a feeling I have, I guess, but with a lot of people who are like, I don't want to say terminally online, but like online a lot of the time and in like meme communities and stuff like that, as you become very like overly cringe sensitive, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, because it is gonna be like cringy sometimes if you're like dating people and things like that, you know? And so I find that some people are just so like averse to that, to just like push through that, if that makes sense, that it becomes very difficult to escalate things.
Yeah, well, I mean, in general, people who are going to be online are going to be more risk averse to social interactions. That's what's going to tend to trend them online, right?
Yeah.
And so there's going to be an
even worse if you turn it into like a community thing. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So and there's going to be an overrepresentation of that in whatever community you're in.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't disagree.
I think it sounds I think it sounds to me like you already know like what to do, but it seems you are having a difficult time actually implementing it or doing it in reality, and that's like different from what you have in your head when you're thinking about it.
I don't think I do have a particularly hard time implementing it. The only issue is that it just takes a lot of fucking time. I think that's just the issue. It's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to happen in a day, week, month, or even a year. Stuff like this to be able to, especially if you're catching back up for anybody that's in a similar position to me, if you're, you know, somebody who is, who has struggled with this and is like near or at an involuntarily celibate level, it's going to take years to undo this. It's just the way that it is. I'm expecting this whole like thing to be able to get really back on track is probably going to take between 4 to 6 years. But it's going. I'm a lot better than where I was like a year ago. Where I was a year ago was like way worse. So yeah, I'm doing better. So it is what it is.
Do you know when it started?
When I started having social issues, or when I started doing it?
No, when you are going to start, do you know when? Because you said it's going to take like 4 to 5 years, right?
I've already
Do
started.
you know when you start? Okay, so it's a daily thing then. It's just it's just going out, experiencing the memory, then using that memory in a story. You just have to learn how to tell stories, I guess.
Shit.
About your daily experiences. And connect them in some way. It's like
it's about figuring out how to just keep up the repetition of doing what I need to be able to improve my social skills, and then also as my social skills improve, identifying the things that need the most work. It's really what it's about. My opinion.
So but like that was a lot of like stuff, like, because we were talking about like specifically getting from text to whatchamacallit, right, to like an actual date and stuff, right? And all that advice is very good for conversations, right? But like when it comes to texting somebody, right, it's like I'm really bad with texting. I'm so boring, and dating apps are so terrible for texting because you can't even use GIFs or anything. Like having good social skills does not translate at all. I'm very sarcastic, right? For like that shit. So that is sarcasm does not work.
It's very hard to
at
do
all.
over text. Yeah.
Over text. Yeah, especially
Like,
if
I
the
do,
person
like, very
doesn't have
dry
the
shit,
sense
too.
of humor as you.
Yeah. And it's so you either just come off as unhinged, especially like, or like just weird, depending on what jokes you make, right? For that, I don't really know how to improve besides getting them off a dating app and then just using GIFs and like spamming emojis and shit. Like that seems like the best shit in the world, right? For
I
humor.
think when it comes to dating apps, your first objective is to get them off the dating app. You don't want to go from dating app to date.
Stay there for long, yeah.
Oh God!
What is this game, by the way?
Chat buddies.
Holy shit! I'm irradiated. Sorry. Yeah, getting off the dating apps is
the goal.
Yeah, it's the goal. I don't disagree. I know the objective. The problem is the objective is kind of difficult. Not super easy.
Bro, can I set you up with like 20 dates?
No, I think.
I beg your pardon.
Bro, can I just set you up with like 20 dates?
That's not what he wants.
No, because I would need to. It depends on how you do it. But the issue is.
Don't tell me you have to do research.
Shut up. Just let Relly talk.
Wait, grab Dungeons of Blood and Dream and run it? I don't know. What is that? That was a game, right? I don't know what that is. Sorry, yeah, the issue is that the dates that would be it would need to be properly communicated to them that I'm leaving, all that stuff, whatever, you know, all that good stuff needs to be communicated to them.
I wouldn't be lying to nobody. Nothing underhanded or tricky.
Oh. Then yeah, probably. That could be fine. You would have to message me or whatever about it, but yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Wait, you see the logs of Mike's messages to Hasan on election night? Nope. You want to send them to me?
Don't you also have? Oh, go for it.
David Gemmel Interlocutor. Is that a book? I'm not reading a book. I'm gonna keep it $1.50. I'm about to go to the bathroom and come back. Everybody, remember what your statements were.
Yeah.
I think doesn't he have a connection like 2 people away from Alex from Playing with Fire, who's like a dating expert type dude, apparently?
I don't think the problem is the teaching.
No, I think his problem is just the mental block, really. Like it's not.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I think if you start over analyzing stuff, you're just not gonna do anything.
Yeah.
Very long.
You start overthinking about it and mapping out these pathways that the scenario could possibly go down, and at the end of it you're just exhausted and you don't even want to do it anymore.
Yeah, it's just being a people pleaser. It's just so much.
I don't even think it's that. I think it's
also kind of what you kind of want out of the relationship. Like if you just kind of like, you know, date and just have sex, you could do that. But if you're trying to find something more intimate, you gotta know your goal at the end of the day too.
I listened to a podcast yesterday, and a girl was saying about somebody just said something that made me connect something, but I just forgot about it.
Someone just said it's not about, you know, whatever. It's about like your goal for dating, I think.
Yeah, your end goal. You have to know. If you're just trying to fuck, if you're just trying to like bang around, if you're trying to get your social skills, you know, you gotta like, what else do I bring to the table? Here's what I bring to the table. I'm independent. My house is clean. I know how to cook. I know how to clean. I got a washer and dryer. What else do you need? You know what I mean? Those type of stuff. Because I've been single for like 3 years now, but I date frequently whenever I want to, but I'm not ready to settle down to somebody because at the end of the day, it's not also our fault. Their market, in the sense of what females present to nowadays with the whole feminist movement that has been going on, a lot of female are tarnished in that mentality. So you also have to be wary of that situation. You don't want to get in your situation with somebody that's
traumatized. This is getting too deep, I think.
Yeah, I don't think the conversation is mainly about like being entertaining in conversation, specifically in text, especially, right? Like
So I remember
text is very
hard, yeah, but
it's something that you just have to get reps in and kind of learn. A lot of it is like you have to stay away from interviewing as much as possible. I usually save those kind of questions for this, like in person, because it's a lot better to get yourself and the most out of the person that you're dating in person. And a lot of it is literally just like being funny, but also forcing them to engage in the conversation. If you're sending a text to someone and there isn't anything for them to gain, or you're not like kind of egging them on to respond, they're just not going to respond to you. So like if you send a text to someone and they read it and it's even like a fraction hard for them to respond to it, like they have to think about it, they're just not going to respond. So like you have to kind of figure that out for yourself. How can you make the text that you send interesting enough for people to want to respond? And it comes with time, really. No. Well, depends. Open-ended questions are like
it's just all vibes based though. Like the specifics will change depending on the situation, but that's what makes it so hard to learn, is that it's completely vibes based.
Yeah, but the thing is that you understand your own vibe, so it makes it easier to learn.
But a lot of people don't understand their own vibe, and that's
then they need to understand them. If you don't understand yourself, how are you supposed to connect with other people? So that's what you need to do. Like, but I mean,
or they do understand their own vibe, but they still like clam up and get nervous and shit. I think that's Relly's situation, right?
No way. Just say some shit. That's another thing. Say some shit and see how it lands, and then go next. Like it's not that deep. Especially, you have to come to terms that like on dating apps, you're just a number to them, and you have to push yourself in a way where you kind of transcend being a number to actually being someone of consequence, and then that's where you actually start to date people rather than just.
So basically, it's like getting a job. From the resume, you want to show up in person, so that they can put a name to a face.
Oh, do I transfer these rules into my? Actually. But yeah, I mean, I in general agree with the idea that figuring out a way to. I mean, all these things, like, right, I established that the interview shit, not good on the apps. It's not good in that environment. It's just not what it's made for. And so getting somebody off of that is, like, really difficult. Ultimately, I feel like the takeaways of this are that I need... if I'm gonna be on apps, I need to be like more spontaneous and entertaining, whatever shit. And then if I'm going to be in real life, I need to find a way to have entertainment mixed with the interview shit. Hard. And so yeah, it's just like really XP. Keep on doing it.
Yeah, there's no real like easy fix-all answer, to be honest. But there's certain ways I think you can speed it up. But
wait, really, I have a question.
Yeah, what's up?
So you've been on dates with previous partners, right?
Yeah, not too many, but yeah.
So on those dates that you've had, when you're already established in a relationship, do you typically like still skew towards the interviewers? Like while you're on dates with people that you're in a relationship, are you asking like random questions about like who they are and stuff like that, or?
It depends. I mean, some people favor it, some people don't. Some of my past relationships, it didn't feel like do that. Some of them, but it was a.
But like you in the situation, did you feel like you had to keep doing that, or did you like how do those dates end up going?
Well, I mean, it's like I had to keep that. I don't even know what you mean. Like after I'm already established into a relationship, it's like an entirely different. There's like a million different things.
That's kind of what I'm getting at. So like what I'm assuming here, but what I'm assuming is when you're already established in a relationship, you're already dating this person, you pretty much know a lot about them, and you're on a date now. You're typically like talking about random things. You're like making jokes. You're like thinking of random questions, and you're like speaking your mind pretty much. Is that accurate, or?
I mean, yeah, in general, but this isn't. You're talking about in a relationship, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is an entirely different conversation. We're talking about like trying to get into the relationship. I could talk about that, but that's just such a whole different like can of worms. I'm just talking about like getting into one.
Well, because what I'm getting at with that question is like, what I'm assuming is like the questions that you're talking through with your with your partner when you're on that date is not really like super personal, like getting into like the weeds of like their personal life or things like that. I'm assuming that like a lot of the things that come up on those dates is like things that you can probably like think up on the fly when you're with like a person that you haven't met before, right?
No.
No.
They're very personal. They're very in depth.
So you never like think of random
relationship
like, wacky
talk
questions
dates?
or like random scenarios in your head that could spark like interesting answers from the person, or no?
Usually like philosophical questions about.
Well, yeah,
my bad. My mic keeps cutting out on stream. Yeah, it's just like philosophical questions that can prompt a deeper response. That's what it is.
Even that would be considered a starter. So do you think you can ask philosophical questions to people that you aren't in a relationship with?
I already told. Maybe you weren't present. I already said I did. Like the interview is me asking questions that then get into philosophical questions. I do that. Yeah.
You only do that with. Okay. Yeah.
No.
Okay. So the other question that I had was like, what about trying like doing test dates with like female friends that you have?
We're at the point like where we were thinking about doing that or whatever with Ninu or whatever, right? And somebody else messaged me about that where I could do that, and so I'm thinking I'll probably try to do that. Prior, I didn't really have much availability to do that because I was just frankly, when I was doing the content or whatever, I was actually going on dates a lot more frequently. It was a lot easier to date in Phoenix than it was here, or than it is here, I should say.
Oh shit. Hey, I'm gonna walk my dog, but there's two quick things. So Nina, when you do the test date, whatever thing, and that's fine, but you should take some pictures with her and then like include them in your dating profile, like with people that you're with people and you're with women and you're safe and you're not a creepy dude. So do that while.
Well, I'm probably not going to meet her IRL, but yeah, I understand the principle that you're talking about, and I know what you mean. Yeah.
Oh, and then as I say, the second thing is that women may also make great wingmen for aforementioned reasons and other reasons. But yeah, if your city is your city public information where you live, which city?
Yeah, it's Austin, Texas.
Oh, okay, cool. All right, bro. Take it easy.
All right, have a good one.
I was gonna ask you, man, out of curiosity, I know you mentioned like that you did the whole like on street kind of question thing, but like on a weekly basis, what would you say is like your social interaction with other people?
I mean, I have a bunch of roommates, so I engage with them.
No, but besides that, besides people that like outside world people,
you know.
Probably. I mean, I go to the gym. Don't really talk to too many people at the gym. Maybe like once every week, go to like downtown or something, and then some of the times have like conversations with people. Not super frequently.
Like a number, like 0 to 10, like, you know what I mean? Because I think that's also a big factor. If you know, just asking civilized, normal, everyday questions. You know what I mean?
Can be, sure. I sleep in this game. I can.
No, because like, for example,
I don't interact with people enough for somebody my age. Most people my age are going to interact with a bunch of people at work, going to socialize a bunch at work. So enough for my age, no, I'm actively fall behind.
Yeah. Okay.
How the fuck can I get this? There has to be a way to sleep in this game. What the hell is that? Is it here? Is this it? No. How do I sleep?
Is this made by the Enter the Gungeon people?
No, it just has a similar style. Morphine? Sleep. But yeah. I think I'm experiencing similar issues to what a lot of the people my age group and whatever are experiencing for people who have a hard time dating. Pretty common, pretty similar. How do I...
Have you tried dating within DGG? I mean, obviously that's a headache, but that sounds awful. But
brother, you
kinda. It didn't go well.
I mean, it's if it goes poorly, it's not very good. Okay, you know, so. But it would solve the issue of like having similar interests, probably, right? Like, that's the only reason I ask.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just I think most of my relationships have come from people who do stuff on have come from like online people, and so I sleep.
Okay, a couple of clarifying questions. First, is my mic complete ass or no?
Pretty bad,
really
but it's not.
It's pretty bad, but we can hear you, so.
Yeah, we can understand what you're saying.
Okay, because it's a laptop mic, so I am limited in how good I can make this. Anyway, so before you talked about the interview, Riz, is this almost entirely a problem on dating apps, or do you think it's a problem IRL as well?
It's a problem IRL.
That confused. Okay, so have you ever heard someone say that the way to have a good date is to have the other person talk about themselves for 2 hours?
Yeah.
So that makes me think that kind of like something about how you're asking the questions is part of the problem.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not making the questions entertaining.
Yeah, or it's like before, I don't know if you were just like trying to come up with an example off the top of your head before when you were talking about, it wasn't Love Island, whatever other show it was.
Love is Blind.
Love is Blind, yeah. And the way you described the conversation was in a very QA fashion, where you ask her a question and she says, Todd, and then you ask something, like you go from question to question in kind of a list format instead of more like, if she gives you an answer, I think you shouldn't have the next question already in mind. You should have you should suss out what she thinks is interesting about her answer and then drill down on that. Does that make sense?
Yep, I agree, and it's something that I do. It just doesn't. That's not interesting. It's not engaging enough. Because I just come off as robotic and without my own personality.
I think it's probably the way that you go about the questions.
I was gonna say, do you ever describe like why you're asking the questions you're asking? Like, this is why I'm curious about this thing. Here's how it would relate to my life, that kind of shit.
Exactly.
Yeah, I do.
All right. Well,
I don't think it's that either. I think you kind of want to make them engage in the conversation in a way where like you have this topic and then you both relate to that topic and then it teaches you another thing about each other. That's like the whole point of the conversation, right? So she says something, she says how she thinks about something, and then you say what you think about what she said, or you kind of assume something about her, make her engage in the topic further past just the question. I think that's what makes the interviewers more interesting, because you're getting more out of her than what she's actually given you, because you're giving her an opportunity to share more than what she just shared. I think that's a key way to make it more interesting in that regard, I think.
But
I'm gonna keep it honest. I don't know what the fuck you just said to me.
Basically, there's a topic, right? Say Love is Blind.
Yep.
And she says how she thinks about Todd. And maybe, you know, Todd, he fucks around a lot, but, you know, I know he has a good heart or something.
Yeah.
And then you'd ask her, oh, why do you think she has a good heart? Why do you think he has a good heart? And she'd say this. Yep. And from there, you could assume something about her based on what she said.
Yep.
Because that would make her engage in the topic more. Because she'd be like, either yes, or she'd be like, oh, no, and then re-clarify.
Yep.
I think that would be interesting enough. It's just that you can't just keep doing that. But also, when you have a closed loop like that, you can come back to it later if it relates to something else that you're talking about. But you can't just do question, answer, expand, because then you're just in an essay.
No,
so you have
what
to
you
branch out
just described is another, like, well, I understand that you threw like a statement in there, but that's still a part of it. And even with the statement, I would say that still falls under the interview riz that I'm talking about. What makes interview riz is you're not inserting any jokes or any bit of yourself that the other person is engaging with. In my experience, when I interject or input stuff about myself into these conversations, it's met with disinterest or I'm not caring, and it will when I talk to them about interests that they have, I don't make it engaging or entertaining enough to for them to continue. I think that's primarily because I'm just like really bad at making things like entertaining, saying things or communicating things in an entertaining fashion, like making witty remarks, comments, jokes, things. Yeah, like it's just very difficult.
Are you a good storyteller?
Huh? No.
Are you good at telling stories?
No.
I think that's what this is really, really good. I think telling stories is a very, very good way to, one, keep a conversation going, but also relate to other people.
How's my microphone?
Decent.
Better.
Pretty good.
Awesome. It feels like a lot of advice that you're getting right now, Ahrelevant, is similar to people that like have depression, and people are just telling them like, just change how you're thinking, change how you operate, change the things that you're saying. I feel like what you're communicating is like a more complicated problem than that. You're feeling more overwhelmed at like the get-go. So like, I don't think a question you ever ask is going to change this problem. You're not going to overcome it with a different question, a different toolkit as far as that's concerned, because you have too much pressure on every interaction that you're doing with that in mind. You're trying to evaluate, you know, what's working, what's not working. And that's going to feel impossible to overcome because you're going to overanalyze every single exchange that you have.
The problem is way more simple than a lot of people are making it out to be, I think, but it's also way more difficult to overcome.
Sure, but the approach that you're taking, dating apps, these are like inherently consumeristic. Like you're putting yourself up there as a product. Everyone else is putting themselves up there as a product. You talk about speed dating, this is like looking at like a product feature list. And if you're having a problem with like feeling your own Riz agency, putting yourself out as a product that you have to package and feel confident about, it probably makes you want to like kill yourself. Like I could not imagine a more inappropriate avenue for you to feel like confident in. I would say like instead, if your life isn't naturally involving a lot of female interaction, you want to do things that are going to incorporate more of that. Like it could be budgeting like a daily coffee trip into your day. You know, talk to a barista. You don't have to, you're not trying to make a girlfriend, but it's like, can you talk to a girl and say like, hey, how was your night? What did you do over the weekend? You build up that rapport. It could be a craft class in town. Could be a climbing gym, anything where there's not like this intense like desire for you to perform and receive feedback will be super positive towards making you feel like you can talk to a person and feel it out naturally without all this additional pressure. And, you know, like I mentioned coffee and craft class and gym. Just because something isn't currently your interest doesn't mean it couldn't be if you tried it. You don't know it's inauthentic to you until you try it. Maybe because I was raised by like my mom and sisters, but like I have never been uncomfortable putting myself in these female spaces and then figuring out if it's for you or not. But I feel like a lot of people, they have like this mentality that someone is going to like me exactly how I am without changing, and that can be the case, but that person probably isn't in your space right now, because you're feeling lonely, so like they're not in your space, like they're clearly not in there, so you have to change something. And I don't think that you can put a different coat on that, different words, however you're presenting it, and come out with a different conclusion. I think you have to change how you are, like the spaces that you're in, what you're around, because just like changing your script isn't going to do it. And I think a big part of this is just like knowing that you are more relevant than irrelevant, at least in this space. And
wow.
Yeah, right. But yeah, I think that if you focus too much on the words that you bring into the conversation, you've already missed the trees.
I agree with the idea that putting myself in a better environment to more naturally, organically just speak with women is very beneficial. Probably achieve the goal of, if the goal is to just find a woman who is willing to be with me, and also potentially get me more experience just interacting with women organically and maybe feeling more comfortable having normal conversations with them. I do not believe that that foregoes the I don't believe that that foregoes the main issue, which is either way you're gonna have to speak to a woman, have to deal with some of the issues at play. Some of this conversation would be non-applicable to that same end of just having a conversation with a romantic, or isn't a tone of like, are we gonna date, are we not gonna date? But not having that tone doesn't mean that I'm not gonna have to experience the issue of needing to have these conversations in the first place and be comfortable with fucking up well. So individuals that would be going through a similar problem, I agree that environment is probably going to be the best for them because it's lower stakes, right? Talking to a woman where you're not like, okay, are we not dating? Like we both whatever like each other is going to result in easier practice. At the end of the day, you're still going to experience the same issue of needing to figure out how to speak with them. At the moment, I just don't really have the time to thrust myself into spaces where there are disproportionate amounts of women or large amounts of women. But yes, I would agree that if I did have the...
I get it. I would just be mindful that mental design doesn't inhibit you from making those connections in real life, because you have to start somewhere. There's like a lot of protection when we have these social groups online, or we have these social groups like your Darius crew in real life to do activities with. But when you don't have that as much, then these things become more important. And I guess once you move, it'll be really interesting to see how you're feeling in a new environment and what kind of social needs you're looking for more. But yeah,
you ever considered putting together like an FAQ of like all the things that like you've already discussed or you've already figured out, so that like for the next time we have a conversation like this, it's kind of like we don't kind of like go back over all the same points over and over again, that you're like kind of just saying, I'm already doing that.
There's a lot of people that I feel like have no idea about what whatever, so I'm kind of open right now
Oh, okay.
But I remember more or less what has been gone over, and I can just skip it. Very familiar with this conversation. I've had.
I just meant more for like other people, so that like we don't come in with like, all these questions that we've already.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I'm too lazy for that shit. I'll just tell you.
Yeah, that's fair. Anyway, I gotta dip out, but good chat, guys. Peace.
Long story short, incels, right? Just to be clear, I don't actually think I'm an incel before I trigger anybody. Oh my god!
It's too late, man. I'm fucking pissed.
That was a. I thought that was a fucking bunny, man. Okay.
Wait, it wasn't a bunny?
No, it was a fucking ghoul.
Game.
Okay. Somebody sent me the mic from PA logs in Hasan's chat.
Those are funny.
Okay, so let's take a quick look at those, shall we?
They're so good. Jeez.
Have you really not seen these? It's so good, man.
No, I have not. How are these old?
These are from like election. They're from the election.
Election. Okay. Is it top to bottom?
Wait, is it what? I think so.
Am I getting another shot? How you at Hasan Abi from Central Committee? At Hasan Abi. Am I getting another shot? Hasan Abi, how you doing, man? Hasan Abi, I got a bunch of PA data now if you're interested. I've got a bunch of PA data now if you're interested. I've got a bunch of PA and so on and so forth. I can do some analysis on the
he's spamming the same shit.
I have no idea. This would trigger the fuck out of me. I'd never let somebody in who's doing this. All right, I'm running with the JStock rules. Yo, what's up, Ico? I'm running with the JStock rules where if you spam me like this, I'm never letting you in the chat room. That's not happening.
You just seem unhinged.
Yeah, it's just cringe.
Well, he probably thinks that Hasan just didn't see it because he has a fast chat, right?
Yeah, that's probably what he's thinking. His chat is moving so quick.
That's what he's thinking, yeah.
Surely my streamer didn't see it.
The way he saw it.
Yeah. He's unfathomably pathetic. It's crazy. I can't believe that this dude posts like this. He knows that everything he does is like archived online. I bet he knows that Hasan sees everything that we've posted about him over the years too. Like, why does he think that there's no relationship between them? He looks so fucking pathetic.
Yeah, I don't know. It's really weird, but this is what it is. I can do some analysis on the PA vote now that it's in. Are you doing? Are you ready to have me back? Oh, Jesus Christ! Sounds like an ex that wants you back. Are you ready to have me back? Are you ready? Are you ready for us to get back together? Oh, dude, ready to bring me on again? Lol. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, it's 5.1% more towards Trump. That's very, very bad. Any ETA for me? Any ETA for when I get on? Spammed it 4 different times. This is exactly how I predicted it, or how I predicted. LMAO. I want it noted, this was one of the guys who said he wouldn't vote for Trump, or he wouldn't vote for Kamala, by the way. This guy's on some cringe shit. LMAO, Dono Wall. So when am I coming on? I think it's the 2022 model of this election has been, I think the 2022 model of this election has been pretty clearly refuted thus far. At Hasan, I think I'm pretty vindicated right now. A lot of people shit on me for my analysis. Copied and pasted message. At Hasan, Harris is definitely an underdog. This movement isn't going to be concentrated on one state. Dude, this is L-Mans, bro. What is this L-Mans shit, dude? Oh my god, what is this? At Hasan, exactly what I called this last week. Looks like the polling averages were underestimating Trump. Exactly what I called this. Exactly what I called this last week. Okay. I think there's supposed to be like a comma there or something. Hello, sir. It's says, hello, sir. And then he adds him with a Twitter link, kind of exactly what I feared when I came on stream. This is the guy who is making fun of me and saying I was licking Destiny's balls. I recommend anybody look at my DGG logs and go band for band. Any log in any chat room ever, it will never look like this. How many times have I even added Destiny? I don't even know.
Quite unhealthy.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
not in the orbit of
that tweet is from November 5th. So I put it in the same area in Discord.
Really? Take a look.
Yeah. So it's not that long
is this
ago.
the tweet? The thing from
that's
you?
the tweet.
Fully completed rule. Georgia counties show somewhere between 0 to 5 point shift toward. This was the tweet he was linking?
Yeah.
Fairs.
In the very end of that. Yeah.
Why was this super urgent to have on the election stream outside of it being leaks and him wanting attention? I don't know, man. I don't know. I could definitely see why that guy was projecting all of his experiences, trying to be somebody who was just like a lapdog onto me. Take a look at this.
Remember, I don't know, a few months ago, there was this girl that was complaining about not getting a $5 donation or something.
People just...
She knows what she's doing. Notice how she
years
does
ago.
that. She's antagonizing the Sims.
Do you remember when he used to look like this? He looks like an entirely different human being. Looks entirely different.
Really don't respect me as a content creator.
Never talk to Bad Bunny. If you're watching this, and you're like, hey, I want to stream. You know, I'm gonna.
What? What'd you just say?
That's when you get older and settle.
Oh, hold on, my bad. I just realized I'm not streaming.
That's what happens. That's what happens when you get older. You expand.
Wait, settle. Is he married?
What?
Settled into being a bohemian loser.
Oh, okay. Never.
Yeah.
Stream. Learn my lesson.
Donations. Donations. Gifts.
Our relevant reality check donated $1. Yo, Ahrelevant, have you ever thought that maybe when you over-intellectualize every human interaction you have and have this idea in your head that the person you are talking to is not on your level, you come off as a pretentious five-head El Chapo looking as?
I've thought about it. Sorry, I had a donut. I thought about it in great vivid detail. I decided to discuss it with your sister, and she disagrees with you. Okay, that's how we'll put it. Agrees with you. I don't know how serious that comment was, but I saw a lot of people saying stuff like that, like you're over intellectualizing it and stuff. I disagree, because if that was true, then it wouldn't be applicable to several other areas of life, including improving social skills when it comes to interacting with men. But it does. So it works. And it has been working when it comes to interacting with women. It's just not complete. Process, it takes time. I've gotten considerably better by doing this, like autistic overanalyzing. It's just not.
One of the issues is like your career, your job choice. Is you really can't talk to anyone about Twitch really in depth, because it's like if they go and explore what your content is, it's literally kind of in the realms of like a Chud Logic Keemstar, but in the early concepts of it. So it's kind of like
it's not great. It's not great in regards to that. So it's just kind of tough. It really sucks also to have on like dating apps to have like Twitch streamer, because 90% of women who look at that's gonna just think
guy who sits in front of a computer plays video games. Yeah.
I'm like a broke loser. So it is what. So I'm just. There's been several times where I'm just like, should I just not have anything here at all? And honestly, maybe
you should just be as vague about your job as possible. I'm an entertainer. That's it. And then
Well,
they
entertainer,
dive
they're gonna
in.
assume I'm
I
some
like-
fucking SoundCloud rapper.
Yeah.
Just as bad.
Learn my lesson, okay?
No, but you can be vague
And then the simps come to the rescue.
She's an attractive woman
Oh,
who
for
didn't act like a nice person.
sake!
Did you say
Which is what
attractive?
makes sexually frustrated incels angry.
You notice the lack of eye contact, the lack of confidence, the slouchy
Did he get
posture.
PewDiePied? Really?
That's all.
What?
Did he get PewDiePied?
Did he what?
Did he get PewDiePied? Did he get on a PewDiePie video?
Yeah, he did. He was in a PewDiePie video.
All three simps.
It's like a couple million viewers.
Oh my god! I can't. I hate watching memes on YouTube because it fucks me on the. Whatever, I'll just risk it.
All right, so
actually, I straight up can't. Not now. In like, I think the end of December, my copyright strike just voids. So at that point, then I can be a little bit risky. Right now.
Oh, are you streaming on YouTube as well?
Yeah, I'm streaming on YouTube.
Oh, so the music's it's gonna fuck you.
Yeah, it's gonna.
Does YouTube like? Can you do the thing where VODs like are different and then you don't get fucked, or is YouTube just so good that they fuck you like mid fucking? You know what I mean? Like,
you're talking about like, can I audio split on VODs?
yeah, and
I don't think I can
they
audio
track
split
it based on the VOD.
Well, I can
you
I can
can't?
take the VOD down immediately after, and that helps with copyright stuff. But
yeah.
Donations.
Oh, because they have DVR, I guess.
Gifts.
Another donation, huh?
Gifts.
Didn't even read it. I'm assuming it's because there was a curse word in. Whoever donated, just link me your message, and or put the message in chat, and I will read it. Piker laughs at the. Oh wait, I'll on the same arc as time.
We got to get the right narrative out there. We got to whip these idiots back into line, because I tried to hold their hand and walk them through it and be nice and be understanding, and it didn't fucking work. They got worse and worse and worse. And so it's like, okay, if you want to get worse, then I'm going to treat you as you deserve to be treated. You're all fucking retarded. Like, that's just what you are, and I'm going to call it out for what it is. And I hope everybody else in this space does the exact same thing, because it is pathetic what's become of this space. Pathetic. Every last one of those losers just coddle Trump's nuts.
There is going to be, I think, like
a good what?
A good bottom.
Right, content creator. Yeah, that's bad. It's all bad, really. I hung out with some Hasan pipeline streamers during TwitchCon and was talking on my stream with someone about how Mike tried to deplatform me with false reports of nudity and gore. They did not like that and asked me to nuke the VOD. One person asked me, so I did, but then I found out they were all talking about it privately before he asked me, so I was pretty pissed. Yeah, that's how they work. They're all a bunch of cliquey losers. To be fair, though, that's kind of just how Twitch works.
You don't have to worry. Central Committee will destroy himself long before he.
The what?
It's super relevant.
Do you know? Wait, what is he doing?
No, he's just he has a really poor personality. He's someone who's generally like a people pleaser, and then generally he doesn't react well when people don't please him. So he has like the worst luck as well. So
what did he spaz on stream or something?
YouTube are racist?
Oh boy.
Is this it's the same it's the same structure as the other thing, right?
Wait, did
Is this made by like Hasan fans? A lot of weird fucking terrorism. Huh?
It has to be made by Hasan fans, no?
No, we'll find out. A lot of weird fucking terrorism and crimes and shit. I mean, there's definitely some strong thread of violence through the Muslim community. It's gonna be YouTube because the weird fucking comment.
A lot of the weird fucking terrorism and crimes and shit. I mean, there's definitely some strong thread of violence through the Muslim community.
I beg your pardon?
Am When is that clip even from? That clip looks like it's from a decade ago. Synthetic. I don't know how to pronounce your name, but oh wait, I'm just retarded. Take no offense by it. Thank you for the primer. 3 months. It's synthetic. Is that what it's supposed to be? I'm gonna give up.
Bro, you have to be very generous to fuck a Hasidic Jew. They stink, bro. They stink, and you know they don't shave. You've seen their face. Imagine what their dicks look like.
Yeah.
If there's 8.
So just to be clear, I don't care about racism. Unless I actually like racist statements, unless I actually believe that the person is racist. Also, these statements again all look very old, but okay. Wait, dude,
the fact that it's old, does that give it less claim or something?
Yeah, absolutely. Somebody makes racist claims like a long time ago, could be a changed person. We need to see those similar claims being made more recently.
It's also matters like stuff like this, right?
Donation
can matter too. Like
donation.
If it's just like
There's a donation. I want to see if
Relevant Reality Check donated $1. I went on a date with this guy and I checked his stream and he was on an Excel spreadsheet trying to map our human interaction we had. It was so hot. Call me a human interaction again. Relevant Goon El Chapo Fathead as www.microwaveyourballs. Go.
Nice, thanks for that $1 there, buddy. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, like, stuff like this, right? Like, people talk about clim chimping, and you can clim chip somebody saying, like, something, like, a off comment that sounds, like, way more racist than it is, right? And I'm sure he said some stuff that some could come out of a racist guy's mouth, but, like, it's old, and it's probably just, like, an off comment, like...
Yeah, so like a good example is the clip that Hasan is using of Destiny saying the N-word, the hard R, is literally Destiny saying like, this is what is it conservatives? I forget exactly who, but he's saying like, this is what other people are effectively saying, and he just says a statement that includes the N-word. He's not actually saying the N-word from a statement of himself. He's like paraphrasing or communicating what certain groups are saying to like their audience. So it's like if I were to say, what Hasan is saying here is screw all Jewish people, they're like not good people. And then you just clip out when I say Hasan is saying here, and then you just add, you know, the back end there. And it looks like what I'm saying is something pretty bad, but what I'm trying to communicate is that somebody else is saying something pretty bad. And that's what they did with Hasan. Yeah.
Dudes on
that's what they did with Destiny. That's what Hasan did with this.
Security, and they're all black. I think that's worth noting. I mean, they were all like 6'5" black dudes. Yeah, that's terrifying. Does a 6'5" black dude scare you more than a 6'5" white dude?
No.
Venezuela, shithole.
They're all just Ethan, bro.
Always Ethan.
They're all just Ethan. I swear to God, they're all gonna be Ethan.
Yeah, they're all gonna be. The whole point of the video is to just, or the site, I'm assuming, is to just do this for Ethan. Enjoy your drugs and being a sex worker. Hamas would kill you on the spot. I think this is actually I actually don't think that this final statement, I don't think this is wrong in the context that it was, and even like on its own, you could easily see a context where this would make sense, right? Where somebody who is supporting Hamas is a sex worker, and it's like, oh, okay, literally what you do would have you killed if you walked into the area that you're claiming to support. But yeah, you'd be dead on the spot. So it is what it is.
Right. And so
nope, my bad. Interesting videos. Wait, what? DOJ to ask a judge to force Google to sell off Chrome? About damn time. Chrome is kind of shit when it comes to RAM usage. Maybe new management will make it not garbage. Dan choosing to stream on Kick instead, but Twitch is anti-Semitic is contradictory. Let's call a spade a spade. What?
It really doesn't mean much though, because generally it will still be technically heavily owned by Google. It's just going to get sold off.
Oh, I see. So you're saying, why is Dan going to Kick if Kick is also anti-Semitic? If he's leaving Twitch because of anti-Semitism? Is that what you're asking? I mean, there's multiple reasons you could justify that behavior. One is that you believe that Twitch is causing more damage with their anti-Semitism because they have a farther reach, which they objectively do. You could argue that Twitch is normalizing anti-Semitism at a greater rate, not only because of that reach, but because of the palatability of the content creators on that, which is true. And you can also make the argument that Dan probably has better ins with the people who run Kick, or who can make decisions at Kick than he does with people at Twitch, so he can have better influence if he has better numbers on Kick. Which he does.
The freedom to say what the fuck he wants. Because he's not going to go.
Yeah, also the freedom to say what he wants, yeah. Because I know his argument was, or one of his arguments were that he wants to be able to build up a community on a platform that isn't Twitch in case they snipe their stream.
Ahrelevant Reality Check donated $1.
Hold on.
Ahrelevant, I agree. Analyzing human interactions is a great idea. I myself as a autismarxer could not agree more. Every girl I have been with, including your mother, always laughed it when I mapped out our human interactions.
Yeah, my mom would like that. So, kind of based.
You just have a hate donator right now? What the fuck?
I think that's what's happening. I have like a evil fossil.
Are you using like what money? What form are you taking in fucking money? Are they wasting their money, or are they gonna charge back?
I have no idea. How realistic they could charge back, but I don't know if they're gonna do it. Yeah. Dan's argument is that Twitch is anti-Semitic from top down, e.g. leadership is anti-Semitic if Eddie or whoever runs Kick is anti-Semitic in the same capacity. Oh, I don't know if Eddie or whoever runs Kick is anti-Semitic in the same capacity. I mean, you could say that they're enabling anti-Semitism on the platform, and I think they are. I think it's pretty definitive. There is anti-Semitism on Kick that is being allowed on Kick, for sure. Like, that's pretty inarguable. However, I think that the arguments I laid out prior, and especially with one of the bigger ones being like, if you're doing an active campaign against a website, not hosting your content on that website makes sense, because you don't want the website to just find some dumb reason to ban you, and then you have to funnel all of your viewers to a separate website, and then it's a whole mess. It's like a really big issue that content creators have to deal with, even when they're not campaigning against the company. But yeah. All right, I want to read this Reuters thing. U.S. Department of Justice will ask the judge to force Alphabet's Google to sell off its Chrome internet browser. Bloomberg News reported on Monday, citing people familiar with the plans. The DOJ will ask the judge who ruled in August that Google illegally monopolized the search market to require measures related to artificial intelligence in its Android smartphone operating system. The report said Google controls how people view the internet and what ads they see, in part through its Chrome browser, which typically uses Google search, gathers information important to Google's ad business, and is estimated to have about 2/3 of the global browser market. That's it? I would figure it'd be more.
Really?
The DOJ the DOJ declined to comment. Google, in a statement from Lee and whatever, Vice President, Google donations. I might have to increase the minimum donation if this person's going to keep going.
Ahrelevant reality check donated $1. Ahrelevant, why would I charge back my donations? You need to sit in a room and have someone scream at you for like 1 to 2 hours to get you out of your pretentious mindset. Darius Searle has 9th degree brain damage, so he is not a good option.
So, do you want to just come to Austin, Texas, and then you can do it? That'd be funny. All right. The DOJ declines to comment. Google, in a statement from Lee Ann, whatever, I already read a bit of this. Regulatory Affairs said the DOJ is pushing a radical agenda that goes far beyond the legal issues in this case and would harm consumers. And of course, Google is going to say that. The move would be one of the most aggressive attempts by the Biden administration to curb what it alleges are big tech monopolies. Ultimately, however, the re-election of Donald Trump to the presidency could have the greatest impact over the case. 2 months before the election, Trump claimed he would prosecute Google for what he perceives as bias against him. But a month later, Trump questioned whether breaking up the company was a good idea. The company plans to appeal once the U.S. District Judge Amit Mehta makes a final ruling. Hold on. The company plans to appeal once the U.S. District Judge Amit Mehta makes a final ruling, which he is likely to do August 25th. Or 2025, sorry. Meta has scheduled a trial on the remedy proposal for April. Prosecutors had floated a range of potential remedies in the case, from ending exclusive agreements where Google pays billions of dollars annually to Apple and other companies to remain the default search engine on tablets and smartphones, all the way to divesting parts of its business, such as Chrome and Android operating system. Because Chrome's market share is so high, it's an important revenue driver for Google. At the same time, when users sign into Chrome with a Google account, Google can offer more targeted search ads. Google maintains its search engine has won users with its quality, adding that it faces robust competition from Amazon and other sites that users can choose other search engines as their default. The fuck? Amazon has a search engine?
Are they talking about mobile users or using? I thought they were talking about Chrome.
Yeah, we're talking about Chrome.
Yeah, but from what you just read, it sounds like they're talking about the sign-ins on like the search engine of mobile sites.
The what?
For mobile, sorry.
The what?
It sounds like that. It sounds like they're talking about they talked about something related to signing in on the search engine.
Knoxvox donated $5
on most Apple devices now, right?
Slam. Get it? Give it some love.
Wait, I'm sorry. Somebody donated and I have to bring something up. Try to avoid putting links inside of donation stuff. Thank you, Knoxvox, for the $5 though, because it's very difficult for me to get the link until like later. So if you want to relink it, that would be nice. Just like in the chat.
You could say Amazon's Echo products are technically search engines.
Oh. You edited something together. Oh, that's cool. Thank you.
Damn, already? Holy shit.
Knoxvox, if you could do stuff like here, DM me on Discord. I might have job stuff to talk to you about because my shorts guy literally doesn't do anything. Definitely an underdog. This movement isn't going to be concentrated on one state. Dude, this is L-Mans, bro. What is this L-Mans shit, dude? Oh my god, what is this? Hasan, exactly what I called this last week. Looks like the polling averages were underestimating Trump. Exactly what I called this. Exactly what I called this last week. Okay. I think I like the speed, I like the accuracy, but I feel like the content here is not exactly what I want it to be. Look, I'll just talk with you off stream for sure. Yeah, I might have a job thing for you. Okay. The government has the option to decide whether a Chrome sale is necessary at a later date if some of the other aspects of the remedy create a more competitive market, the Bloomberg report said. Which chat is showing on stream? I don't see my messages in Twitch or Kick. I forget, one of them isn't showing. I forget which.
You should get Restream.
Restream?
Yeah, it's an awesome company.
Yeah, let me send you the link. Yeah, it's OP as frick. You can have all your chats like in one chat as like a widget.
Does it give you like updates whenever people sub?
Yeah.
No.
Oh wait, no, that's different. That's different.
Yeah.
Take chat.
It does give you your chat, and then it gives you like.
So it doesn't show when.
Yeah, you got it.
Somebody
subs?
subs?
You have to get alerts for every different platform.
This is the multi-streaming
that's kind of
really
ass.
what its goal is. Yeah.
Yeah, the
Oh wait, you're talking about for on the stream. You're talking about for on the stream, like showing up on stream, or are you talking about for me?
Yeah, you know how you have the chat on the. You know how you have chat, or most streamers have like chat like on the bottom left side, and they just have like people's like messages showing. Restream has like a widget for that where it like shows all of like it shows YouTube, Kick, and Twitch
all right,
together.
That's good. I thought you were talking about for my
really,
end,
really good.
so I could see it.
Oh, you could also see it on your end on OBS. There's like a really cool thing that you get to see all the chats into like one box.
Yeah,
all the
above. I'll probably use that then.
I'll
it has
DM you.
TTS.
Yeah,
you can actually use that for free because that part is free. It's like,
reporting by Jasper Ward in Washington. Oh no, that's just who reporting on it.
Yeah, it's free.
Oh yeah,
but if you want
like
3 platforms, yeah, 2
my Discord, not
platforms.
yours.
I pay like $10 for 3 platforms worth.
Wait, what do you pay?
$10 and it lets you do 3 platforms because like the free version lets you do 2 platforms.
To what? Combine the chats? I only need 2 anyway.
Oh really?
Yeah.
I DM'd you the link.
On my end or on the stream's end?
Both.
You can only do 2?
Yeah, if you pay $10, you get 3 platforms. You get a lot of platforms.
I think it's 3 for the paid version, and then if you pay for the higher tier, which is like $50, it's 5.
That's like too much, though, in my opinion.
You get 1080p, so that's pretty much why I would want to pay it.
Oh, you get you don't get 1080p if you're for the lower tier.
Not if you're just doing the streaming stuff.
Not if you're just doing the streaming stuff.
Not if you're using it as your stream pipeline. That's what I mean to say. Sorry.
Okie dokie. All right.
So the article.
Yeah.
Yeah. So are they talking about using the Google Chrome app, or because it sounds like they talked about targeted ads when you sign into your Google account. So is it like on Google Chrome or on the search engine Google?
So I think what's happening is that by the reason they're targeting Chrome, I don't know if it's the best, but basically it's because Google is the default on a search engine on Chrome, right? And most people just don't swap the default a lot of the time, right? And so if Google Chrome wasn't owned by Google, then the default search engine might not be Google, and then that would lessen their monopoly on search engines. I think that's the idea.
Yeah, but if we're talking about desktops or PCs, then there are different other browsers. Like I'm very sure the default browser is like an Internet Explorer, right? Or no?
On Windows?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, well, it's Edge now, yeah, but yeah. But most people install Chrome, I think so.
Edge is the fastest Chrome downloader ever. I use Edge to download Chrome all the time. It's great.
Yeah, they suggested. They suggested. I always see it.
Yeah. I don't know if that's like the best thing to. Well, I think based on. I mean, I guess it's a fine thing to target. But we'll see.
I mean, Internet Explorer just wants its spots back.
I mean, you can't really like separate Edge and Windows either because it's kind of built into the.
It's the default when you buy a new PC. Yes. Yeah, exactly. But people are opting to download Chrome.
Same thing goes as far as the default
for Mac. Yeah. But even on Mac as well, people are downloading Chrome.
If the government forces them to be like when you say like first boot up your device, it'd be like, do you want to download a specific browser? That'd be interesting.
I bet. What?
Okay, so hold on. Just to be clear, what the article is talking about is that antitrust or the DOJ or whatever is like prosecuting several big tech companies for having like monopolies. So Amazon, I believe, was the target. Google was the target. Apple was the target. These big companies were a target of an antitrust wave from the Biden administration. I might unironically skip this because I'm in the middle of talking here. But hold on.
Ahrelevant reality check donated $1. We all love you, Ahrelevant, even me. But you need to come back to the real world. You are too far removed from normal social interaction and stuck in your head, and these 10 Discord autists are not helping the situation.
Then you get in Discord, nigga. Yeah. All right, hold on.
What the fuck?
So the antitrust. The antitrust move by the DOJ was a whole thing. They're talking about Google Chrome because they believe that Google Chrome being split up and not attached to Google, not having it be the default search engine of the default search engine for it being Google will sufficiently break up the amount of people who use Google as a default search engine to be able to have Google not have such a strong monopoly on the search engines. So having a different company take that over and not have Google be the default search engine is what they ultimately want to achieve. So yeah.
But the only reason why they are a monopoly is because they are the owners or the developers of Chrome, the browser.
What about Chrome? What about the owners and developers?
That's why it seems like they have a monopoly because they are the developers of Chrome.
They do have a monopoly because every Windows device.
It's not just that. It's not just that. It's that they have Chrome and that they're paying billions of dollars to Apple to maintain being Apple's like default search engine. So they have most of the smartphones in America using Chrome by default, and then they have Androids, whatever. As well, right? Using a lot of Androids using them as the default search engine, and then they have the what you call it? They have the.
I like Chrome because Chrome was like the only platform that actually paid people to hack them, pretty much. So.
I don't really like Chrome. It uses too much resources.
But can't it be changed though? The search engine.
Yeah,
it can be changed.
The thing is, like, so I'm a based Atrioc viewer, okay, and but like to be the default, right? Because the default is what people are going to stick on 99% of the time, right? Like a lot of people.
Yes, unless they have other options.
No, unless they have other options, they don't. People have other options that people stick on the default. Generally, and if the default's good enough, they're just not going to swap.
Would you say they know
Edge
about
is running on Chromium now? So Edge is technically Chrome, a fork of Chrome.
Their concern is the search engine. Like Chrome's under.
No, that's Chromium. Yeah. The whole Chromium pipeline is they're worried about the whole thing. So
well, at least in the article, it seems like what they're concerned with is specifically Google being the default search engine for too many people, and them having a unfair advantage in regards to the dissemination of ads.
But if you're selling Chrome, you're selling the concept of Chromium as well.
No, the idea is no matter what infrastructure the search engine is built off of, what matters is the default search engine, because like the other individual said, nobody's going to swap the default search engine if it's good enough.
Or if they don't know they have options or how to change the default.
Yeah, making the default difficult to swap is also annoying.
But it's not difficult.
Yeah, it's not difficult.
I mean, it's annoying enough that I don't know how to do it, so I'm just not gonna do it.
So you don't know how to do it. So that's one of the things when people don't know how to, or when people don't know of other options and they don't know how to switch to other options, then they won't. They'll just stick to what's the default as they buy a device.
They're going to stick to the default because they don't know how to change it. And figuring out how to change it will take work and they don't care enough.
Yeah, Google pays a shit ton of money to like Apple and stuff to like make them the default across all their shit.
And so the DOJ solution to that is, hey, you guys have too many people using Google. Let's take your pretty popular Chrome browser and let's give it to somebody else so they can so we can reduce the amount of people who use Google as their default search browser.
Would you say it's
that won't happen, but okay.
Say when you want to browse and an extension pops up that which search engine do you want to use? Do you think that would be a better solution?
Not necessarily. No, I mean, no, definitely not in this case. No, because most people are probably just going to pick Google anyway, and we'll be back where we are.
I mean, they're going to sell it, and people are going to pick Google, so it doesn't really matter either way. Because I'm not changing services just because they get sold.
You just want to change the owner of the service.
To be clear, the DOJ is just saying too many people use the Google search browser, and it's causing an unfair bias in competition. So they want to avoid that being the case. That's what is happening here.
That's an insane take. That's crazy.
I mean, it's a monopoly. That's just what it's a very basic monopoly.
They basically want to take the business that they either made or are profiting from, and give it to somebody else so that they can become another player.
Yeah.
Well, it might be
either another player or expand on an already existing point of competition.
Yeah, that's why I said that, or that's why I suggested the extension that pops up on which other search engine people want to use. But you said most people are just going to pick Chrome and Google either way.
Yeah, most people will pick Google.
So they just want to change the people that own it.
Safari and
so look, what can happen is so right now 2/3 of people, according to this, use Chrome. The default is Google. Let's say either Chrome gets acquired by somebody else, or Chrome makes a deal with Bing. Bing might become the because Chrome could be its own company. That might be what happens, right? Well, this is not really a breakup. They're saying they want them to sell it, right? So, but they could make a deal with Bing, or it could get bought by some whoever owns Bing. Is it Microsoft that owns Bing?
Microsoft.
I don't know. And then what would happen is that there's a different default, and then there's a different market player. And Google doesn't just get to be the default for free, because right now they get to be the default for free.
Well, not necessarily for free. I mean, they have to maintain and update their browser, but yeah.
But their I mean, is there no money to be made from their browser? Like our browsers
No,
just like
there is,
completely
but
waste
just
of money?
the idea that it's for free just because their business is profitable doesn't really make sense, right? That's like saying Amazon is the #1 retail distributor because or for free, which that's not true just because they're profitable.
Yeah, they're paying to.
Sure, but the point more is that there's going to be a greater cost by them not being able to just instant default their things, right? Like you can advertise, Google could advertise on YouTube for like, it's not free because you have to pay the whatever, but like they could put whatever advertisements they want for like a significantly lower cost, right? Same with like Amazon and Twitch, right?
I mean, Google can put their advertisements on YouTube for free because they own, but yeah.
From an Intel perspective, you kind of want diverse browsers anyway, because you don't want everyone leaning to one browser because it's making it easier to hack.
Yeah, that's true. That's true
you
too.
Want diverse programming, you want diverse. Yeah, so by making multiple browsers, it makes it a lot easier to like not everyone be on one browser. Everyone, a hack comes out, everyone get affected by that one hack, and then you literally get fucked. Yeah.
Are you trying to say because of like the CrowdStrike thing that if all the services were
something like that,
on,
even though not similar, but not exactly that. But yeah, you just don't want everyone to be monopolizing on one product.
Especially when it's dog shit like Chrome. True.
Hold on, is
I
that
love
the
Chrome.
default
Shut up.
for Windows Edge anyway? So the default browser is Edge for all like Windows stuff, right?
But Edge is actually running on Chromium, so technically Edge is Chrome.
I see.
Well, no, the issue isn't Chromium. The issue is the search browser.
If Chrome goes, Chromium goes with it. So that's the thing.
No, it doesn't. The infrastructure.
No, it's not disappearing.
Yeah, it isn't what's in question. It's whether or not the search browser. That's what's the problem. And Chrome isn't going to get removed from existence. It's just going to get sold off.
No, it's just going to get sold. Yeah. So if Chrome and Chromium goes with it, Chromium goes with Chrome.
Right. Isn't
it doesn't go away. It will still exist.
No, I mean, it gets sold. Yeah.
Yeah. And so it's not. I guess I don't even understand why that's a part of the conversation because it's not affecting.
Because it's part of the monopoly that is Google.
But the whole issue with Google is the search engine. It's not the. I mean, that could be a problem that they could raise, but that's not the problem they're trying to address right now, is my understanding.
Yeah, the problem that they're trying to address is too many people use Google. How do we reduce the amount of people who use Google as a search engine?
They use Google. Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean they have a complete like vertical monopoly, especially with like YouTube too. I think like you just press Y into fucking Google and you get YouTube. So
if the goal is to get people from not using Google, then why do they want it sold to somebody else?
Because somebody else will not make Google the default search engine. They'll either make it whatever company that they represent. If they're like a large company like Microsoft, it'll be like, Bing. But if
I just don't get why they'll sell it at. It's kind of pointless to sell it because even if they did sell it, it's still going to be like Google's going to have a share in it, and it's going to be so weird. It's probably just going to be its own like IPO, and then it's.
I mean,
they could force them. They could force them to sell it all off. There's multiple different ways that could go down where Google wouldn't have enough say over it.
Yeah. I think I agree though that this I don't know, like maybe they probably know better than me, right? But like I don't feel like this is the best thing. What this is just going to do, it's just going to cut into Google's profits, right? Like obviously they don't have Chrome anymore, but the chances are they're just going to pay whoever buys Chrome to make it the default, right? The only people that
it would have made
the only one that I know with the DOJ move, what they're going to do is they're going to make that not a thing that they.
Why?
Because that would mean they're back at the monopoly.
I wonder if they're attaching search to this though. Is Chromium?
I'm very sure Google has patents too for all this development.
I don't know. Yeah, the whole point is to break up the monopoly of search engine of the search engine. So if the search engine maintains a monopoly, they'll just constantly keep making it so that way it isn't.
Are we just parsing
They already
the browser, or are we
control-
parsing browser and search?
Don't they control 90+% of all searches already? Like, how are you gonna break
It
that?
wouldn't surprise me. Yeah.
I feel like the only way to break it is if another competitor makes a product that's like a competitive product. But even then,
there are other search engines.
I don't think
People
that is. I think
people
they're
don't just
already.
know how to.
I already think that there is competitive products to their search engine. However, people just don't.
it's like a
wanna
marketing
use it.
issue. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I think Firefox is running into
browser
turmoil.
came up.
Firefox.
They're
How
too
can it be
big.
competitive
Even if
if
another
no one wants
browser
to
came
use
up
it?
that was like better than Chrome, no one would use it just because people like routine and like habit and like doing the same thing they've always done.
Same thing, yeah.
I feel like the
In
only way a I feel like monopolies are kind of like inevitable. The only way to make it so that like people aren't getting screwed over by monopolies is literally for government to step in and like, I guess like tax them or something, and like make it so
Kind of
people
the way,
like
an
benefit
induced
off
panic
monopoly.
because Firefox is losing developers.
No,
Yeah,
I mean, no.
that's-
This is literally just prompted as a result of the Biden administration trying to push for
Yeah,
big
yeah, it's something they've
antitrust
been
moves.
working on for a long time. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like not going to solve the issue.
I think it very well could.
That's what I've been saying.
I think it
that
very
they
well
just
could.
need
If
to
they
solve
sell
the
it,
issue.
if they sell it off to somebody else who makes the default browser, not Google, I think it could potentially solve the issue.
But you said
if
it
somebody
won't
else
make
makes the default
people-
browser different, I think that could solve the issue. I just don't know, like, if other people have enough money that they're willing to put up. And so if it's not forced by the government, I feel like it's gonna hurt Google, but it's not gonna hurt them that much in terms of actual like market share and
the
stuff.
DOJ is getting involved, so it looks like it could be getting forced by the government. Looks like that might be what's happening. Might force them to sell it. So I don't know exactly how that works, but
yeah,
they're gonna force.
I mean, Google has AdSense, so they still have a good portion of that market share.
Yep.
I mean, isn't Google only default browser for like Android products?
Nope. It's also for Apple.
Nope. No.
Nope.
For what?
Also
Apple.
for
Apple.
Edge.
I thought Safari was.
Safari's the browser.
That's the browser.
Safari.
Yeah, browser.
But it's still Google that's the default search engine.
Yeah, you're right.
You have to actively like go and change it if you want something else.
And Firefox also, right? Is Google.
I think Firefox is Google. I'm on Firefox right now. Yep, it's Google.
That's insane.
Yeah.
But
So
I like Google.
you have to
bro.
change it.
Chrome is amazing.
Yeah, because you're used to it.
Yeah.
I mean, I used Edge and it's terrible, and then I found Chrome. And
I actually like
it's
Edge.
better.
I use Edge for my
Edge is
own
not
private
bad.
browsing.
Isn't Edge a
Okay, well,
browser?
it used to be
Edge is a
bad.
browser. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just Chrome is a fork of Chrome. That's
I think.
I use DDG browser.
DDG browser.
I think people naturally gravitate towards what's good. Seems like the best is Google, so I don't know.
I think Google. I don't know if Google is the best anymore. I think it was the best for a long time, Chrome. But I don't know. I feel like
it's secure for me.
I feel like when it comes to like, sorry, you know.
I was like, bro, if they made fucking Bing the default browser on like Safari, my ass would still like do like google.com and then like look shit
Exactly.
up.
That's what I'm saying.
Here's
It just
go back to
inconveniences
Google.
everyone.
Here's the thing,
It's just
though.
gonna inconvenience the fuck out of everyone.
I don't really think
It's
you would do
stupid.
that because I'm not even sure you'd notice. That's the thing.
You don't think so?
I'm not even sure you'd notice. Like, as an example, I use Edge all the time. I literally don't even notice. So like,
yeah,
I think you're right.
right now, if I Google hi on this, like, hold on.
At this point, people don't even use search engines too much. They like
You'd be able
type
to
this shit into
tell.
the browser.
That's not true.
And then the browser
that's
will like,
the results you get are the search engine. This is what I mean. You
Yeah.
don't
Yeah,
even
yeah.
realize what the search engine is.
yeah, you
right?
won't even realize it.
So like
you're so right. Yeah, you're
this,
so right.
this is the only, if you're looking at my stream,
Yeah,
like
that's what
this
would tell you.
at the top left is the only thing that really changes between search engines. That's really it. I could show you like,
Yeah.
what is it? Bing, right?
The formats.
Like
the
this
layouts,
is this is for the most part the only thing that really changes. Like you have the AI or whatever thing, which I think can also be enabled on Edge. Actually, I know it can on Bing, the AI thing. How many presidents are total? Sure. Wait, no, here. I'm trying to think of something that would prompt the AI. How many presidents are from the
See, you're trying
South?
so hard. You're trying so hard, but Google
There you
does
go.
it effortlessly. Effortlessly.
And then you
And
get
also
your
by
responses.
bringing up suggestions.
So the point is, you honestly, if this was the default browser, if this was the default thing, most people literally wouldn't be able to tell. Most people would not be able to tell.
Graphic. What's
Yeah, I
the
think we're
Lion
like
one
super like.
browser?
Is it Brave? Are you talking about Brave?
Yeah,
Or not, no,
Brave.
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you.
No,
That's-
did
Like
you?
graphic,
Did you?
right? That's different.
Yeah, it's. I saw something about them wanting to incentivize people to use it by doing like a challenge where you get paid after like some certain tasks you do.
Well, Brave has crypto like enabled with it.
Yeah. If you want to find out who's spying on you, I think the DDG browser is better. You can see where all the advertisers are connected on which site.
I think though, like in general, like people really like we're like super like internet people, so we're gonna like swap browsers probably a lot more often than like normal people, right? If I have Bing, I am swapping actually, and the fact that I'm surprised that there's people in here that said that they might not notice even, right? Like
that's
irrelevant. Like,
I actually
yeah,
would be
like, I'm
willing
surprised.
to bet that you wouldn't notice. I'd be willing to bet you wouldn't.
No, I used Edge and I instantly swapped it. Or yeah. I've used like a lot of different browsers. I instantly swapped them all to Google.
So when I'm talking about you wouldn't notice, what I mean is if literally one random day it swapped the default browser on your computer. So I don't think you would. I don't believe that.
I would.
I'm
optimistic. I would.
I don't think you would.
Dude, the AI thing is like a Google thing mostly, right?
I think the only browser
no,
where you would actually
there's
feel
AI
like
for Edge. For instance, I use Edge pretty exclusively, and it has AI
just
stuff.
tried
I can
it.
just.
It didn't work, but like Google almost every time it does it. I don't know.
Like what I was saying though is like most people like stick to defaults like super hardcore. Like I think like if you released like a video game, right? That was like that had really shit default settings, but you could fix all the problems in the game with settings. Like it just wouldn't be a popular game. People just wouldn't swap it with settings. Like they just wouldn't. They would load up the game one time
in
and then
general,
think it sucks.
I agree with, but also that cuts both ways. There's a lot of people who are not going to go out of their way to swap default browsers, especially if it works, which Bing 100% works. It works well.
No, that's the complete point I'm making. That like,
oh my bad.
That's what the angle that they're going for. I'm not sure that they will have to force that whoever buys it to not use Google, in my opinion, as the default to really like actually shake up the market. Because I think if they don't force that in whatever sale is made, right, or they don't sell it to somebody that has their own search engine, I just think Google's just going to pay to be the default if they're allowed to.
Yeah, I
right?
think
That's
they're going to have to force
saying.
them to not be a part of it. Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
but you know what happens after that now, right?
What you're just referring to people changing the default
Google Chrome.
If they change the default search engine to another company, that company is going to get big. Then we'll be having the same discussion down the line.
Well, they would just make it illegal for them to have Chrome be the default, or sorry, Google be the default browser.
No, I'm not talking about Google. I'm talking about the other company that.
Oh no, I don't believe that at all.
To be the default.
I don't think if like Microsoft acquired Chrome and then made the default search engine Bing, that Bing would become the new Google.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I think Google is here to stay pretty indefinitely. It's the idea that something fantastical would have to happen to have Google, or to have something else control like 90% of whatever the web traffic or whatever Google has. That would be
or a big breach would have to happen, or people lose total trust, but even then, it might not even happen.
Yeah, I don't even think like
it's already it's happened already. I'm pretty sure Google has had like crazy data leaks.
Yeah, it's like what would probably need to happen is I don't know.
Dude, irrelevant. The only way is if Google changes their name. That's the only way.
Oh yeah, that's true. Like if Google changes their name and then a bunch of like products are acquired, and Android and Apple swap their default browsers, and then Google changes their name to something else, then like maybe yeah.
I think a big thing that can happen too is the degradation of Google's quality. If it degrades enough, like it has been worse, right? Like 90% of the time, like I don't get the answer that I want because either A, there's ads, or B, like they just don't have a good search engine, and I just search up Reddit afterwards, right? Like that's something Destiny talked about, where every search is just a Reddit query.
But I think Google has to really become so fucking bad for that to be the case.
Yeah. But like I don't know how much effort they're putting in to like be good. I guess it's not. It doesn't seem to be getting better. I don't know why. I don't know what the.
I think everyone's very unhappy about the AI kind of presence of Google now, where they've been skipping out.
I don't support.
Yeah, they don't like the AI.
Love it.
Hold on. So musical people in Twitch chat, I don't support you just coming in and telling people to report Hasan's content. If you have issues or whatever with the content or whatever, then going through different channels is more appropriate. But technically, it's TOS to do that, and so please don't be putting shit like that in my chat room. But yeah, good luck.
Way to get kicked.
Even though I do agree, he's spreading anti-Semitism. However, it's let's not.
Twitch make the call.
Break TOS.
Yo, Ahrelevant. You
What?
look in good shape, bro. I say you still be lifting.
Thank you.
So can we go back to if Bing becomes the new default search engine? You do know that like they are kind of in connections with Teams, Outlook, and other like corporate practices or businesses.
It isn't Bing.
That's
Is it
similar,
Bing not owned by Microsoft?
Google's
It is.
Gmail and their
Wait, I don't understand. What's your point in bringing that up?
I'm saying that when or if Bing is the new search engine, they can become a monopoly of some sort down the line.
I don't find that to be likely.
Well, they already have the same like I think they have the same like vertical structure that like Google has with like Microsoft. No, like
exactly.
I hate all the vertical shit. Like I don't do any of it, so like I don't know how good it is.
Leveling the playing field, sadly. It's just leveling the playing field. But even though it's not. But
yeah,
can you explain the vertical? Can you explain the vertical monopoly that Microsoft has?
They just have vertical integration. Like they have the same thing. They have like their email, they have Outlook, they have Teams, they have like their different programs. That you have like one account for all these things. No, is my understanding.
Yep.
Sure. Wait, that doesn't. Wait, hold on. That doesn't. That's not a monopoly. That's not a vertical monopoly.
The whole thing is that you do everything through this. You have your Google Drive, which is your whatever it's called on fucking Microsoft. I don't know. I fucking hate their products.
They're OneDrive.
I love
OneDrive. Oh my fucking god. Like you have all these things, and that's like I think that's a big part of why Google has so much staying power, especially, right? Like if Google didn't have like all these things, right? Like, and then once, especially if Bing got big, they could even probably dive into advertising because they would have like way more data and stuff about consumers, stuff like that.
Efficient as fuck. You just
Dude, wait. Sorry. I just like Googled Microsoft monopoly, and they've sued Microsoft before for the same thing in 2001.
Sorry, what did you just Google?
The long case.
Microsoft monopoly.
Okay,
That's
what
how
about
he
it?
Googled it and he didn't Bing it.
Yeah.
I'm using DuckDuckGo search engine.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Which Microsoft monopoly? What Microsoft monopoly are you referring to?
Yeah. What was it? What was the specific case like about?
Let me send the link. Oh, it's even Wikipedia. Crazy.
because like I mean, Microsoft does a lot, right? It could be about anything. But I think that that is a worry. Ideally, that whoever rises, or if like there's a multipolar world, okay, of search engines, like ideally it's not just Google and Microsoft are the big players.
Yeah,
like,
but that's what I'm saying. That even if they give it to somebody else and they don't make Google the default search engine and they make that company's search engine the default, they will rise to be a monopoly one way or another eventually.
I don't believe that to be the. I don't believe that to be the case. That would just
monopoly, but
so
I feel like we're looping at this point.
Well, there's one separate thing that was being talked about, which is whether or not the vertical, whether or not Microsoft has a vertical monopoly, and I don't believe that they do.
I sent the link in the stream.
Well, do you think Google does? Like
at the moment, for what product? Yeah, for ads, and I think that's what this is. Right? They own every bit of the infrastructure necessary to be able to get ads from ad distributors to the consumer's page. They own all of it. So the disrupting of Google Chrome takes away one of those steps where they no longer have the ability to go from browser to so they have advertiser, but then they don't have browser, and then they have the page, the search engine, right? So it's
that's
from the producers of the service. They don't have that. So yeah.
So the thing that I'm guessing the end step of that would be something like YouTube, where they can mass sell advertisements, right? I guess Google, they can sell advertisements too, but like what step do you think is missing that Microsoft doesn't have? Like, I don't understand. Like, I feel like they have all the necessary steps. They're just not popular.
To my knowledge, and I just Googled it, maybe I'm misunderstanding it, but it was to my knowledge that a vertical monopoly means that in order to, like, whatever good or service that is being provided must be exclusive through that and is given through a vertical infrastructure, meaning they own all of the steps from the production of the product to the distribution of the product to the consumer. And they have to have exclusivity on the distribution of that product. And it needs to reach a sufficient level to be able to suppress competition, right? So for Microsoft, they don't have that with any other products, at least to my knowledge, because none of them are. They don't have a suppression of competition issue. They don't have a controlling market share that is worthy of suppressing competition. However, Google does.
I what I'm talking about is a hypothetical situation where Bing takes over Google, right? Like Bing becomes maybe not like 90% like Google is or whatever, but it becomes like
Chrome.
Like it. Well, it takes over in. So if Bing becomes bigger than Google, let's say because Chrome gets sold to, it doesn't even have to be to Microsoft because they already have Edge. They already have a lot of steps for the vertical monopoly. Edge is the default on these products on Windows PCs, which is not necessarily the biggest market. It matters for your like phones and stuff too, what the default is. But let's say they are able to acquire enough default and they have all the same steps. They just don't have the popularity right now to actually do what Google's doing. But they have all the steps to do it. I just don't know what steps missing. Like that's what I'm worried about, I guess. Or I don't think Bing's gonna get that big, but that's like probably what they're aiming for.
Yeah, they're gonna aim for that. I just don't think they'll reach it. That's the thing.
They were.
If you're referring to this, that is not what this says. This link that you sent is not what you. It's not in relation to what you're talking about.
See.
Sorry.
The U.S. government accused Microsoft of illegally monopolizing the web browser markets for Windows, primarily through the legal and technical restrictions it put on the abilities of PC manufacturers and users to uninstall Internet Explorer and use other programs such as Netscape and Java.
Correct.
That's a little different because that's like on the more hardware-based thing, right? Like this is about like defaults.
No, it's very simple. This is about a web browser. It's not about a search engine. It's very simple.
Yeah. But like this web browser was enforced by like the actual like.
Yes, by the hardware. It was made too difficult to be able to swap. But yeah, it's about a web browser. It's not about it monopolizing the market of web browsing in totality. It's that it had a monopolizing of web browsers for Windows. Because it was, and Windows is so widely and ubiquitously used that they thought it to be sufficient to trust bust it.
If Microsoft becomes the if Bing becomes the default search engine, it will. That's what I'm saying.
No, this is about a web browser. It's not about.
No. I'm saying if Microsoft is the one that gets that default slot, they will.
No, because this is about web browsers and how difficult it is to uninstall Internet Explorer. Even if Microsoft were to acquire it, you could say that Bing might have a controlling share as to be able to, I guess, reach a sufficient level, but I would find that to be extremely unlikely. But yeah, it wouldn't be the case. If you're referring to Microsoft owning a sufficient number of web browsers to monopolize the web browser market, that is a separate claim than even what this is talking about. This isn't saying that everybody was using Internet Explorer. At this time, the majority of people were not using Internet Explorer. The problem is, if you were using Windows, they saw it as sufficiently, at least according to this, they saw it as sufficiently difficult to be able to uninstall an Explorer or Windows Explorer as to meet the merit of referring to it as monopolizing the web browser on Windows.
I understand.
I think what I think it is generally to get people away from Chrome, because there's just too many users capitalizing on Chromium, the core end of the engine, whether it be Edge or Chrome. And generally, if there's hacks developed for Chromium, then it kind of makes it very vulnerable.
Well, that's not the particular case that we're talking about here.
Yeah, what browsers are not Chromium based though? My understanding is even like Opera GX and Firefox, are they not Chromium as well? I'm pretty sure they are, no?
I have no idea.
I don't know.
I have no idea.
I don't know.
My understanding, I don't know any browsers that are not based on Chromium. I don't know if Brave is based on Chromium. That's the only one I don't know. But I literally can't even name any other browser.
Like your GPU to function. So Brave is more like a graphical interface than it's like a video game more than a browser, which is fun.
Well, according to this, Brave is built on Chromium as well. So I can't think of a single browser that's not Chromium based. Like all browsers are Chromium based right now. Like, yeah.
Top ones,
so.
yeah, like Brave,
DGG browser. Wait, is
the irony of you googling this?
Oh wait,
the irony.
Yeah. So if you're concerned about this, like, that's just like a whole nother thing. Like, I don't even know.
Yeah. Too late. We're already there.
We're already fucked out. Like.
Yeah.
Actually, wait. Is Safari? That's the only one. It's probably not. Safari's the only savior. Okay, Safari's your only savior.
I feel like that's the concern, because generally, if everything's running on Chromium, that was a concern.
It says Firefox is not based on Chromium, at least initially.
Oh, it's not?
Yeah.
That's what it says.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was.
No. Brave, Chrome, Edge, Opera, and like some of their
there's Microsoft Edge Web View 2 that the DGG browser is based off of. Is that still a Chromium thing?
Let's see. Yeah, I don't really have that more to add on this topic. I think we already talked about everything that I have to add, so.
I'm actually trying to.
Is an Edge supporter of Google things?
How are we gonna get rarely laid? Let's talk about that.
What?
Get around what?
Nothing. I didn't say anything.
He was informed. 4-year-old Justice Minister and Attorney General fired from policies.
What kind of girls are you interested in, really?
Ones that breathe. He was informed.
Oh shit.
Yeah, how's that going?
You don't have like a personality type, like the well-read girl, or
a woman that likes talking about philosophy and politics.
Okay.
Based.
Based. Would you date an airhead?
No. It would just get annoying. It would just probably be annoying. If you can't hold a conversation, I'm gonna get annoyed with being around you, probably.
Is that what?
Imagine like having an argument with somebody that can't hold a hypothetical argument. That sounds like
it's
cancer.
just so fucking frustrating. Oh, no way.
Usually they'll probably just give up, and you won't have to really worry about that at all because they'll probably just concede unless they're like really hard-headed.
Yeah, but then they don't really learn, and then they're just like stuck in a perpetual loop, and then it's a bit of an L.
Recreational use only. Come on.
Jesus.
Roland knows. We had a discussion a while back.
Did we?
Yeah, you don't remember?
What are you are you the black pill guy? I thought I recognized your name. Are you the black pill guy that's fucked a bunch of chicks?
No comment. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's a yes.
That's a yes.
No, that's a yes.
Okay, yeah, I remember you.
Are you trying to distance yourself from your past concern? What are you trying to do over here?
No, of course not. I just want to enjoy this political discussion.
Yeah, of course.
I believe that the Google Chrome thing will not be an issue. They did a similar thing in Europe where they had search engine bundled with Internet Explorer, and you just have, once you install it, you get a pop-up. Which search engine do you want to use?
Yeah, my issue is that most people are literally just gonna pick Google.
Yeah, but it's a choice. That's the important part. That it's a choice of the people. And when it comes down to bundling in 2001,
the illusion of choice,
like the bundling that Microsoft did and still does on its operating system with Edge, for example, you cannot uninstall Edge properly. It's still there.
I don't know. I haven't tried to uninstall Edge, but I don't, and nor do I remember how hard it was back in the day to do it for Internet Explorer. But it doesn't matter if it's your choice. What matters is that there's a monopoly that is creating an unfair advantage inside of the market that needs to be dealt with in order for market forces to properly work.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, it has to be a choice. Right now in Google Chrome, it's not really a choice, and that is what they're triggering on.
No, I'm pretty sure it's a choice on Google Chrome, no?
Like they have to make an explicit choice at the beginning when you boot Chrome or when you install it or something like that.
Even still, that's not going to solve the problem. Everyone's going to pick Google.
Yes, everybody will pick Google, but it's then their choice, so that nobody can claim
that's not how antitrust works. The reason why we have antitrust laws isn't so that way you get to pick the correct product. The reason why we have antitrust laws is to avoid monopolies that will necessarily break down, or we believe it to be, necessarily break down the competitive spirit of the market, which is necessary to prevent the dilution of products and the degrading of the consumer experience.
Okay, let's take a hypothetical. Let's say Chrome becomes its own company. Will you stop using Google as your search engine?
I'm sorry, say again?
Let's say Chrome becomes its own company.
Yep.
Like it gets pulled off from Google. Will you stop using Google as your own search engine?
I don't use Google as my own search engine. But yeah, I would probably just move to a different search engine.
Based. Except you said you Googled something earlier.
You're right. Well, that's a part of the reason why they have the monopolies, because they did the thing that like Coke did, where it's like, pass me a Coke when you're not even talking about Coke, but they didn't do it, or they did it more successfully than that. Whenever you talk about searching something, you almost intuitively, everyone will intuitively say Google it. It's a phenomenal marketing job.
I just binged it, bro. I don't know about
There's
you.
actually a lot of, hasn't there been like lawsuits into it?
The same thing goes with Q-tip. Right? A Q-tip isn't the thing that you put in your ear. It's a brand. It's a cotton swab. But a lot of people will be like, here, can I get a Q-tip?
I think Google's have to fight lawsuits about like keeping their brand because it's such a common phrase. Like people like fight over.
Yeah, Kleenex. Yeah, the people do the same thing with like Purell. Not as super common, but they'll do it with Purell. Huh?
App Store. The
But
App Store
Bing
was
doesn't sound
originally
as
registered
cool.
by Apple, and they lost the registration because it became a common phrase for app stores.
Hack stores? I don't even know what you're saying, to be honest, there, brother.
Stores on your mobile, your app store.
Oh,
The
App Store.
Your mic is a
App
little
Store.
muffled.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sorry, man. Sorry. Like it's
No, you're good.
App Store. Yeah. Stuff like that, where it's like it becomes so common, a phrase that it's like, oh, okay, yeah, it's a whole thing.
Like the risk with spooling off Google, like let's say we spool off Chrome and everything, then it becomes a private company, and Chrome could say, well, everybody that's using Chromium as their underlying system, like Edge, you can no longer use it. And now everybody's screwed because we all know how Microsoft is with designing their own browser. We all use Internet Explorer in the past.
I think Edge is good. You can say what you like. I think Edge is good. I like Edge.
Edge is Chrome.
What?
It's built on a Chromium
Edge
system,
is based-
sure.
Yeah, it's built up Chromium, but if Chrome gets spooled off, that means that Chromium will probably be part of that spooling.
I don't know if Chromium needs to be sold off with Chrome. Because Chromium is it's an infrastructure, right? It's like a code-based infrastructure that can be used by multiple different companies, no?
I think Google created Chromium browser.
Yeah,
the open source thing.
That would be then spooled
Chromium is
off
the core
Chromium.
engine, and usually just fork of Chrome. It's kind of like Linux.
Wait, somebody said Chromium is an open source browser base. Is that true?
Yes.
Oh, if it's an open source, then no, it's not. It's open source. What the fuck? No, it's not leaving. What the hell?
They can change the license.
They could, yeah, hypothetically.
Yeah, but they still develop one.
Again, though, the problem isn't the making money off of like Chrome and Chromium. It's the
default search engine.
The defaults. Yeah, that's the problem. It's not. It's the problem isn't making money off owning Chromium or them owning Chromium, right? It's the fact that 2/3 of people use Google Chrome.
Mm-hmm. That's the issue.
More, probably. I don't know. At least
well,
Google
at least according to the
2/3.
report. According to the report, it's 2/3.
Yeah, and because it's specifically the search engine that is embedded within Chromium as a default, I think by making it an explicit choice, they can get around that entire issue. Like if it by explicit choice, I mean you install it, you get a pop-up, big pop-up. Here's all the search engines, and you select yours. They can even say like, "Oh, we'll put Google."
So
at the
no,
bottom.
this isn't the case either. Because again, if everybody picks Google, then you still have the problem. The issue with antitrust isn't people should be given the choice. The issue with antitrust is even if given the choice, if people pick, because right now people have a choice to pick which browser that they use, which search engine that they use. You could say make that choice easier, but at the end of the day, the issue is the consequences of everybody picking one. That's the issue.
Yeah, and then everybody types in google.com.
No,
So
not everybody's going to do that. That's the argument that they're making. In the event that happens, in the event that happens, they'll find other solutions to the problem.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like with the pop-up thing, you basically, when you install it, you select your browser search engine. That will solve that problem.
It doesn't solve.
Because
Hold on. What do you think the problem is? Hold on. What do you think the problem is?
I think the problem is that specifically the Chrome web browser is bundled and default configured with Google as its default search engine. And
why is that a problem?
Crux of the problem. That is considered a problem by some judges because it according to them, it gives them a monopoly on search. But by making it a choice for people, it's no longer a monopoly on search.
No. How does it have a monopoly on search? Like, why? Why is the monopoly on search like an issue? Why do they care?
I don't know. Best search engine? I don't know. Like,
okay, so they lay it out. The reason why they care is because they have a monopoly on your if somebody some group or whatever has a monopoly on your search engines. They also have a monopoly on the results that come up. They have a monopoly on the ads that get placed whenever you search something, which is very dangerous, obviously. We do not want one company to own essentially the dissemination of all information between people outside of books, which is pretty much what Google has. If you want to look for information, you Google it. That's really, in the 21st century, that's how it works. Not very many people are going out to the library and finding their information that way. So by having Google being the primary owner of how like 90% of people get their information online, and they get to effectively pick and choose what essentially you find to be the truth online. And so they're like, this is not good. We need to make sure that there is a competitive market for how information is gathered by the general public. And the way that they find they're going to do that is by trust busting.
Yeah, but here's the question then, like the counter question. Let's say we have Chromium, like completely stripped of any Google, any weird things. Chromium is still primarily developed and maintained by Google. Does it still mean that it has a monopoly?
No, it wouldn't necessarily mean it has a monopoly.
Why?
Because what we care about is the search engine.
Yeah, but if you can change the search engine within the browser at start and whenever you want in an easy and understandable manner for the user, then that problem would be alleviated, right?
It might be a little bit less. There might be some people who pick a different browser. The issue is most people wouldn't. Most people would just pick Google, and we'd still be in the same position where the vast majority of information, the dissemination of information, is controlled by Google.
Yeah, but that won't change anyway, because you know the joke, right? You go to bing.com, and there you type Google, and then you go to Google.
No, but not everyone does that.
Bing is way better now, though.
Engines work.
Yeah,
you literally just top it in. Like whenever you write into the browser, like the browser will like use a search engine to give you the information. Yeah. Like the way you Google shit now is by typing it in at the top of your phone. No, but
that's what I mean.
Like the Google.com.
Yeah, like that's how it does it currently.
But the idea is most people will probably not do that. That's just actually, I'm not even going to make that claim because it's possible most people would do that. Most people are probably not going to, every single time they search into their search browser, type Google, then search what they want to search. Every single time they search on their computer, they're not going to do that. A lot of people will just be like, oh, you know what? I don't really care to change it in their type. And they're honestly not even going to know that much of a difference because Bing is actually pretty good. If you actually use Bing, it's actually pretty good.
It's way better.
You have to remember that when you go onto a new search engine, you're generally going to be asked if you want to change this to your default, and then it's going to give you instructions on how to change it to your default. So just so you know, that's the thing that happens.
Yeah. It's usually with your browser, not your search engine.
That's actually sometimes the search engine itself too, depending on.
Ahrelevant, do you agree with what they're trying to do with like selling off like part of the company? Yeah. Is that what's going on? Is a solution?
Yeah, specifically, we can go back to it, but specifically, I believe this is potential deal remedies. So they were talking about propose. Is this the same thing? What comes next in the Google's antitrust case? Let's see what remedies they proposed. Concludes. So, to my knowledge, what they're doing is they're saying, hey, you have to sell Chrome if you're unwilling to do specific things. Let's see if it's actually just in here. In the case from ending exclusive agreements where Google pays, so they offer them, hey, stop paying Apple to make you their exclusive thing.
Okay.
Yeah. Then it's like, hey, okay, maybe you have to sell off Chrome to an Android.
Yeah, they're gonna force them to sell off Chrome
or Android. Yeah. Like, so we're just talking about like Chrome right now. So it's like they have other solutions.
Are they still gonna let Bing? Are they still gonna let Bing like pay Apple to make them use Bing as their search engine?
In theory, no.
In theory, they would be able to do it because they wouldn't hold a 90% share of searches, online searches, if they did it. So yeah, Bing should be able to.
No, but then they own.
Doesn't that kind of screw over Apple like really hard?
Okay, two people are talking at once.
Apple's
let Danny finish.
Isn't that going to screw over Apple now? Because being essentially there's no competition other than like to make Apple use their browser, or I mean their search engine. Because
no, the issue isn't necessarily exclusivity of like the default browser on Apple. The issue is that Google just has too much of the market. Like whether or not Bing is the default of Apple doesn't matter, because the courts, at least currently, don't find it to be the case. That
Wait, what do you mean? The courts don't find it to be the case.
The courts don't find it to be the case that it's similarly to the issue with Windows in the past, where they found that Microsoft had made Internet Explorer too difficult to be able to change on their devices. They do not find it to be sufficiently too difficult for Apple to change their default search engine. So it's like, hey, whatever, not that big of a deal if whatever is the default browser. I'm assuming that maybe that's a part of the Apple antitrust, because I think the Apple antitrust has to do with
App Store.
They're too much of the smartphone market share, I believe. Or sorry, no. It's too much of the App Store shit, right? Like apps have it's too much of the App Store thing, I think. I have to look at the Apple lawsuit.
Okay,
like, if you look at Europe, for example, in Europe they already did this. So, like in Europe, this was already done. The US never had this with the. We had an antitrust here in Europe against Internet Explorer bundling. This was during Microsoft XP days, the Windows XP, and lasted, I think, until 8. What would happen if you would click Internet? You just freshly installed a PC. You click Internet, and it would pop up. A pop-up instead of going to Internet Explorer, it would give you a pop-up. Which browser do you want to use? It would then download the browser and make it your browser. That's why I think that the solution is that a similar pop-up within Chrome, asking what is your default search engine.
Okay, bro.
That doesn't solve the problem. Same thing. Yeah, you're looping.
But you've been saying the same thing over and over. Do you understand how if people keep choosing Google as their search engine, then Google still has like the biggest distribution of like information, like but all those devices.
Yeah, true. But let's say for example, Bing, like Apple.
Okay, hold on. Can I just ask you a separate question so we can maybe get to the root of our disagreement? If everybody has the most obvious and an in-their-face choice to pick which search engine they use, and they all pick Google, like 100% of them pick Google, do you think the government should do something about that? Or do you think because it's a choice, they should just be allowed to choose?
I think that, like personally, I think that all browsers on mobile or on desktop
just answer
should give a user an option.
Beg your pardon.
Okay, yeah, just answer the question, please. It's just answer the question.
Yeah.
Repeat the question.
Okay. If everybody has the choice for search engine and 100% of them pick Google, do you think that the government should step in to prevent Google's total monopoly on search engines?
That's both a yes and no, I think. The reason why yes,
it's not possible. Either the government intervenes or they don't.
No, it's a yes and no, because if you look at from one side, it's indeed like the Google would decide information. However, I think that it's also like user's choice, because we've seen in the past
that's not what I'm asking you. Should the government intervene?
Depends.
If the people have the choice.
If people have the choice, I don't think so.
Depends on what?
I don't think if people have a choice, I think they don't need to intervene.
Okay, there you go. Thank you. Holy crap. Jesus.
Dude,
okay. That's the difference
question.
that I just disagree. Everybody can choose to buy a product from a specific distributor, even if they think that distributor is like the best distributor of a product. That doesn't mean that Like, it's not a harmful monopoly. And that's where I guess the US government might disagree with you. I'm not going to claim to be a lawyer and know for sure that if choices are presented in a specific way that they're for sure not going to do any like trespassing things, but I know for a fact that...
Question you.
Huh?
Let me give you a counter question. Similar vein.
Go for it.
Let's say right now Apple uses Google, right, as a default.
Yep.
Let's say it switches to Bing. It's got a deal now with Bing. Wouldn't that make all Apple users, like basically have the same information? If that is the crux of your issue with it, have the same information.
So have the same information?
Like you basically say, like search engines, if you search for X, you get the same results on Google if you search it or if I search it. If the default is on Apple, Bing, because Google isn't allowed to pay Apple anymore, which would be a good thing in my opinion. But Bing pays now, and it becomes a default. Doesn't it also create exact same problem now?
No, because Apple isn't the 90% of how people search for information.
No, on all Apple users, I mean. Like for all Apple users now, it's the same search engine. Most people don't change it.
No, that isn't my concern. My concern isn't for particular products from a specific brand. The only reason why I would have issues with that is either if Apple had 90%, or I think the general rules, don't quote me on this, is like 80% of the market share. If it's over 80% of the market share, then it's considered like a monopoly. And can be subject to antitrust laws. But either way, if 90% of smartphones were Apple, then maybe you'd have some concern. Or 90% of the way that people search for information were on Apple phones, then I would have that concern. But no, I'm not concerned with that.
So your problem is not the specific search, but it's a monopoly, right?
Yeah. Yes, it is a monopoly of how people search for information. That is my concern.
Are you then also against the Chromium being implemented in pretty much every big browser out there except Firefox and Safari?
I would need to do more searching into what Chromium is and how it's developed and how it's overseen. But I mean, in general, I would like a more diverse base for the infrastructure for browsers. Sure. I wouldn't have subject it to government intervention, but yeah.
Yeah, understandable. Yeah, like there's a risk to it though. Like by having this is a risk on both sides. By having a separate engine, which Chromium technically is, you have the problem that you can have divergence of standards, which we seen in Internet Explorer. The other side of this coin is if there's a bug in Chromium, that bug will be everywhere.
Sure, but also everywhere can fix it because it's open source. They can fix it all independently.
No, if it's a bug within the render engine basically of Chromium, then it's in every browser. Yes, they can,
but they can fix it independently because it's open source.
Like, I don't necessarily think it works that way, because you have to like changes to your thing. You have to commit to the Chromium framework.
Yeah, but you can get a fork of the framework that is you use for your private purposes. No.
Yeah, you can do that. Ahrelevant.
So yeah, if you get a fork of it, then you can use it independently and modify it independently. And if there's a bug, you modify that independently.
The only thing is like some packages or whatever that might be used, maybe you can't update them alongside, like maybe you'll run into errors like that.
Yeah, it's possible that there's certain, it's possible. I would need to see some of the things. I imagine there's some vulnerabilities or issues with it. Hence my argument that, I would like a more diverse basis for it. But like, it's not a super big issue.
It's so funny, like the connection from this to like a dating dynamic setting. Like if there's a tall, handsome, lean, muscular male in a room with 100 people, like every girl picks him. Are you gonna force like the women to pick the less like inferior men? I don't know. In India, it's like
an
culturally enforced.
You're an
What do you mean?
unstoppable
Like-
black pill machine. It's always going on in your mind.
Jesus Christ.
No matter what you do, you're
I'm just saying,
unstoppable.
it's super funny. And if you try to intervene the government, like what something in India is culturally enforced, like women are being infidelity is very high. So you really can't stop. Google's just
Somebody needs
smogging.
to stop this guy. That's what needs to be stopped. What?
I'm just pointing out a connection. There's everywhere.
I feel like this thing that they're trying to do, where they're trying to make it so not everyone can just make Google their default browser. I don't think it's going to solve the issue very much.
I think it
I
very
just
well
feel
could
like-
get Google below their targets, and I think that's all that really matters.
Below their targets?
Yes,
Yeah, below their targets.
One level.
Their sites.
Wait, you mean as in like make it not a monopoly?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's say it doesn't have like a search built in. I don't think it's going to do anything. I think most people will still choose Google, like you said with the pop-up thing, like they had in Europe. Like most people will still do Google.
No, there's
Like,
a
they
lot
still
of like
just dive
boomers.
into
So
double-
this is what I believe. There's a lot of boomers who will literally always use the default search engine unless it's like obviously unbelievably trash. Which Bing is just simply not. A lot of the other search engines are just simply not unbelievable trash in comparison to Google. As much as like Google dick writers want to say otherwise, Google is not that much better than the competition.
Google became shit in the past years. Like Google used to be a lot better, in my opinion.
I don't know.
But
I think I think it's decent. Like I like the AI thing that they integrated. That's cool. But other than that, like too crazy.
Hey, you're helping. You're helping us.
I don't know. I feel like with search engines specifically, this is like a situation where like government has to get like involved to make sure that they're like fair and stuff. I think like the way people like get their information should be like as unbiased and like have someone step in so that it's not like for like monetary gain. But yeah, I agree. I guess it'll get them below the threshold where it's like not a monopoly. But on top of that, the government should be like monitoring the fuck out of like search engines. Are there laws that do that? Where it's like they have to abide by like certain standards that the government sets for them?
I don't think
For, like,
So
unbiased,
all
like-
businesses. Wait, what do you mean?
Like for
Or
any
like,
business or for search engines specifically?
Search engines specifically.
I'm sure there's tons
Are
of
there, like,
laws.
laws?
Well, I know. Well, what kind of laws?
Search result clause. That's what he's talking about.
Yeah, like laws that the top search results shouldn't be like chosen based on like how much money they're giving Google, if that makes sense.
Maybe. I don't know. I actually totally don't know.
Because you know how they make
Like,
them do this is an ad thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think they should do that for like top search results.
They do that.
If it is like paid.
They do that.
Besides,
they do that.
Yeah, I think Danny's saying
like,
that
all
they
of them?
shouldn't.
No, I think they should.
Oh, okay.
To be
Never mind.
transparent about the fact that they're ads.
Like they do, at least in Europe, they basically have a big tag on it, sponsored.
Yeah, well, it says ad at the top. Yeah, it says an ad.
But I feel like an ad is different than like I'm searching like something about like like macaroni and cheese recipe, and then a website pays for like priority on like the searches. I mean, I guess
Yeah, they
shit
do
like
that.
like a mac and cheese recipe is like okay, but like let's say
Doesn't matter. It's a
Is
good
Trump-
example. Mm.
yeah, or it's kind of a good example because a mac and cheese recipe is like okay, whatever, you pay to get your website like posted as the top search result. But if it's like, does Trump want to like end abortion, or no, something like political that could like affect people, or something, how many people died at some like massacre thing that happened, and then if some website's like trying to cover it up, they'll like pay Google to make it the top result.
Yeah, I have
and
no
it doesn't
idea.
specify that they paid for it.
Well,
then-
it'll always.
do you see what I mean? That's
by
when it's
default,
has to
it
specify
does
that it's paid
specify
for.
that it pays for it.
I'm pretty
that
sure
is
for
a law.
like priority and like search results is different than like a straight up just ad. You know, you go into like, you make an ad for something. Oh, I'm selling like a shirt, right? Oh, that'll pop up as like an ad, like sponsored.
I think for the purpose of the search engine, it's no different. I think it's subject to the same laws.
For the purpose of search engine?
Yeah, I think it's subject to the same laws. Because I know whenever there is ads like that on like Google, it's labeled as an ad.
Okay, what about like Google themselves?
Let's say there's no ads.
Like Google themselves, like are there laws that make it so that Google, like how the top search results get like chosen by Google to make sure that they're not like
there's a thing, yeah, that's basically the one of the things that Google specifically is pretty strong in, and some other search engines are pretty bad at. Bing is also decent at SEO, search engine optimization, which is basically trying to get your page on the first page of Google search. And that is search engines, all these search engines want to combat that specific thing because they want good results and they don't want something that just has a ton of words in it and you search for macaroni and cheese and you get how to make pie.
Wait, what about that?
Like the search engine optimization, like let's say there's no ads, like basically search engines want to give you a decent result, not based on ads. No, there's a world without ads. So if I have a website, I want my my result to be #1 in Google or whatever search engine. For that, you can do SEO, search engine optimization. And it's a thing that search engines don't want in general, because you want something that the user is searching for, like macaroni and cheese. And when they click on the top website, it's a macaroni and cheese website and not how to make pies recipes website.
Yeah, that would be the idea behind making sure that Google doesn't have like a controlling share of like the marketplace is they could technically fuck around with their backend to promote whatever website that they want without it technically being an ad. It doesn't have to be an ad for you to swap around the way that your engine works to make one result come up sooner than another one.
Yeah, like that's basically the search engine optimization, but I think it shouldn't be like a specific like antitrust or whatever. I think like there might be a law that needs to be written for it. In Europe, for example, they're working on making algorithms public. That's in certain situations, algorithms have to be publicized, have to be made clear to law enforcement and government, like this is how the algorithm works.
That's going to be complicated.
Okay. I don't really. I'm just still reading more about this Google thing, but yeah.
All in all, it's a difficult situation because yeah, like when you just look at pure Google, not even Chromium, I think most people will search for Google, and I suspect it's still going to get like majority market share. By far.
No, the issue isn't a majority market share. The issue is how much of the market share.
Like what is the limit before it's bad? 90% or something?
It's like 80 or 90%. I think I was always told it was 80, but I don't know. It's usually that's what like prompts a search or something.
I feel like it should get to the point where like the government makes like, oh, if it's going to be like one of the top like Google results, it needs to be like a website that's like verified by the government to not be like spreading like crazy misinformation. I don't know if that makes any sense.
That's really tricky because then
that's what I'm saying. I feel like the government should literally be getting involved a lot more with like search engines is what I'm saying. It's like you're talking about, right? It's like all the information we receive is literally like Google has the power to like put whatever they want in your face and that's like how you're gonna.
Yeah, but the idea would be that if you break up the trusts, that there's independent companies that compete with each other, and the hope would be that they don't do something
the
like
companies are gonna. I don't think the governments are. I don't think the companies are gonna give a fuck if like they're getting paid by people. You know what I mean? Or they want to benefit in some sort of way.
Yeah, well, that's the idea of competition.
Controlling how people perceive shit. The idea of competition. It just makes it so like another company can like manipulate people's like perceptions of truth now for their gain.
I mean, that's what we're seeing with X, right? That's what we saw with X. Is when X went under management by Elon Musk, he just turned it into a misinformation hellhole, and then it made a lot of people kind of go crazy.
Vote Trump in the elections. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Now we're just giving another company more power to do whatever they want.
Exactly.
Like, we're literally giving another company more power to like manipulate people's like perceptions of truth. That's what I'm saying. The government should get involved with like not letting companies manipulate people's perceptions of truth.
Yeah.
I don't think search engines are doing it as much.
Like I completely agree. Like search engines should have like some limitations on them. Like in Europe, X is, for example, has a big chance of getting blocked because they aren't releasing their algorithms.
What did you say?
Oh, yeah, like that's. I think that's a good idea. Like the government make it like, be transparent about like your algorithm in order to the government verify that it's like unbiased, I guess.
What do you mean?
Exactly. I mean, the problem then is that you effectively make Google open source, and then like that's
no, just only with the government. I guess.
The technology is open source, though.
I'm talking about if you make the code base entirely transparent, I can just copy and paste it.
No, transparent to the government. To the government, so that the government can verify that there's no like, so that the government can verify that there's no like bias like getting like fed to people, like they're not doing any manipulation of like people's like perception of truth.
Exactly.
I think your government should get like hella involved.
Well, I think that I think that happens if you could subpoena the company to be able to do that. If you suspect foul play, it just needs to present to the courts that there's foul play, and then they could subpoena them.
No, he's not talking about a subpoena. He's basically saying if you're using an algorithm, it has to be disclosed to the government. That's what he's saying.
I mean, in theory, you could do that, sure.
Search engine specifically.
But
and if there's a fork of that algorithm,
new laws, basically, we're talking here about brand new laws, like.
I mean, in theory, you could do that, but right now we could just look into any given company if we believe there's a problem, if it's presented to the courts and accepted by the courts.
Yeah, but then you don't need to have. I think it's a problem, because we see now, for example, in the U.S. how insane the U.S. is.
This might just be a rule. I actually don't know if I mean, maybe a law right now that the government. I actually don't know if the government has to be informed about the algorithms used for some of these companies. I actually don't know. I wouldn't imagine it is, but I actually don't know. So.
Does that feel like?
I don't think it is in the U.S. at least. Like you recently got a new law that handles those things. It's a brand new law, basically. The DSA, the Digital Services Act, and this allows for like pretty strict moderation, huge fines. We're talking about like 6% of yearly revenue in fines, not profit, revenue. So that would kill companies within seconds. So that way, it's really anti like companies like Google and those kind of things.
What?
Yeah.
There's a law in Europe. What?
I think we're beating this dead at this point. It's getting really quiet.
Huh? Yeah, I asked. Yeah, what that dude just said.
Did my mic fuck up again?
No, your mic didn't fuck up. I just wasn't listening. Can you repeat yourself?
Yeah. Okay, there's a law within Europe, a brand new law called Digital Services Act. This is a law that states that companies have to disclose how their algorithms work. If they don't disclose it, then they risk a fine of 6% of their yearly revenue, not profit, revenue.
Okay, this seems cool.
Yeah, you guys in the U.S. need a similar law. This is a new law that they talked about for years and years and years and years before.
I mean, I'm not quite sure about the ramifications of that, but intuitively, I would say, yeah, that could be fine.
You do know that the profits are lower than their revenue, right?
Yep. The idea is to target their revenue so that way they can't, presumably, they cannot just ignore the law.
And if their profits is lesser than their revenue, how are they going to pay?
Die. That's
6% of it.
Wait, the idea would be the idea is to make it so that it's so high that you cannot ignore it. So that's the point. Then the solution to that would be that they have to play ball with the government.
So, and if there's a fork of their algorithm, so
no,
can they counter?
This is to regulators. This is to regulators. It's not public. It's to regulators.
Yeah, I know. And if there's a leak,
then the government needs to do a better job of maintaining that information and keeping it secret.
But they're going to counter sue.
Sure.
Yep, and that's how it works. It's basically a lawsuit hell, but it does work. Like we've seen things like that with GDPR, for example. Similar fines. It's a European law, but now it's also applied in the US because it's easier for tech companies to have one set of rules and they just follow the strictest.
Oh, yep.
There's a solution. Well, not a solution. If you want to read something, there's an article about creating enduring competition in the search marketplace.
Wait, hold on. What about competition?
There's an article in the public streaming chat about creating enduring competition in the search market. There's a link.
I'm reading this article right now. I'm reading these articles about Google's antitrust thing because I think I'll make a video on it. I'm gonna finish this. I'm gonna finish these.
By the way, I just read here that the DSA also applies to search engines. So Google already disclosed their the algorithm to European regulators. Like the US needs to do the same thing.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. Because it's kind of like I don't know. It's at this point, it's like healthcare. You know, it's like a right at this point.
Yeah, it's a public utility.
Or not, it's not a right. Yeah, it's a public utility. Yeah. I feel like the same thing goes with like social media, honestly.
Yeah, social media is getting to a point where it's like, okay, we're like our news is coming from Twitter and stuff like that. So government probably needs some intervention in these situations to be able to regulate these things.
Yeah, like in Europe, for example, they have the rule comes into effect of for I think they call very large platforms, which is 45 million people or more.
Yeah, those are pretty good laws. I definitely think we need more like government intervention and like social media and like
The U.S. can use a lot more consumer protection laws.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We really do, and it's going to be hard to get under Trump. But he said that he made a statement that seemed hopeful, and then he seems to be backing down and shit like that. I don't think he's going to be super effective. Apparently, the committee or whatever the hell that's pursuing these charges against like all the big tech companies was put into place by Trump initially. However, the Biden administration is the ones who made them. Yep. The Biden administration, so were the ones who made the big moves, but it was started by Trump.
Wait, it's Lena Khan, right?
I have no idea the name.
The FTC, the head of the FTC, she's probably gonna get fired, is my understanding. I mean, she might have even got fired if Kamala won. But she's the one that's like pursuing a lot of antitrust stuff, is my understanding.
Yeah.
And apparently a lot of people don't like her at the agency as well for that. So.
Yeah.
You know the remaining players that are left are basically maybe Firefox and whoever else, because Edge, Opera, Brave, what is this?
There's 3 platforms.
Yandex.
There's 3 big platforms.
Yep.
It's Chromium based. Then you got Safari, which is WebKit based. Everything used to run on WebKit. And there's Firefox indeed. I personally use Firefox because it doesn't hog all my memory.
Yeah, so the 2 players are what? Apple and Firefox.
More memory, bitch. And a little more RAM.
True.
I need to download more RAM.
Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Get back.
Sophia in chat, the issue is that there's defaults that are on Google Chrome, where 2/3 of people are using Google Chrome, and it auto defaults to Google, and that's a big part of keeping the monopoly going on Google, is the fact that the default on the most used search engine is Google.
Yes, I think that is one of the issues, but that could get solved with one of those pop-ups. I think another big issue is that Google actively pays other browsers to install Chrome.
Wait, what was that?
Firefox, for example, has Chrome.
What was that law that you said that the fucking Euro people or whatever passed to
the DSA, the Digital Services Act.
The DSA? DSA.
Yeah.
Digital Service Act. Because I think I'll just try and do the fastest explanation I can on this about this thing from Google, and then I'll bring this up. I think we'll do this. I think I can do this in under a minute. I don't know how or in a little bit over a minute. I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but I imagine I can do it. Should I do this in a minute, or should I make? Okay, actually, I figured out how I should do this. I'm trying to figure out how to make YouTube videos in shorts and shit. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Oh, like these streams.
Yeah,
Bro, I feel like
so my thought
it's
process
incredibly
is
difficult,
pretty
dude.
simple. I'm gonna stream, and then I'm gonna look into drama, look into whatever, and then I'm gonna do the research on stream, and then I'm going to make the YouTube video after the stream, using the research from the stream. Yeah.
Oh, that's a good idea. That's a really good idea. You need to definitely dedicate time to it though. Like structure it and have like
Yeah, that's the problem. I'm just trying to. It's gonna be sloppy. It's gonna be whatever.
Where you,
huh?
You just gotta where he just uploads like fucking VODs and they just kind of chop it up so that there's like no downtime, little to no downtime.
Yeah, I mean, I have a guy. I don't.
But I don't think that's gonna do that good.
Yeah,
But he like doesn't really cut down on downtime, does he?
I don't really think so. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make like a Ludwig style video that is going to have more in depth, and then I also want to make shorts about it. So the idea is I'm going to stream, take way too long to be able to cover it for like a YouTube video. Then from on the stream, I'm going to structure in my mind how I'm going to do the YouTube video, and then while I'm doing the YouTube video, I'm going to figure out in my mind how to structure the short.
That's a pretty good idea.
So I'm going from like 3 hours looking into the topic to 10 minutes into discussing the topic into a minute discussing the topic. That's the idea. How it goes. Go ahead and talk, whoever was talking.
The YouTube video that you say you want to make, are you just reporting on the story of the Google and the lawsuits, basically?
Yeah, so it's just going to be Google, right, for this one. It's going to be the various different steps that during the antitrust process that happened with Google, and then it's going to be talking about the DSA, I guess, and about how the European Union thought it was necessary for at least the algorithms to be looked into, and whether or not we should have a similar thing. And I need to look into whether or not we have a similar thing in America. I don't know how to Google this.
Do you want an idea for another video you could do?
Sure, you can give it to me.
The players that are going to bid for that next slot.
Sorry, what?
When, like, inadvertently, if as the lawsuits, if it's complete, that is, and they are looking for who to buy or take that default position, that default search engine position.
You just stop talking?
Hello?
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 Using the AI results. Don't meme on using AI results from search engines. AI results can often point you in the right direction to be able to actually get information. And that's what I do. I'll even do it. Fuck it. I'll do it with ChatGPT right now.
If you use ChatGPT to search, you can even use terms like, hey, use the most current data, and it actually searches for you online in the data.
If you are not signed in, it won't use the connections to the internet to give you the latest results that you could search for.
It's not, I don't think it's that heavy. If there was a law, it probably wouldn't have been passed recently. Heard about it.
Yeah, like I think if you make a video about this topic, it could also be interesting to include the Microsoft antitrust suits and how they were handled in Europe versus how they were handled in the US. And maybe possible options that Google could do to either remediate the problem or something in that direction.
Yeah, I mean, it's what I'm looking for is just if I'm just looking to inform people about the antitrust suite that's happening right now under the Biden administration. And so I'm just starting with Google, and I'm trying to figure out what is the minimal amount of information necessary to be able to communicate everything that needs to be communicated. I don't want to.
Is it going to be an opinion piece or is it going to be factual?
Hopefully a mix of both, but primarily facts.
Yeah, like facts is good. Like most people with opinion pieces get things quite wrong often.
I think you should do both though, because I don't know. I feel like that's what's. You could just get the facts like reading and shit, or like.
Yeah.
He's got to add something to the
still read?
video. I guess you're right.
Still read? Yeah, very much.
Have you read about the Net Neutrality Act? Might be something to add or to include. Isn't net neutrality? But
it's about not charging I think like different places like different amounts. So like no matter where you travel on the internet, I think your internet service provider charges you the same amount. But if you didn't have net neutrality, if you wanted to go watch porn, they could charge you triple. You know, like that's. I think that's my understanding of it.
Wait, sorry, they could charge you based on what you search? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, without net neutrality, they can literally say, you're going to Netflix, that costs a lot of data for the ISP, we're going to charge you $50 for Netflix access.
Yeah.
And net neutrality is about basically every packet is equal.
Yeah, you can go anywhere and it costs the same. Like, yeah.
Based.
Didn't Trump try to repeal net neutrality?
I don't know. I heard something about Trump and net neutrality. I don't remember. Okay, so I'm trying to put the Spark notes down. So. I don't think I can write this down. I think I need Obsidian.
You should literally write a script.
Well, I just want a general like note thing. I don't think I need like a whole script. I just need like key notes or whatever. Obsidian.
Yeah, you do you. From what I understand, though, a lot of people who make this kind of content end up like writing scripts.
It's better to write scripts.
I know.
Yeah.
Up positive. Fuck, do I make a new thing?
But yeah, I got you. Like,
and if you want to be really lazy, you basically get your list of points, and then you ask GPT like, "Hey, turn this into a skeleton YouTube script," and then you start editing whatever he generates.
That's a pretty good idea.
Sorry, I do what?
You first make all your points, as in like all your information you put in a single sentences. You feed that into ChatGPT and say, make me a YouTube script out of this with the subject XYZ. Here are the points that I want to handle. And then when it comes out of it, you put that in Obsidian and start editing that. That way you got a skeleton to work from.
All right, we'll just see how that works. We'll do that right now. Okay. So I'm not super convinced that's going to be great or whatever, but it's a good idea. We'll just see how it works. So
it gives you a decent skeleton, and you got to replace a lot of work.
Okay. Google. it looks like they were trying to also prevent them from having this monopoly because they were worried about the potential monopoly bleeding over into AI. So, sir. Search. It'll be easier to type this out, especially if I'm going to feed it into the thing. Let's just do, I don't know.
You really got to get yourself Obsidian.
I have Obsidian.
What's Obsidian?
It's just a really good note-taking app. Antitrust laws being pushed by DOJ. Cool. Concerns fairness of
Yo, also we're gonna go to the gym in like a little bit.
How long
do you have
is
the
a little-
energy to go to gym? Like
Maybe.
10 minutes? 20 minutes?
20 minutes? I could do that.
Yeah, we're gonna leave at like 9:55-ish so we can get to the gym at 10.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I might just stay up all day today, honestly.
Hey.
I can fix.
We're also gonna get haircuts.
Huh?
We're also gonna get haircuts.
Hey?
I think we're gonna do haircuts. Yeah, and we're gonna go to the outlets to buy clothes.
You're gonna come home after the gym though, right?
Yeah. I think, yeah, we're gonna go home and shower.
Danny, you're one of the roommates of Raleigh?
Yeah, I'm the best roommate.
Okay, I've heard rumors. Something about a car crash.
Oh yeah, that was me. I crashed someone's car.
It's not true.
Ouch.
No, I'm kidding. No, it wasn't me. It was this girl. Her name was Abby. She like crashed. She got drunk and then stole this guy's car and crashed it.
Jesus Christ.
And then we like kicked her out, and the roommate whose car she crashed was like obsessed with her, like sexually, and he like moved out without telling us so that she could move into his house like with his mom. So we've just been down like 2 roommates. It's a lot of drama and stuff. It's pretty awesome.
That's fucking crazy. What the fuck?
Yeah, dude. It's literally like a movie. It was a Prius. A Prius. I don't remember what year.
Okay.
Dude, it's pretty crazy.
I'll do all of this shit off stream. I'll try and do it after stream and maybe before tomorrow's stream, and then we'll see if I can't put this out. Fuck. The idea though.
If you're using GPT, make sure you include the sentence. Give me the most current information, since this is pretty new stuff.
Yeah. I will. All right. I appreciate everybody for hanging out and helping me here and giving your input on everything here. I wouldn't have known about this DSA thing. I'm looking into it a little bit more. Stuff like that, and then giving your input on various things. That way I can have many opinions and stuff on this. I can. It's really important to have everything available. I'm gonna probably just read a lot of the shit at the. Actually, is there a text to speech?
There's plenty.
Sorry, text to audio.
Yeah, just search on your app store for it.
That built into like CapCut and shit.
They're all robot voices, though. That's the downside.
Someone should make an AI version. I'm pretty sure there is an AI version where you have like Whoopi Goldberg or something.
It's just the service costs money usually.
Ellen,
I think.
Is it free?
Yeah, it's free. At least
that's the ones with.
Like, is there a limit?
Celebrity voices.
Is there a limit? I meant to say.
The GPT one is free, and they actually got into legal trouble because they copied the voice from Her, the movie Her.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Dude,
yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and go. It was good streaming. See you guys maybe tomorrow, but definitely tomorrow on JStocks, and we'll try and get this shit done. All right. See you guys later.
Sounds good. Thank you for the stream.
Bye.
Stream.
Bye. Okay. See you guys on stream later. Thank you for hanging out. I'm sorry that the back end was boring. I'm ironing out the details because the ideal way that I would do this is I would look at the articles, read the articles, have some people in chat maybe talking. It was very difficult for me to read the articles while the people in chat were talking, but really the structure of the stream I would want to be doing research on the things that I'm going to make YouTube videos on stream, collecting it, and then putting it all, synthesizing it all on stream, and then we're ready to do it for a YouTube video the moment the stream ends. Moment the stream ends, do the YouTube video. While I'm doing the YouTube video, then I'm thinking about how to make it into a short, doing as condensing it into as little information as necessary as possible, then put out a short. So the idea is hopefully if I also get this other person to be able to do live shorts, that I should be able to get between 2 to 5 shorts or TikToks every stream. That's the goal, 2 to 5. Because I want to be able to, because I've been told whenever it comes to these algorithms, you want to just throw as much fucking content at as possible. Doesn't matter the quality, just throw the fucking content. Doesn't matter. So hopefully we can do that, and then I'll be able to make at least one YouTube video a stream, but maybe up to 3, but we'll see. It's all about like being able to edit everything and figure it out. I don't need to stream every day, but I want to stream reliably, and the most important thing is to stream when I post videos. I need to, whatever video I think is going to do the best, I need to post the video while I'm streaming, so that way people traffic more to my stream. It's a whole fucking thing. It's a whole process, but we're gonna think it through. We're gonna try something new, because what's been tried doesn't work. But yes, all right. Thank you for everybody hanging out. Thank you. All right. You guys have a good rest of your day. See you guys later. Bye.